Hey, welcome back to the Metropole Grid. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. There's too much going on. It's May 7th, I think, 2024. My name is Andre. We're meant to start like half an hour ago. We're here. It's quite the day. So in short, how's everyone doing? In short, oh, I have this deck list open. I was watching it. Okay, hold on. Everything's not ready. They're renovating our bathroom a bit. There's some issues with the bathroom, and so they have to like pull up some planks. There's actually like literally a hole that you could like crawl into the downstairs apartment. So we had to like move everything, including Nana, who now lives in this place. So there's a toilet. Smells pretty bad in here right now, considering what just happened in there. We just cleaned it up. She's eating to side. So I have a prisoner cat with me stuck on this side of the apartment because the other side of the apartment is definitely off limits. It's been a bit of a mess. I didn't eat enough today. I know the people are coming and going. I think I might have to pop out if they like knock to be like, hey, we got to talk about stuff. So bear with me. It's a bit of a day today. We had to wake up early to get everything ready, and like, I don't know. It's fine. It's fine. We're gonna have a better bathroom that's not gonna leak water, and hopefully the ceiling will be better. How's everyone doing? Hey gang, see stream title starts furiously eating apples. Yeah, we're gonna do some deck doctoring today. I'm actually worried about like jumping into like a game, because if I have to pop out for like 5 minutes in the middle of a JNet game, it's pretty awkward. But if I have to pop out in the middle of a conversation, I can be like, give me a timeout. We can go from that. Cats are great at knowing when it's the most convenient time to poop in the room you're in. Hey, Vouchshipper, yeah. She just went, which is like, oh, I know the cameras are on. Let me get this out of the way before I don't want to do it on camera. And then like, it'll be fine. And then because I'm streaming, I close the window because otherwise we get too much stream noise or like street noise. So it's definitely something. Hey Kyle, there's other games other than Hades 2. Yeah, that's kind of like the beginning of the issue because I was up really late last night playing Hades 2. So then I had to wake up early and like everything's just wrong. Everything's wrong, and some of it is my fault. How you been enjoying Hades 2? You'll go nose blind soon. Mango, I worry about going nose blind. I wish as a human I didn't go nose blind. It's a normal Metropole Grid stream. Are you ever worried, like, you know how you kind of get like used to your own nonsense? That's like always a concern. You need people to come over to your apartment every once in a while and be like, it smells okay, right? Our two cats always go as soon as we log into an hour-long Zoom meeting, so you're trapped in suffering. Yeah, they know. She got her food though. She's trying to get out. She's gonna be upset about it. We'll see how it goes. Can the deck doctor fix what's wrong with my R plus kill deck? I didn't win a single game of the AMT with it. Game of Droids, yeah, we can. Let's do that actually. So we're gonna be doing some deck doctoring. I got a really nice email. Speak about a really nice email. Another really nice email from Gailhar. Gailhar, how's it going? Did you get my email? I definitely did. I'll be talking about it a bit today. Congratulations on all the stuff you did. I think that's absolutely fantastic. So I got some decks submitted from Sam O, who sent an email saying like, here's some decks I'm working on. It's only NSG cards. And I think it's actually like a really nice thing to do, that we might spend some time this afternoon in which playing games might be a bit tricky. Now, if you're watching the VOD and think Andre's not going to play games, I'm going to tune out. Check the timestamp. Maybe we do. If you really want gameplay, yeah, maybe this might not be the best stream for it, but it will be back on Thursday. Still, Andre? I don't know what that means. How you doing, man? Thanks. Yeah, of course. Yeah, sorry, I'm a bit all over the place. So it is Tuesday. This weekend, I have barely caught up on the weekend. There was a couple events going on. There was an AMT. I don't think it was the biggest AMT, but I actually don't know what the results were looking like. I think I popped this open. Did anyone play this weekend? Standard AMT? I think there was 20-ish players, maybe? Congratulations to, mind you, you can watch this. It'll be on Twitch for now, and eventually gets up on YouTube. The meta actually looks pretty reasonable. Still big Hoshiko percentage. That's pretty good. A lot of Reality Plus. I don't think I'm too surprised about that. We saw a heck of a lot of Reality Plus at the Fly to EMEA #2, so that's kind of doing well. And Hams winning this. Hams, mind you, playing Hunter 2. Such a good name for a deck list. And it looks like just some good stuff Werewolf kit. Other things going on. So this was standard AMT, yeah. So I know some players were playing some 419. We did put out a video just recently about 419. The lottery, I think this has like jackpot. I think second and fifth. I think, yeah, Haver Fun and Seb K were playing it. So we can check out what 419 looks like. Mind you, we put out a 419 deck, a deck dive, part of our alphabet series just on Saturday. If you want to watch some like aggressive 419. Also, Chicken Slayer's playing this Vera Radical Acid Resigner. I'm assuming this is like a Vera kill combo deck. I think we did Vera kill combo decks like pretty soon on into the meta when Op came out and when Vera came out. I've seen nobody like iterate on it, so I'm excited to see what that is. He's just Ken. And Tron, basic actions. We probably played against this deck. Die. I didn't know Tron played PE. Hunter 2. This is just, oh, with Snare in it, but this looks just like Lady Killer, which I think is a pretty cool deck. We're not on 3 copies of Under the Bus, but we're on just some money. Too Big to Fail, Punitive, Regulatory Cop. This sort of like non-Atlas Agenda Suite is actually kind of sick. So this is very similar to Odol's list that came in, what is it, 3rd at Worlds? Pretty cool. It's a Lobby Summon deck, 2 Bravado. Again, so much influence, not sure what to do it. It is a prepaid deck, 2 prepaid, 2 Catalogers, a single Onicom. I like Onicom a heck of a lot in a deck with 30 events in it. Let me tell you, I really like it. I think we played 3 when we last played prepaid Shaper. Just one Lobby Somu, 1 Orca. I don't think there's any recursion. Oh, actually, there's 1 Compile. Cool thing about Compile is that it is a recursion card. So if you lose your breaker, this is one way to get it back. And I think this is a bit more easy to play than Simulchip, because Simulchip doesn't exactly work with only 2 programs in your deck. Pretty cool. 30 events, 45 cards, DJ Fenris for influence, 1 single telework seems really goofy, but why the heck not? Good stuff. Lottery. Okay. I heard a bit about this. I know some of the UK players were also playing 419 this weekend. This might be some of them. But this is just 419. With 2 Amakua. Breaker Suite that we played on Monday was on Echelon instead of Carmen, which is like, I think you can definitely play Carmen, but the code gate breaker is the bad part. So spending a bit more influence on Unity as opposed to like playing, we were playing Cat's Cradle because it's kind of funky when it comes to Econ Denial. I think that makes a lot more sense. 3 Experimenter, kind of tricky. Again, you don't want to give them the big reasons to purge, but like economy, criminal card draw. Like criminal fundamentals right now seem in a pretty rough spot where like you're actually importing, you know, economy into criminal, which seems frankly criminal in the other way. But I never liked playing viruses on top of Amakua because Amakua is the one card that you want to make difficult to purge. And now when they're purging their Amakua and the Fermenter, right, like you can take that purge usually. So I get why we end up here. It's not my favorite thing, but what's really weird with this deck is Jackpot. And I think Seb K calls out on the write-up that Jackpot is just like, it's a Fermenter that you install for 0. And like, that's only sort of true. There's so many cards that give you like 1 credit of value a turn, but this card I've never seen any sort of competitive, consistent standard play. So looks like this might be the first time that Jackpot shows up. And I don't think this is the thing that Jackpot is good, more so that like criminal economy seems really rough right now. I guess we're playing Jackpot. We're also playing Penny Shaver, which is, I don't think we've seen a criminal console besides Hermes for a really long time, barring maybe also Swift. Falsified is also a card that I wish I could play on Monday. Sorry, not Monday, and the deck dive that came out on Saturday, but we just didn't have slots for Falsified. It didn't seem totally necessary. Obviously very good with Amakua. Obviously Econ Expose is good, but I think the Expose slot generally gets taken up by Pinhole Threading, which is like a soft Expose card, which is kind of cool. But Falsified definitely does something with Amakua, so that's quite nice. Compile can bury the program working with Spark of Inspiration again? Yes, but you still have to like get the program from the bin to the bottom. It's really, really elegant. How's it going, by the way? It's super elegant that Compile allows you like to make sure it's on the bottom so you can get that loop again. It's cool. It's much better than Simulchip. It's much better than like some of the other versions. Nana, are you going to walk across the desk? Okay, you can do it. Considering the Chesons and Faction Hyperbaric could be nice instead of Unity? So the problem with Hyperbaric, right? Like even in Shaper, you don't play Hyperbaric, right? And the reason is, well, self-growth program, but also how much does it cost you to break your first ice? It's a lot, right? Like once you get your Hyperbaric down and then you're face checking in the early game and they res an MIC, like you're cooked. You're just cooked. So generally when it comes to the late game elegance, like Unity already has late game elegance into it. Or like for Shapers, you don't need this because you have Buzzsaw into, you know, Turbine. But I just don't see a big reason to play Hyperbaric and then spend so much effort in it, especially for a meta where self-growth program is like a lot of the meta. That also makes me nervous about Jackpot, but admittedly, at least it only costs 0. But yeah, the payoff for a Hyperbaric is like once you're in late game, Unity breaks for the exact same cost as Hyperbaric. Besides, you generally pay 1 more to boost. So it doesn't seem worth it to me. And also 3 influence. Yeah, Hyperbaric's really hard. It's really, really tricky to make this good. Study Guide, mind you, back in the day was what was the proto Hyperbaric, and that even saw a very niche play. So Hyperbaric seems like it should be good with Trickshot and Overclock. It should be, but like if you're playing Shaper, I don't honestly think you need it. Like at the end of the day, it only saves you generally 1 credit over Unity. And the fact that your early game face checks are so bad makes it tricky, right? Like you have to build your deck around getting Hyperbaric to work. And generally you're boosting strength 1 with Unity, so I don't see it. Hyperbaric is a really cool card though. It's like a card that a lot of people have a really soft spot for, myself included. It's neat. So 419 dunks on Protoception from situation where you're absolutely fed up with. Yes, I think we were saying this recently too. I was happy to be like somewhat correct about that. Is like some of the acid matchups we saw, like that Reality Plus stuff at like Fly to EMEA. Good criminal decks can pull it apart. Right, like 2 Missed Bones, Penny Shaver, you can do a Neos Informant. Amaku is really good. On top of that, like we were playing like a hijacked router and like a mining accident, which makes it even better. Look what they just need to mimic, a fraction of her power. Turbine. Yeah, it's a lot of work. It's like, that's also if that's your decoder, like how do you deal with a gatekeeper? And the answer is you don't. But like, can you spend, what is it, like 13 credits, 14 credits to break a gatekeeper in the early game? No, you let it fire. And for what it's worth, if you're on Buzzsaw, you let it fire too. But it's just like forcing early face checks to matter. Maybe on Criminal you can get by with Boomerang. It's just like Unity is actually very comparable to Hyperbaric, unfortunately. It is what it is. Cool list. Yeah, so for those who don't know this combo, we've done this before. We did deck dives on it. The idea is that there's a lot of weird kill combos. If you score it on a ZF, as an additional cost to score this agenda, you have to trash one of your other installed cards. So this actually fires before the agenda is scored because you pay the cost first. Which means if you trash, what is it, a 4-coster to get Vera on the table, Vera will see the score. So that means that you have guaranteed a 3 damage as Yef. As much as Vera is not damage, as long as you do Vera first, it will be considered damage, which is pretty sick. And so the idea is that you can set up things like Reaper Function. So Reaper Function fires 2 damage, and then you do Azyef into Vera, which is functionally 5 damage, which can be very quite tricky for a lot of runners. I know when we were playing a list like this too, we were also playing Zato City Grid, which I found to be phenomenal because there's a whole bunch of ice that like either gives tags or damage, and merely you have to splash some of it. But the idea is that if you Zato your 4-coster, you'll get a 3-coster Reaper Function on the table last click. So you can do net damage from Zato into Reaper Function, into Vera, into like you can do so much in a single deck in like a really tricky way, as long as that the runner doesn't like, you know, face check last or check remote server last click. I think Zato is better than the amount of play it sees, which I'm happy with, but very interesting, these sort of combo cards. Economy here seems pretty non-existent, which like 21 assets. This is way more of an asset spam deck than I think the versions of this I've built. But it is a combo that I've seen no one really explore. And 1 extra damage, is it worth 4 influence? It might be, considering that 1 damage wins you the game. It's tricky, but I think a lot of people won't know how to play into this and will die to weird stuff. You can also probably play Clearinghouse, but I think that's likely tricky. I think Angelique is a cool thing for the deck too. I'm not sure that we were playing this when Angelique was out. I don't think we were. Cool. What is this? Oh, seamless launch. See how they run end of line. I've seen nobody play this. I don't think Burner's real. I don't think Burner's actually common enough for this combo to be good, but I just haven't seen anyone do this. I wonder how many people have Tron killed. But I could see dying to this pretty easily. It beats Stone Chip. I think for what it's worth, I think no free lunch should see some amount of play right now, considering like so many of the good plays that runners are losing to are like single tag into self-growth program. There's a chance that might be colored by the deck list of the week last week, but I don't even think this 419 list has slots for like no one home, or sorry, no free lunch, either of those, which is pretty wild. But yeah, single tags can connect. If you lose your breakers in this deck, it's not the end of the world if you get retributed because you have Amakua and like Boomerang and Inside Job, but tricky. Neat. Very cool. I think there's one other event, the Cambridge Circuit Opener. This is Cambridge in the UK or in Massachusetts? I think it's in the UK. It's in the UK. And so this is a big enough event. We have, 20 people. Let's go. Shout out to Hoshiko. Aqua Sarastung, Xyz Cam coming in fourth. Wordy Asa. I think I started seeing like Asa decks playing like, I think people are playing a whole bunch of Amani Sanai right now. But this looks exactly like I expect the meta to look like. That's more Hoshiko than I thought, but we have no deck list really posted here. But this looks very much like UK Netrunner. UK does really like some 419, does really like some Reality Plus. Do you get a kick out of your Degree Mill patron top placements? Must feel pretty good. I definitely do. I don't shout it out enough because like I feel bad doing it. Like, it's a really good thing. So we have Degree Mill patrons. Mind you, our Degree Mill patrons, we do lessons on the regular. Some patrons use Degree Mill in different ways. Some people use it as just like a nice way to like keep remaining some amount of engaged in the game and use it as a way to hang out and just be like, what's new, what's cool, right? And that's fun. Then some other players use it to be like, I want to be a competitive player. I want to like grind and do well. And that's also very good, where we talk about meta decks, we do competitive, like, you know, that sort of stuff. The thing that I don't like shouting it out, and I know I should do more, which advertises the program as much as slots are largely full right now, is that I don't want to take credit for what the people have done, right? Like folks that I do lessons with do well, they're doing 95% of the work. So like, I don't like to say like, oh, I've done this. No, I've done nothing. I didn't go to the event. I didn't win it. I didn't play the whole day. The folks did. So shout out to them. I don't generally take like credit for that because I don't do the majority of work. They do. Look at what the runner dragged in. What's cracking? It's been a weird day, Stab. They're renovating the bathroom, so everything exists in this room, including the cat, who she's in prison, her toilets, her food's here. It's all like, it's all chaos. How are you doing? Aquaceres, two bigamut, no lamb, cupulation. Still don't understand what this thing does, but people just do love it. They do love this one. Two Aquaceres crew, bravado, like quintessential. Don't know what to do with influence, but like is very good. Two finality, two Chistushka. Woo, okay. I think people are respecting Chistushka enough that it's actually hard to land them consistently, as much as it seems like the best card in the deck in a lot of board states. But this thing has like Devil Charm. It has Aquaceres crew. Like, is it that hard to land a Chistushka? Maybe it is. Maybe it is. I have one class left this semester on Thursday, but I mean, I have way too much time to kill today. Yo, is it finals or papers or how you doing it? Or are you teaching? It could be any of those. Hopefully it's going well. That's pretty cool. Okay. So what we're going to start today, I'm worried until like more construction gets on their way because people are coming in and out. Finals. Oh, you like a big grinder or like finals or just get by? I've done some just get by finals in my days. I've also I grinded for finals. I just don't have econ today since it's Thursday. Oh, that's rough. You might be playing criminal. That's okay though. There's like stuff you can splash for that. Renan, Belay de Saint-Maurice. Hello everyone, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. A lot of Cambridge folks were playing an ESA deck last autumn. I guess this is derived from that. It's like that sort of pocket meta stuff where you understand, like in this area, people are tending to play this is like super, super key information. And I don't think I can answer that well. Like going to Boston NPC, I should confirm that it looks like I'm going to Boston NPC in just a couple of weeks. It looks like Patrick's joining me, which is really fun. We haven't traveled together for an event in a really long time. But understanding like what the Northeasterners play is going to be a bit of a question mark. Cupulation does have the same thing as Cataloger, which if they border control you or something, you still have your legwork charge. Also, hello. Yeah, Ryan, how's it going? I saw your message about like don't play startup, which like that's a bit dire because I do really respect your startup opinion because I know you're plugged into startup. I still want to see what it looks like, but I'm sorry that it is the way it is. Just passing by while on my way to my meta meeting. Enjoy your meta meeting. Thanks for dropping in. Yeah, Cupulation is cute. It just seems like a lot of work. Hey, Andre, my house is under construction too. What are they doing for you? You got something cool going on or just like repairs? We're just doing repairs. Bonjour, matey. Hey, Cephalopod, ça va? How's it going? Okay. I got an email from Samo. Samo has been, I think, relatively recently getting into the game. Shout out, join the Patreon crew. Big respect. But Samo sent me like a list of like 6 or 7 decks. And Sam said specifically 2 things. Getting to the game, want to build some stuff, and I want to play without FFG cards. Now, Sam was looking for any sort of feedback, and I said like, hey, this might make sense that we do this on stream because it's easier to get a bit more granular feedback, and I think some of these decks are pretty cool. So while Sam can't watch live right now, because I believe time zones maybe, that was decided to be the thing that we're going to do. So we're going to be diving into some decks today and doing some deck doctoring and talking about like some basic ideas when it comes to building decks and tuning. So if you're specifically a new player and you want to understand how like people look at deck building, specifically how I look at deck building, maybe this is a great stream or VOD for that. More so, if you ever want to like, maybe we'll have more time. We'll definitely more time to stream. If there's a deck you're working on and you want to have a shot at it, take a look at it, just hit me up. We can look at it. You can also always contact me if you have any sort of like questions through metropolegrid@gmail.com like Sam did. I don't respond generally too quickly because I'm pretty bad at logging into that email address. I don't have huge reasons to do it. Besides the spam emails telling me to do like slot machine game advertisement deals. So apologies if I don't respond to you quickly. That's just kind of the way it goes. Hey, amazing contact. Hedrist, how's it going? Rebuilding death stairs into safe stairs. Nothing too fun except not fearing for my life to go to the bathroom at night. Yo, that's gonna be a good lifestyle, Andre. As many times as you want, as safely as you want. Hopefully it goes okay. Happy running Tuesday, James. How's it going? Yo, Alec. Hey, Andre. Hey, Chad. How's it going? Okay, so there's 2 things I want to focus on. Firstly, looking at decks and talking and rebuilding decks and deciding like what sort of problems we want to tackle with deck building. We have to understand our rules are largely not to play FFG cards, but I told Sam that specifically not playing FFG cards and playing in standard, that won't be a problem in 6 months or whenever the new thing comes out, Dawn comes out. But as of right now, there are going to be issues that it's hard to fight, right? Like playing standard and not playing Rashida is just going to be a problem for you, right? Like it's not doing you any favors. You're not building more interesting decks. You are just a power level a bit behind. And that's because Rashida Yahim is pretty wacky and she's neutral and she's probably the most common card in most Corp decks outside of Sure Gamble and Spin Doctor, for better or for worse. In some cases, even more popular, hedge fund, you know what I mean? So while Sam said there's a chance that like proxying a couple cards is definitely no problem at all, I think what's kind of cool here is to speak of, or try to make a list of what cards do we think are the essential FFG cards in the current day and age that you should consider proxying if you're a new player. I'm hoping by the end of this segment, we can come up with a short list. Like we don't want to go really, really hard, maybe 1 or 2 cards for every faction, of if there are cards that you need a proxy, these are them. And when it comes to the runner side, I don't think we have anything like Rashida. Like, I think that's actually very interesting. I think Rashida is one of the fundamental cards that it's hard. It is a gap in the play pool and the card pool that is hard to address. But on the runner side, I'm not immediately coming up with anything. Let me know if you do. And we're going to address this faction by faction once we struggle to build decks or change decks. But right now, I think Rashida is like the very big standout of a strange thing that's hard to fix this hole. I was shocked as a netrunning player that Doof was FFG. Lacuria, how's it going? Really? Diversion of funds seems... So diversion of funds, like there's a whole narrative that it's a tuned down account siphon, like, what is it, 5 years later? For what it's worth, this card is somewhat underperforming. To me, it feels FFG, but obviously I was playing when it came out. Why do you think it feels weird to be FFG? We haven't really seen NSG like these sort of econ pressure cards like this, I don't think. We'll see how it is. Letters with petitions to unban Slot Machine, I see. Now, I could get a good deck building, or I could just build a silly nightmares like Pravdivos, Kill Combos, Maganga, and Urtica. I'm an awful person. But Stab, that's a really big thing. It's like, I know I say this all the time. If you fancy yourself to be a creative deck builder, that's cool. One of the best things you can do, though, to be a creative deck builder is to net deck, to play the fundamental decks, because then you realize, hey, I have a weird idea, but understanding like ratios and ideas of how people look at like game plans, the more that you can see other people, especially things that work, the easier it is to like bend that to your will later on after you have a bit more, you know, experience. And I'm not saying you're not doing a good job, but anytime that you think like, I'm a goofy deck builder, it doesn't matter. If you get your fundamentals down, you can do goofy decks. There's a lot of really strong Netrunner players that are able to do goofy decks because they have the fundamentals behind it. So we're going to try and tackle all of that. I'm a sad panda. My little one has gone on vacation with her mom for 6 weeks. Oh no. Where'd they go? Do you have some cool time to do like, you know, weird bachelor stuff like yelling off the roof at night and stuff? I will miss Turtle Hotline with the whole econ denial package rotating after dawn. Hey Carrie, how's it going? It's like I think Reina Roja is currently winning the R section, but like building a Reina deck versus a 419 deck, 419 is exactly what Reina wishes she could do. Right? Like this is, mind you, from 2013. This is a really, really, really old card, and it just hasn't been super relevant. I'd argue that maybe there was a window in time where Reina was okay to play competitively because the card pool was really small. But like, it's so difficult to go back to Reina after you play a 419 deck that actually does make the corp consistently lose like 9 credits, and Reina sometimes costs like 3. It's rough. It's really, really rough, but I hear you. Econ denial is a mixture of like, can be fun, can be not fun. So it's a tricky thing to design around. Amaku is my closest to mandatory FFG cards I've seen on the runner side. I think Amaku is one of the best ones for criminal. I think Amaku is more important and or interesting as diversion of funds. So let's keep that on the short list of cards. I wonder if it's going to come up in our deck dive doctor stuff, whether this should come up. Amaku is also my pick. Yeah, it's a good pick. If you're on Anarch, you got to probably proxy Knob or Maw. Yeah, I think in Anarch, the ones that jump out to me are the console slots. Now, that being said, I think you can build decks without Maw. Right? Like you can just build a Hoshiko deck and you can play Keiko, and the deck is like, it loses a win condition. Like it straight up does lose a win condition, but like Keiko is fine. Like your deck is not going to be dysfunctional. It's just not going to be great or as good as it can be, maybe. But I think Knob Curry is like a very good candidate. Like it's very hard to play a virus deck without Knob Curry. So this is the sort of card where I wouldn't say it's a mandatory, but like if you're playing a virus deck, this is a mandatory, which is neat. It's neat how that is. That's what I thought coming back. Like there's a near print of Siphon like Spin Doctor. Yeah, it was, but it was an FFG near print because FFG, like mind you, rotated the court set. So it is a near print, but is a near print before the NSG near prints. You can also be an average player making janky decks. That works also. You know, it totally works, but like it serves you better to right, like to do the homework before you do your jazz. Right, like people don't just start playing jazz. Okay, they do, but like to play jazz, you generally do some amount of classic study first. Sub K and Bar are like the pinnacle weird decks that somehow work for me. Yes, yes, yeah. And they play clean stuff. Seb has been doing weird decks for forever. Mind you, who's the other name of the weird deck builder? Oh, that comes up in Northeast stuff. I want to say Jason or Josh. Shh, I forget his handle. Ba as well too, of course. Ba's been doing that consistently online for a long time too. I have lots of Netrunner time. Hell yeah. Old runner stuff is weird. Like Cat's Cradle is arguably on par better than Zool. The thing is, like, Cat's Cradle just makes no sense right now. Like, Cat's Cradle exists, and then they also printed, with almost identical numbers, they printed the Shibboleth. And it's just like, I wish some of these could change slightly. Like, if Cat's Cradle could just have one more strength, like, obviously it's Gordian Blade without Gordian Blade text, but, like, I don't know. I don't like Amakua because it eats a lot of my weaker court brews. Yes, it eats a lot of bad decks. Soulmere, how's it going? Amakua, my beloved Chris. Hey, happy Tuesday stream, lunchtime for me, so I get to hang out for a bit. Eric, how's it going? How you doing? The outfit is 100% essential to every bad pub card, including NSG ones. Yes. But I would like say, you know, like my Wayland picks would not be outfit. It would be like, you should proxy border control and you should proxy audacity. And I'd probably end there, right? Like we want to keep the list as small as possible. I think outfit is like, you know, who doesn't love outfit? Outfit is sick. But I think you can play a bad publicity deck without outfit. It's just not good. That's not exactly what you want. JTFQ, Mancini, no, neither of those. But those are not bad picks. You should certainly know the major scale, even if Jazz doesn't directly use it very often. Yes, because then how are you going to know the other scales are weird? James 123 Louis? No, it's older. A much older player. Like old school. Never. I don't know if he plays a lot now. But for me, he like I'm just going to search card used Maven and it'll probably come up. That didn't work. I need a weirder card. I need a weirder card. Shoot, how's it going? Who am I thinking of? Didn't Timmy Wong used to have a wild jank that worked? Timmy Wong was on a different level though. Like Timmy Wong was playing a different game. Timmy had good fundamental decks, but like he meta solved in I think pretty interesting ways more than his brews were weird. It goes and it goes. Jen wink wink. Uses a lot via mode, so it's certainly essential knowledge. Yeah. I know there's a guy that goes caveman speak in the main character of the write-ups in Grug. I don't think it's that. I saw Bayokin. Yeah, it's not. Like, what's the sort of cards that, like, you know, sort of goofy players, like jank players really, really enjoy? Like Chameleon, stuff like this, right? The sort of stuff that inspires people. I'm not going to find the name. Whatever. It'll be, you can just say in the comments, who do you think this is? Oh, it's Sade Zero. This is who I was looking for. I was looking for Sade Zero. Sade Zero is also like old school, sort of like weird brews that functionally work a lot more often than not. I've seen some really cool Sade Zero decks back in the day. Yeah, I think he's still playing. But very, very, really silly stuff. Anyways, one dive in. Oh, I don't want to start with this one. I want to start with this one. So let's keep this in mind. So this is Omnishambles. And Omnishambles writes, NSG only as deck, looking to build up a few stealth tools in order to hit centrals with Moo Safecracker. So this is the first deck we're looking up. It is 47 cards, notably. We're playing As. As has a link, says the first job, resource, connection resource, or piece of hardware you install each turn costs a credit less. You're not listening. 15 influence. I love As. If we look at the list, it's entirely NSG. And I don't think anything jumps out as an FFG missing thing. So let's start here and talk about this. We're going to copy this into our decks and then eventually like do some edits. I guess I'll just log in so we can do that really quickly and we'll go from there. I once won a regional champions with Isabel McGuire. Was Isabel McGuire like central or just like a cool card you put in there? Right? He's a teacher now, so he's doing more important stuff. Then avant-garde Netrunner deck building. Okay. Yeah. The education of the future. I'm just going to go ahead and copy this in. Copy into my decks. It's mine now. Okay. So let's start at the top. 47 cards. 47 cards is not a sin. There are a lot of decks, mind you, the minimum is 45, that you can play more than 45. 46 is not uncommon. 47 is not uncommon. You can play bigger than that. However, one of the big things is there's certain decks that I would call engine decks. And engine decks are the sort of decks that once they get one piece, once they get two pieces, they unlock their potential. And so it's very important that those decks stay as small as possible, because the longer you go without finding your engine piece, the worse it is for you. A really good example is like an Arasana deck. Arasana is really sick. Arasana is fantastic. And there's like 2.5 really important Arasana decks where Arasana is basically a different ID once the card comes down. Let's look at a big one, Lilypad. Once you get Lilypad down, Arasana is drawing once a turn clicklessly, if not once once on the corpse turn as well, right? The difference between Arasana and Lilypad and Arasana without Lilypad is an incredible jump at power that makes your ability work for you, where you can just install Trojans for fun because they're coming back and forth. And another very similar card is Urban Art Vernissage. These cards elevate to the deck to another power level. These are the best cards in your deck. That's a really important thing when it comes in general, when it comes to like deck size, is that you have to understand that there's a best card in your deck and a worst card in your deck. And the more cards you put in your deck, the harder it is to draw to your best card of deck, and you want to draw into your best cards as much as possible. I would argue that As is fundamentally, generally the way that people build it is an engine deck, where Masterwork is a free card draw every single turn. And that is very similar to Lilypad, where I think Masterwork is an engine card deck. And so it really is important that you keep your As deck as small as possible, because the difference of you drawing Masterwork on turn 1 versus on turn 6 is huge. Notably too, we're also only running 2 Masterwork. We should be running 3 Masterwork. Was that a doorbell? I'm not sure if that was the doorbell. With 3 boomerangs, we don't need 3 mutual. Yeah, we'll get there for sure. Are we doing decklist critiques? We are. Hold on one second. Yeah, it was the doorbell, excuse me. So, big thing with Masterwork as well is because it is unique. You have to understand, as a unique card, you can actually install another copy over it and then trash it itself. When it comes to Masterwork, that's actually not bad because you install it for 1 credit and it cycles a card. So as a first thing, we always want to play 3 Masterwork because it's the most important card in our deck, and we want to get this number down to 45. Because drawing Masterwork on turn 1 versus turn 2 is so important. I'm going to flashbang real quick here, but if we look at the hypergeometric, which we love to do, you can play Banhar and Lago to convince yourself that running 55 cards is a good idea. I would try not to. I think like in a sub deck too, like you want to play 45 because Aquaceres is your best card by a mile. So just to show you the math really quickly, we are, math pilled on this. 47 cards is our deck right now. We're looking at 2 successes in the population, and our sample size is how many cards do we have to draw to have a 50% chance of finding one of our 2 Masterworks in 47. We want to find at least 1 success. How many cards do you think you need to draw to have at least a 50% to find your Masterwork? Which we're saying that you want to find a Masterwork in every single matchup. Math time. Love it. Andre, sorry not to be super down, but I really feel the cycle of cards has been quite deflating. Maybe I'm jaded being in the game too long, but the trajectory of the design I am set. Infusion, how's it going? I've been struggling with this one too. Small tangent. I have been struggling with this one. And if you don't like the set as much as the previous set, I think that's expected. I think the previous set kind of slapped really, really hard. So you kind of set up for a bit of disappointment there. But I also don't love the recent set. I've been struggling with a bit of negativity on stream because I've been a bit frustrated with some play patterns, and I don't like some of the things that are coming up, and like, it's not my favorite set, and it's hard to be like really excited and positive about Netrunner. Like, that's kind of my shtick. But I also want to be honest with you. It's not my favorite set, but that's okay. Now, I think why the set is the way it is, we could spend an hour talking about it, and I'm not worried about NSG. I'm not worried about the future of Netrunner. This set was in a really strange spot, where the way that I looked at it, it seemed like these were half of the cards that should have been in the whole cycle that kind of got pushed down the road because of balance and design. And then we ended up with having all the tough, weird cards in one group and all the great stuff everyone was super excited in the first group. That's my like conspiracy theory, and that's just a difficult thing. We're also in a weird spot with NSG with the transition of, the people who probably designed these cards many, many moons ago aren't at NSG. So it's a hard thing to iterate on, that things might have been locked in already. At the end of the day, whether you love this new set or you don't like it, I think that's not that big of a deal. I think the set is very uniquely strange, and I don't think it's going to be representative of what's to come in the future, specifically Dawn, which is meant to be a very exciting product for everyone. So I hear you. It's okay if you don't like it for a bit. Wouldn't recommend. If you want to pop out for a bit and you think that's best, that's okay. But there's still a lot of good stuff in the set for sure. But it's not my favorite set, but that's okay. Don't play Flashbang. It's too expensive. Okay. So the hybrid sample size to get a 50% is about 14. You need to draw 14 cards to find a thing here. If we hit 13, I think we're at like 49, 48%. So you need to draw 14 cards before a chance to find your engine piece. Maybe that should be obvious why you want to keep your deck size down. So keep your deck size down. Now, if we go down to 45 cards, it actually has a pretty considerable, change on this. If we're playing only 45 cards, now we only have to draw on average like 12, 13, not the biggest difference, honestly, but you want to keep that number down. It's still about 13 or 14. Now, of course, the biggest thing we can do is get this to 3. And once we get this to 3 and we play 45, we have to only draw like 8 cards, I think. Okay, about 9 cards. And then we hit 49. Yeah. So that's the difference of drawing 5 less cards to find your engine piece. That's obviously a huge difference when it comes to this. So drawing 9 to have a 50% besides drawing 13, there's some games where you don't even draw 13 cards. So obviously the numbers go down, the deck gets more consistent, the number of copies go up. But like if you ever want to know what that looks like, this is it. So the idea is that if we have, if we want a mulligan, if we open with 3 and 45, the chance of having a 1 in our opening hand is 30%. So if you mulligan, is it 30 into 30? Arguably, but there's a big reason why you need to care about numbers when you're building your deck, because the numbers are really important, especially with cards that you need to set up with. That's a setup card. Then we have the hypergeometric option directly in Netrunner. We do. I know we've used it. I don't know how to use it here. Hold on. Check. More. Oh yeah, we could have just done it here, huh? Yeah, we learned about this. I thought we couldn't do it here. You're right. Yeah, it's important. Cool. So that's that. We want to keep this number down. And if you think this card's really important, we want to keep it up. Next thing, and this is the unfortunate thing, is we want to talk about what does this deck want to do. And we've read from the write-up, this deck wants to use Moo Safecracker. Moo Safecracker is a stealth card. And that's a really cool thing about this deck. This deck is a stealth deck. And Moo Safecracker is one of the awkward spots of being one of the very few cards in the entire format that cares about stealth. And it's bad. It's a bad card. That's unfortunate. It's okay though. We can still play a bad card in our deck, but making the reason why we're doing a thing because of this bad card is not going to be easy. That being said, if it's kind of like the thing that we want to do, we can still tackle it, but I just want to get this out there that this is not a very good card. It's not bad. I love it. It's bad. And it's bad in an interesting way. This is multi-axis. Right now, Criminal have some really good multi-axis cards, and it's an expensive multi-axis card, but it's flexible in theory. It says you can only pay for this using stealth cards. Whenever you make a successful run on HQ, you may pay a credit to access 1 additional card when breaching HQ. So you can see 2 cards. Now, Moo Safecracker, if you notice here, is an Ashes card. And the Ashes set is a bit inconsistent. But this was before we had things like Docklands Pass, right? And this is a really nice, cheap card to put in an As deck to always see 2 cards from HQ on your first run. At least only on your first run. So it's already competing in a slot that is like way easier and way more tenable to play in your deck. That being said, it does something unique. It was one of the first criminal cards that allowed you to multi-axis from R&D. But how much does it cost? 2 stealth credits. That's incredibly expensive, specifically on a deck that if you're relying on stealth breakers, your stealth credits are already taxed out running, that sometimes it's hard to run R&D, have enough stealth credits to even pay for this. And mind you, this was much before a card Wake Implant or the Twinning, which are both cards that our deck would use a lot more easily, where Wake Implant is another R&D pressure card as long as you're running HQ, and if you have stealth credits you can run cheaply every turn, or even Twinning, which if you're using stealth credits, they usually come from recurring sources, as much as this is influence, and we have to work around it. But just inherently, we have to understand that Moo Safecracker is an uphill battle. It is one of the worst multi-axis cards. Back in the day, it was unique. And mind you, back in the day when Moo Safecracker was printed, there was even more stealth support. There's other ways to get benefits from stealth cards. Currently, this is the big stealth payoff in standard, besides having relatively efficient breakers. And it's a bit nonsense. We can still stick to it, but I will present versions of this that don't use Moo Safecracker because you're better off not using Moo Safecracker. Paying 2 credits to access an additional card is kind of nonsense. Twinning Mantle is so fun. Yeah, Twinning is really, really good in these decks because most of our stealth credits are going to be coming off things like Mantle, which is a recurring credit. So we already have like a really good space to make something that can use Twinning and even charge it on the opponent's turn and do something really gross to it. So like the reason if you drop Moo, the deck actually becomes a lot more powerful, which is kind of a weird thing that we have going on. Always a good stream when you tune in. The first thing you see on screen is Moo Safecracker. Kira, how's it going? Thanks for tuning in. Even when Smoke and Nemercur, 2 stealth credits was a big ask. Yes, this was just way too much to ask for. It's way too expensive. Whenever we qualify card as bad, I remind myself of Wreck-It Ralph. Yeah. Yeah. There are some cards that are situational, and then there's some cards that just have bad numbers on it or bad effects. This is the latter. This is not a situational card. It's just unfortunately everything this card does, newer cards do it on tempo. This was not even a popular card back then. So got to keep that in mind. Sorry to burst that bubble. It's not great. I wonder if this card works well with the new Shaper resource that gives you +1 more card on access if you access at least 2. It could. You could play Pretty. She's a connection, comes down for 0. But even if that's the case, Pretty works with all the multi-axis cards, so I don't think you need this to make Pretty good. I think you can just play a better multi-axis card and Pretty. But Pretty is something that's worth keeping in mind. We play Wake and Docklands. Yeah, there's way better things to do. Who has the petition started for more stealth support in future sets? I will sign. It's a weird thing. And I don't know if we're going to expect to see stealth in Dawn because that comes, like, I'm imagining we will see in the set after Dawn potentially, where, like, you know, sets have certain focus, like Mark was a focus, Bypass was kind of the focus, that we'll see stealth be a focus. It's a hard thing to sprinkle like a few cards around and like Dawn be like, here's 2 stealth cards. It's much more likely that we'll get like a reimagining of what stealth is meant to be like next year. Not that I'm saying we will, but it's the sort of thing where you see a whole set will revolve, or a whole like faction identity will revolve around stealth. I think stealth and criminals my favorite. I think stealth is pretty cool. Penumbral and Alarm Clock makes Penumbral slightly better. Yeah, Penumbral's a neat card too. This is another one of the few rare stealth cards, and I'd argue this is not amazing, but we'll probably still play it because it's cool. Save Cracky, sadly a binder card. Yeah, Boris, how's it going? Hello from Seattle, Esteban, cool to catch the stream live. Welcome. I'm trying to get a Takobi After Image Cleaver Saw deck working. Cool. After Image, yeah, After Image is like the good stealth card right now, if you ask me. Why to play stealth? My answer is After Image. Sentries are annoying. It's cool that you can pay 2 credits to break or bypass, I guess, a drafter. That's nice. But After Image is like the reason right now to play stealth, and that's not incredibly compelling, considering you could play a Revolver and probably break things for just about the same price and then simul chip it back. But it is what it is. No redeeming functions. Actually, how's it going? Whenever a card is declared binder Fodder's Revenge first in Ottawa. Kyle, is this yours? No, it's Lopez. Yeah, but that's because people thought Power Tap was bad, and Power Tap was bad, but then Power Tap was very good suddenly, right? Like, nothing can make Moo better, I don't think. But all these cards are good. Like, none of these cards are weird. Man, I love this supplier. One of my favorite cards. It's so slow. Love it. K2B After Image is really good, better than Orca. Yeah, most breakers plus K2CP are better than Orca for what it's worth, though. But yeah, After Image is pretty cool. When the benefit of hindsight, trying the new bypass effects to a resource like stealth credits might have been a decent balancing mechanism. I agree, Tanuki. I wish that bypass was a bit more gated. I think we'll talk about this on Thursday because the deck was the week, but right now I feel like bypass is just... Always be running Adam was fun because it had a downside built into it. You could capitalize on it. I don't feel like the modern stuff does. Okay. I need to start being more positive about cards. So let's keep that in mind. Another thing that jumps out of the deck, I don't know how many hardware you play. When you're playing Masterwork, and when you're playing 2 Prognostic Q-Loop, you probably want to play enough hardware for this to be a consistent package. We already have 3 Boomerangs. You kind of want to play 3 Boomerangs in Az, that's sick. We have 2 Flip Switch, that's a cool card in Az. There's some other stuff we can play, but there's some number of how many hardware you need to play in an Az deck to make Masterwork make a lot of sense. There's a chance that Sam only wanted to play like 2 Masterworks because Sam was not hardware pilled. And I think you probably can be hardware pilled. Hardware is really good with Chesvan Mantle, all this other stuff. But we just got to keep that in mind, that we want to play as many hardware as we can because we have Masterwork, and Masterwork is really, really sick. So other things we're going to do, we're going to come back this. We're just going to look at the rest of the deck is doing. We're on 3 Biobands. Biobands is a pretty great card in Az, especially when you have things like Chesvan Mantle that you could use during runs. I guess actually you can only use Chesva. You can't use Mantle because it's only for using hardware in programs, but whatever. Bravado is great. Sure Gamble is great. We have 3 Career Fair, which maybe is a lot. We have 3 Mutual Favor. This is definitely a lot. And this is something I think we actually see in some of other Sam's decks, even out of faction. But 3 Mutual Favor is kind of a symptom of, I don't want to say this as, I want to say this as a value neutral statement. This is like your new Netrunner player skin is showing. And you don't have to be embarrassed about that. But generally in Netrunner, the more that you play, the more that you realize is that getting access to breakers, the correct breaker at the right time, is actually less important than you think it is. A lot of newer players will only want to run once they have their breakers on the table so they feel safe, or they want to get the right breaker as soon as possible, arguably too soon. Now, specifically in this deck, because we're playing a criminal, we actually can go pretty far off of other tricks we can put in our deck, like Boomerang. Boomerang actually challenges like 1 to 2 ice servers relatively well, so we actually don't need to present the right breakers. That being said, we only have 1 of each breaker, so you might think, well, we need to find them eventually, why not get them out with Mutual Favor? And you're right. But I'd argue that most of the time you want to get away with playing about 1 Mutual Favor, maybe 2 Mutual Favor if you really, really need it, and then you can just play less slots of Mutual Favor and more slots on card draw. Because on average, just getting more card draw is better for you, as opposed to like spending a slow card draw for one specific tutor card, as opposed to having a 3rd class act maybe, or like spending influence on like Diesel or Blueberry Diesel and stuff like that. So this is something that there's no deck I've ever played that really wants 3 Mutual Favor. If you just have better card draw, you're generally better off. And specifically for criminal, we can have a bit more tricks to pull out and put on some pressure. That's not just having the right breaker. How would you evaluate how valuable our econ support cards are in a deck like Career Fair or Rigging Up? It depends on the deck, how many targets you have. I don't have So there's two things. I don't have a good answer of how many targets you need to have for career fair to feel good, like 2 to 3 credit targets. I think career fair specifically, obviously, if there's good targets, there's good targets. I like career fair more than most people do. I think install and save 3 credits is actually a very powerful click. I think a lot of decks that don't have big credit thresholds, like say you're playing liberated counts in your deck, but you're constantly finding yourself sub 6 credits, liberated, you know, that's another good reason to consider playing it. So there's a couple things going on there. I think also career fair is really good with mass draw, because drawing a career fair and having no targets in your hand is really ugly. So abstractly, a card like Class Act for many reasons is really good, because when you draw 4 and 5 and have that scry ability, you're much more likely to draw into the sort of target plus the career fair itself. So there's a lot of things that go into it. Some of it's just playing the deck and realizing, oh, this career fair has been stuck in my hand for a couple turns, or like I don't want to play my daily cast because I'm waiting to draw a career fair and I don't. That's kind of more on you, but it's something that comes out more when you play it more than in deck building. But not a lot of people like career fair as much as I do. Is this someone deck? Yeah, Chess Girl. How's it going? Kira, excuse me. These were like 6 decks that were submitted by Sam, who's a newer player who's playing mostly without, entirely, in fact, without FFG cards. So we just wanted to get some feedback on the decks. Just checking in after an extremely lengthy Hades 2 session. Jai, how's it been going? I got a couple runs of Hades 2 last night. I did the first boss and I got to the second boss, but it was late. Would you remove the favor completely or just reduce it? I actually like in this deck, I like having at least one favor. And the reason why I like having one favor, finding the right breaker at the right time is important, but sometimes you just need a shuffle effect. Just because when you see the top of Prognostic Q loop, you kind of want to shuffle. Sometimes you just mutual favor to shuffle. Now, this is really niche. We already have a lot of shuffling going on with Boomerang, but when you bottom certain cards to the Class Act, bringing them back up to the top turns out to be kind of important. So I like one mutual favor. Just to get the right breaker at the right time can be important, but I'd rather play more raw card draw than specific breaker support. Okay, otherwise we have one of each breaker after image. Great. Kurapira for sentries, or sorry, barriers, and Penrose for code gates. Penrose has kind of slipped. Penrose used to be the best decoder in the game, but it feels like it's not exactly the case anymore, but it is technically a stealth decoder and breaks stealth barriers. Notable thing is we're also playing Simulchip, and I don't think we have a good reason to play Simulchip. Simulchip, I think in this deck only gives you the flexibility to either like refresh your Chesva or Mantles, which is kind of nutty, but also you can get like Penrose back in or out and break barrier subroutines. I said nutty, I didn't mean nutty, just like goofy. Like it's something you can do. It's just like very niche on which it would happen. Yeah, so like I think how I imagine our late game state is that we have all these stealth credits where like breaking with Penrose or breaking with Kurapira should actually be a pretty cheap affair, that I'm not sure we need to spend the influence on Simulchip, on like this sort of stuff, where we actually could get 4 more influence back into the deck. I feel like this is flex influence we can work with pretty hard. Protects against trash. It does protect against trash, but I don't know how common trash is, and I would rather just like not worry about it. I think as newer players who like maybe face check a bit more with a lack of knowledge of, you know, potentially what ice could blow your stuff out, it's mostly sentries, and maybe you get hit like public trail into retribution. The more you play, the more you realize that you can play around those effects. As a safety card, I think you could play it. I think as a better safety card, you might have just play like another breaker, right? Like maybe you play an AI, or maybe you play an inside job or something like that, and then just say like, I don't need this. 4 influences a lot. Lapisomian feels like Penrose 2.0. Kind of does, doesn't it, Thanos? We like Taka here. Yeah, Taka is actually one of the best stealth cards. Taka is really good, but Taka, she's 3 influence, which is a bummer. Third boss, on the other hand, is pure despair for multiple reasons. Second boss, absolute peak encounter design. It's so good. The second boss, I still don't fully understand it because I only played once, but like the encounter is really, really creative. I really enjoyed it. Chip Crim can maybe work if you lean to Physarum Saucy Angle. Yes, there's ways to make Simulchip work in Criminal. It doesn't scream to be this deck so far. There's that Wayland agenda that asks for a trash to steal. Yeah, and then we have like 5 of these targets. But you're right, SDS is one of the weird things that can trash our programs without our consent. No free lunch? Yeah, no free lunch is really good into retribution. We have flip switch, doesn't work on the corpse turn, but like even with flip switch, we can face check into like things that can trash our programs and jack out. So it's more on the corp to do stuff. So we are where we are. This is our stealth deck. Another thing I will jump out, does this deck have enough economy? It's a bit tight. We have daily cast. That's good. That's good economy. We have the recurring credits that can go pretty far. Then we have bravado. We have sure gamble. We don't have dirty laundry. We don't have a bunch of other stuff you could argue could be in this deck. We just got to keep this in mind. Specifically, if you are a newer player, you need to overcorrect and put too much economy in your deck. You need to put too much economy. Just way too much economy. Put too much economy in your deck. When you look at your deck, if your deck is not at least 40% econ cards, you should probably reconsider and put too much economy in your deck. It's a great problem to have. And then the more you play and then realize like, I have 50 credits I'm not spending, then you can tune it down. But as a new player, one of the best things you can do just to stop yourself clicking for credits is just play more economy. The more economy you have, the more clicking you spend for card draw. Card draw is generally a bit harder to find. And the more card draw you have, the more cards you're just ripping off and playing off the top of your deck. The game will just be more fun if you have more money. I think we're on the kind of the cusp of having too little money, but we'll probably get there. Forgot Taco with stealth seems wild with this deck. Better than 2 simul chips? Yes, there's a lot of things we can do with the influence on this deck for sure. I'd go for Ashen with the simul chip influence. Keep the install engine taking over and can get your breakers back. I'm not convinced we need Ashen. If we have strong enough multi-X's, we can win before we Ashen. I think Ashen's another like safety valve that you could play. I'm not convinced we need it, but we'll see. Okay, so one last point that I noticed with this deck is you have to imagine, just like in the Corp deck, whenever you build a Corp deck, you have to imagine, how are we scoring to 7? Which agendas are we going to score out that get us to 7 evenly? And sometimes that's a problem. Once you play a deck that's only 2 pointers, you realize I got to score out 4 agendas. That's kind of hard. And yeah, that is kind of hard. With this deck, you want to be like, what's our late game board state? And you'll notice that we have 8 programs. Ideally, we're installing like all our breakers, and we're probably trying to install 2 mantles, maybe a Chesva, and we run out of MU. That's the thing you have to watch out. What does our late game rig look like? And we do not have enough MU to support our late game rig. We just don't. If we need one of each breaker, we can install 1 Chesva, 1 mantle. And then if we only have 1 mantle, we just don't have enough stealth credits to do like things like Moo Safecracker very easily. So that's another thing we have to watch out is like, if we're going to be playing a lot of these like, you know, utility programs, they're very fun. They're very cool, but we're going to need the MU to support it. And we currently don't have it. We're going to run into a problem here. So that's the other thing that we want to fix. So what do? We go to collection, we go to standard, and we just start building. We start just figuring things out. Now, that's obviously pretty daunting. Step 2, draw an owl. We are going to try and see which cards jump out that are not on the deck. Sometimes it's hard for me to look at a list and be like, what's missing? I don't think we need that many FFG cards. We're trying to keep it to NSG, and if there's FFG stuff that's that we're missing, so be it. DZ MZ should be good. It should be good, but I think our influence is going to get taxed out. So we talked about our late game board state. The other thing you want to always talk about is how we're going to win the game. And luckily, this deck actually did have a win condition already built in. It's Moo Safecracker. And if you listen to like point 1 in this argument, Moo Safecracker is relatively bad. It's just not a very good card. The numbers on it are pretty bad. Now, Sam, if you're watching this later and be like, I really want to play Moo Safecracker, you can, and we can work at a deck that plays Moo Safecracker, but I'm going to trade Moo Safecracker for just a more powerful card that doesn't have the word stealth on it, that will just win games faster and more consistently, and actually gives you some more tricks. I'm going to try to lean on Wake and Docklands and Twinning, because I think all those are much better for us. So I'm going to cut all copies of Moo Safecracker. It's just kind of not beyond fixing, but it's not an easy fight to fight. Just run Lagocam out of Crim. You could do it. Fever hurting. Oh, hopefully you're feeling okay if you are having a fever. So this is a really powerful card. It says once the first time each turn you spend credits from an installed card, place a power counter on this resource. So that means on the corpse turn and our turn, if we spend credits from an installed card, congratulations, we get multi-access that we can use on R&D and HQ. Did it cost us 2 stealth credits? No. And this is something that we can do while setting up. Very importantly, once per turn means on the corpse turn and the runner's turn. So cards like Chesva, you can't use because it's only during runs, but cards like Mantle, you can use on the corpse turn. So right before these refresh, you can just boost one of your breakers. Heaven forbid, you can also fire Prognostic Q Loop, which works really well, and you can just go charge your Twinning. That's sick. That's really, really quite good. And so this is probably going to be a bit more, it's a bit more influence, but this is going to work out a bit better for us. Now that means we have to cut some influence here. 3 mantle might be a lot. I don't know how many stealth credits we need to get the rig rolling. There's some other stealth credit cards we can consider. We can consider cutting down to like 2 mantle, and that will help us a bit on our MU. How consistently do we need to get our stealth credits up? That's a question mark, because I honestly don't know, but we need to cut somewhere. Simulchip is the easiest cut right now. We're getting low on hardware, but this doesn't do too much for the deck. So we have 1 more influence to work with. There's some other influence I think we want to consider the deck. We could also consider cutting 1 mantle, and we're going to replace it with another really good stealth card, Trickster Taka. She gives you stealth credit a turn. That's sick. It's basically the same as Mantle. It is a resource, so she's not going to take up MU. She has downside text to it, which like you don't want this to happen because it's really bad for you. But now we're having the same amount of stealth credits in the deck, but we have less MU problems as much as it's not a programmer hardware with Prognostic would like. So that's a pretty good start. If Sam Reed says, trust someone who started playing standard with Moo for months and almost gave up Netrunner because all the losing, trust the extra to your dump it. Why not use Tread Lightly? It's not a great... Tread Lightly is a cool card. Tread Lightly doesn't exactly work with much of what we're doing, and we need to play more hardware. Like, playing those sort of incidental events is really difficult when you want your deck to be like a vast majority of programs are hardware, because Prognostic Q Loop is that good. But Moo charges Twinning. No, it doesn't. No, he doesn't. I don't think it does. Okay, so Now we understand our breaker suite. We're going to have to get some more MU. We need more hardware if we're playing 3 Masterwork Prognostic. That's pretty good. And we're going to get some hardware in. We're just going to go over to the hardware tab, and we're going to include the best hardware we have. We're currently at 5 MU, so we can play 1 MU card. The neutral MU card you can play right now is called T1000... T400. We can play one of those. This is a deck that can be run Meeting of the Minds to get 20, by the way. Penumbral is a virtual to refund the cost. Yeah, it could. It might not be the worst. It's a bit tricky. It's not my favorite card, but Twinning virtual, Taka virtual, Penumbral virtual feels expensive. Mental Cube Twinning is so nice for the extra trigger. Yeah, it's very, very good. Okay. So we have our MU up. We're at 44 cards. We got a lot to work with. We want to move all our economy to the hardware engine, outside of the event engine and outside of the resource engine, because inherently firing Masterwork or firing Prognostic Cube is just very, very, very powerful. It saves us a lot of value because we're setting up while moving, and like we do everything clicklessly and hopefully nearly for free. So we just want to make sure that we're playing as few events as we can to get away with that. So this is the problem with Penumbral Toolkit. It doesn't really work well with the rest of the hardware engine. Now, this card is either an install for 2 credits, which is very bad in standard format, or an install for 4 credits after making an HQ run, which is, you know, a bit fiddly. Penumbral Toolkit is also, unfortunately, not a very popular card. A click for 4 credits is akin to Sure Gamble, but you have to do a lot of legwork for that to work out. It's also like a resource, so it's a bit different than Sure Gamble. You can use it for only during runs, but the question is, like, why would you play Penumbral Toolkit? It's because you don't have enough stealth credits. I would argue that 2 Mantle and a Taka might be enough stealth credits, because now we're not playing Moose Safecracker, so we don't need an immense amount of stealth credits. We just need enough stealth credits to run every turn. So how many stealth credits do we have a turn? We usually have about 2 to 3 stealth credits every turn. We need 2 stealth credits for After Image. If we want to bypass the sentry, you can still break it. And then we probably need stealth credits for this. So we generally need 2 to 3 stealth credits, which is... Yeah, I agree, Turdock. I think 2 Mantle and Taka is probably enough. So I would imagine that we want to play something that's a bit more synergistic with our Masterwork engine, that we want to probably cut down less of these. I just don't think this card is particularly stunning. And I think now with something like Taka and Mantle, we have probably enough stealth credits, so we don't need to play this. It's kind of a slots issue. Again, we want to play as many hardware as we can, so we just need to cut this down. It's enough stealth if you drop Penrose especially. I honestly think that's probably correct, which is unfortunate, is that I don't know what code gate we put in the slot, but if we wanted to, like, this is the big thing with stealth that I should have said at the top. I always say when it comes to stealth, and we're on the verge of it. So specifically when it came to the original version of this deck, which I should have somewhere. Do I not have it? I might not have it. Hold on. Crap. So the original version of the deck, stealth is a tricky thing because stealth is a hungry, limited resource. The problem is when you put together a deck and then you just like Control F, find all stealth cards and put them in the same deck, which I'm not saying, Sam, you did, but the more of the same cards you put in the deck that require the same limited resources, obviously the more you're going to be gated by the fact that resource is limited. We only have so many stealth credits we can generate turn after turn. So the fact that we have a killer that largely depends on stealth credits, we have a code gate breaker that largely depends on stealth credits, let alone we used to have a multi-axis card that demands stealth credits, we're probably actually spreading ourselves a bit too thin. And that is something that you have to watch out for, is that the more that you play of the same, you know, required resource, that there's a chance that the best stealth version only runs After Image and then just runs some decoder that makes sense in the deck that isn't specifically stealth gated. Because you're right. We're going to run into issues where if we have Penrose and After Image on some runs, we might need more stealth credits that we can generate. And for what it's worth, the payoff of Penrose is probably not worth putting more stealth credits into our deck. It's probably just playing stealth something else. Pour one out for Netmerker. Yeah, Netmerker used to be really good. When I last played stealth in Hashiko, I just had this suite down to just After Image and Mentals and Taka. Yes. I would argue that we could cut Penrose and then we could go further on more limited stealth credits. Penrose doesn't seem to be brilliant compared to some of the options in standard format where like this text is not dissimilar to Unity. Obviously this breaker barrier thing is like kind of cute, but like this text is not dissimilar to Unity. This reminds me of the light stealth deck you've built. Yes. Yeah, I think we're going to end up probably in the same spot for better or for worse. Just wait till before image and during image get printed. The stealth grid will be top tier. Would something like Panweave count as hardware econ? It wouldn't be my first choice, but yes, Panweave is okay. This deck I don't think wants to run HQ every single turn, so maybe. All right. Neil, I don't know. Sometimes I don't have names and handles together. So Utadi's names come up, but I'm not sure which name is Utadi. Koga, how's it going? We got some deck lists from a newer player playing only NSG. And so we're like tweaking some decks to give some understanding of how we look at things right now. I wonder if we're getting too far away from the starting point, but I think we're getting towards something that I think is actually pretty reasonable. So let's just come back to the hardware package. We'll build too many things and we'll take some stuff out. So let's talk about the hardware that's worth playing. We want to play more hardware and programs in the deck because of Prognostic. It's a really good engine. And we want to be drawing once a turn with Masterwork, which we already have boomerangs and they do generally come back. So we're in a good spot, but we can probably like lean into it a bit more. Alarm Clock, not bad. We could definitely consider playing it. It's a sick card. We'll put it on the maybe list, but there's some cards we definitely want to play. Docklands Pass is one of, it's just kind of easy to play. It comes in for generally 1 credit. We draw a card. Why the heck not? If we want more multi-access, we can play. It'll be down here somewhere. We can play a single copy of Waken Plant, which is a lot of multi-axis. This thing's really sick. I think Zenith Chip is also like a really fun card that adds a bit more draw to the deck. And I like Zenith a lot. Sometimes it goofs you up because drawing when you make a successful run kind of messes up the prognostic Q loop that you see at the top of the deck. But Zenith Chip is like a fun card they really like. And I don't think the core damage actually matters as much as it's annoying if you have breakers in hand. But keep that in mind. This is an option too. Waken Plant is more multi-axis. I'd argue that Waken Plant plus the twinning is like super extra, but you get to close games out, which is kind of sick. So I think we can easily do that. And we're getting more up to 13 hardware, which is nice. Let's just look at the resources and the events and just see what we're missing. Again, is there any FFG card this deck is missing? No, I think you can build this deck without playing FFG cards, which is kind of sick. So what else do we want in here? We have Daily Casts, definitely not a bad card. We have 3 Earthrise, 2 Class Act. This is a hard thing to see. A lot of competitive players like 3 Class Act and maybe 2 Earthrise Hotel. And the reason is Class Act inherently works with Az's ability, but that's a bit of a, I think of a hole you can easily find yourself falling into because Az's ability is not going to be struggled to fire every single turn. But Class Act is just good because it's a click for 4 card draw immediately as opposed to 6 over 3 turns. They're both comparable. I don't think I've actually played Earthrise Hotel in an Az deck for a long time on the basis that Az is going to be getting the draw for Masterwork, and sometimes Masterwork challenges Prognostic Q loop in some ways that you don't want. Where's Miss Bones? Miss Bones is an FFG card. That's a card that we're not going to play, but we're going to put on the short list of cards you want to consider playing. We're currently on no FFG cards, and Miss Bones so far is the first FFG card that this deck would really consider wanting, which is great. No, but keep suggesting FFG cards because I want to highlight how few are necessary to proxy if you want to proxy like 6 cards. Daily's perfect with the 3 Career Fair. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be on 3 Career Fair for longer, though. So I think we can get rid of Earthrise Hotel and hopefully that our draw is enough. Maybe we want to have fun. Plays an E-chip. It's just a fun card. Just a fun card, and it works. We're on 14 hardware, 7. That seems like a nice spot to be in. Scrubber? Gateway's allowed, so you can play Scrubber. Updates, it's NSG. It's totally allowed. Like, you can buy them on the website today if you wanted to. Other things that are kind of fun. Mind you, the one that people are talking about is Miss Bones. Miss Bones just gives you 12 credits immediately to trash stuff. That's incredibly important. This I'll put on the short list. I'm just gonna have a notepad open of cards that are worth considering. Miss Bones is definitely a criminal card that you could splash. If you want to save influence, you play her. If you want to spend a bit of influence, you can play Scrubber. It's not 12 credits, but over a game, it could be more than 12 credits for sure. DJ Fenris probably the second FFG one. Yeah, but you don't pay Fenris in this deck. Oh, maybe you do actually. Konana, how's it going by the way? Value Lou, yeah, Lou's not bad. We're at 42 cards. We got slots. What else do we want to put in this thing? We can cut the Career Fair, I think. We have good targets with this. Actually, keep a Career Fair. Let's play 2 Career Fair. Why not? I like Dirty Laundry. So big thing you have to understand with this deck is we want to run once a turn. Why do we want to run once a turn? Because every run we can install a hardware with Masterwork, and then every run we can use our Chesva mental credits. So having a card like this that encourages you to run central servers is fantastic. We'll play 3 of them. Another card, and this is probably the last FFG card that I'd recommend, is Diversion of Funds. You don't need it. But this card takes 5 credits away from the corporation, and inherently in a deck that's on 3 copies of Boomerang, you can land that as soon as possible. So you can land it as soon as turn 1. It doesn't always make sense, but Diversion of Fund is the second criminal card that I think we would consider wanting. You don't need it though. Carpe Diem probably better than Laundry? I don't think so. Carpe Diem is like, okay. It's nice to get the money up front, but Dirty Laundry allows you to deal with assets. Turtle's the other criminal card, yeah. Would Red Team make sense to keep getting value from sec testing? I think Red Team is like a cool card. It works with Az. There's a chance that Daily Cast, like Career Fair, Daily Cast, Red Team all find the same sort of slot, which is like give you some pressure to run central servers, and you kind of want that. Scrubber eats Ares tax every turn to get the credits against wide deck and pays for 1/3 of the remote upgrade against all decks. No thanks. No, Scrubber's not better. Doof is overrated. Bad card. I think it's overrated, but it's not a bad card. There's some decks it's really good against. It's not great against assets. Against PD, it's really good. Yeah. I think without diving too much deeper, I think this is probably a reasonable spot to go without playing any FFG cards. I think you could consider moving some small stuff around, but now you have a stronger multi-axis plan. You have a bit of card draw built in. Your prognostics should be firing consistently more than not. Is there anything we're missing? Slightly off topic, but I've seen messing around with 419. Wanted to see what you thought of window opportunity in it. Using install boomerang and then running has felt sick, but sometimes it felt awkward sitting in hand. Lockman knows. I think window of opportunity is like a really cool card. When I play 419, he's felt a bit like compressed on card slots, but I would not play it with Boomerang. I'd play it more with Saucy because Saucy is messed up. I do like Window of Opportunity Saucy. It's just like, here's free 6 credits. I think it's really, really good, but then like you have to build deck slots and it gets very, very difficult to do. It's just hard to get everything done in a criminal deck all at once. This is the least I've seen PD in any meta since I've been back to the game. Once it's on Saucy, should you just be Los, right? No, not necessarily. I think slowing down the corporation is worth a fair bit more than the extra credits you get from Los. I think you can play 419 decks that run like we played Mining Axe in 419. It doesn't have a lot of money, but enough to run all the time, and that's kind of all you need. So you're right, you get a lot of money from Los, but that's not a reason not to play Saucy into what's it called? Like you could play it in Sable, you could play it in anything. I don't know. It's not fantastic, but it's not bad. Like the difference between gaining 7 credits and 9 credits, it's still 7 credits. Can you quickly cover what to do with 2Xs versus 3X? Chris, great question. So classically, when it comes to deck building, one of the biggest rules that we look at is what's a 1 of, what's a 2 of, what's a 3 of. This is a really simple rule. 3 ofs are cards that you want generally in your opening hand. Now, there's some exceptions here. Not always the case. Career Fairs, maybe a card we want in our opening hand if we have enough targets. I think actually Career Fair, we could probably play less of them just because we have fewer targets. We'll fix the slot there in a second. But the idea is that like Bravado is one of the best early openings because you can just charge the remote server that they put in or charge HQ and get some ice res. Sure Gamble's a 3 of because we want it as soon as possible. Just to make sure that we start the game on click 2 on 9 credits. Masterwork, same idea. Get this down for 1 credit, draws a card, replaces itself. It does count on itself. It's fantastic. And then we have an engine deck. Same thing with like, well, not so much the daily cast, but it's nice to get done early to start your economy. 2 ofs are cards that you want to see in every single game, but you don't exactly need in your opening hand. Prognostic Q Loop is a sick card, but it's much better once you get down your Chesvas and your Mantles and you can use these credits during runs. That's fantastic. So once you're set up, you want those. Things like Flip Switch, you don't need this in your opening hand, but you do want to find them because they come down really cheap and allow you to face check like an absolute, you can just cheese it into everything. Those are 2 ofs. 1 ofs, mind you, are the cards that are very good that you want to find in most matchups at some point or in, not every matchup, but you want to probably find at some point in the game. Twinning is like kind of on the cusp. Sometimes you have to just take influence slots because spending 6 influence on 2 twinnings is a lot. But the idea that we have twinning and we have Waken Plant means we have 2 multi-axis cards. We just want to make sure that we find one of them in every game. I think we'd be happier a lot of times with twinning, but that's what 2 ofs versus 3 ofs, which is 1 ofs are. Like the 1 of mutual favor we want to find in some games, but we don't need it all the time. I'd argue if you're a newer player, do you want to have some comfort? Play 2 mutual favors. I would argue that the more you play, the more you realize you don't need 2 mutual favors, and just forcing the corporation to res their ice and face check aggressively means that they don't have enough money that you don't actually need to break 2 ice that quickly on. But I think that's a pretty good swap for players who are maybe a bit apprehensive about face checking all the time. Poison Vial, not strictly econ, but can save some stealth credits. It doesn't really work with any of our breakers because none of our breakers really need stealth credits to break subroutines. This doesn't, a Courier doesn't, Penrose doesn't. So it's like a 1 to 2 credit econ card. It's not great. Mutual Favor also masquerades as your 4th breaker, so it's kind of not a 1 of. Yeah, it's not exactly a 1 of. I think this is a pretty reasonable stealth as deck. Can we have a history? Yeah, oh man, okay, the history seems a bit spread out, but in short, what we wanted to keep down to, unfortunately, Move Safe Cracker is not a very good card. We wanted to go more, play a 45 deck, because we are inherently an engine deck. Once we get Masterwork, we're drawing a card a turn, installing clicklessly a turn, using our Chesva credits and our Mantle credits, and that's quite strong. So we want to swing into that as soon as possible, so we got to 3 of this. We're now playing more hardware because Masterwork wants more targets. Any turn that this fires, that's fantastic. And with Prognostic Q Loop, the once per turns fire on the corporation's turn as well. That's mostly what we did, and we moved our economy. We're playing a lot of events. I think that's okay. These events are still pretty good. But then we have the MU to support most of this. Chesva, you could argue is a 3 of. Sometimes I like it as a 3 of because prognostic, but you don't need it. You'll find it by the time you need it. Do you think we did well? I think we can do this without any FG cards in this. It doesn't feel like we're taking any compromises on this. Veronica, how's it going? It's going okay. They're renovating my bathroom and like now I live in a cat toilet, but it's fine. I think Nanico has it worse than I do. We got Alarm Clock. You could play Alarm Clock. I don't know if it's that necessary. It's cute. It's nice to make that clickless run on HQ. You generally don't want to double click through ice. I think this is a card that is luxury, but not essential. If you want to play it, you can play it. Just cut out like a flip switch or the second mutual favor, whatever you want. You have some flex slots here. You can play red team if you want to. How much economy is in the deck? Let's check. We want at least 40% of the deck, give or take, to be economy. We have Buy Bands, sort of economy, Bravado. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'd argue Masterwork is kind of an econ card. 12, 13, 14. Work with me in this. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20, and 22. So we're 22 out of 45 cards to be econ. Did we increase it that much in the deck? Sort of. We sort of did. But that's generally where you want to end up. You want about half your deck, a bit less than half your deck, to be economy cards, and we're got in there, which is great. Bypass saves stealth credits? Yeah, it does. It does. You can play it if you want. It whips with as. You get the prog scry clicklessly. I would argue that you want the prog scry when it makes sense. You don't always want to have the prog scry immediately right there before you do anything. Because sometimes you know what the top of your deck is and you want to draw and then you want to run. Like, I hear you, and there's some times that's probably pretty good, but there's other times where, like, it doesn't make sense. You could definitely play it. Like, play Alarm Clock, cut a mutual favor. I just think this will be easier to play like this. You can even cut a Dawkins Pass. We have another, I like Dawkins Pass. Alarm Clock is like clicking for 2 stealth credits if you think about it. Yes, I wouldn't click for 2 stealth credits, though. I think this deck has a lot of work to do. But you just don't run when you don't want to scry? Yeah. But that's the point. That you just don't need it. I think it's fine. I think you can play it. What's the memory diamond for it? The fact that we have more MU than we have space for. Like, it's just the cheapest MU. Prepaid voice pad? I think prepaid voice pad is on the cusp of being okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You could play a single prepaid if you want. At this point, like, I don't think it's going to make a huge difference to the deck. You're playing a 1 of it, so if you find it early, it's playable, and if you find it in the mid game, that's unplayable. That's one of the things that I don't love about these sort of econ cards, is like prepaid voice pad is only as good as early you find it. Because if you find it on turn 1 and install it for 1 credit, congratulations, it's now like a 7, 8 credit econ card. But if you draw into the mid game, it's a brick. So prepaid's the sort of card that I don't love playing 1-ofs in the deck. Usually I would like to play maybe a 2 of, and at that point, we have to make more changes to the deck, and then prepaid it's getting a bit clumsy. But I could see it. NFL being mentioned, yeah, you can play no free lunch. We technically have like flip switch, which is NFL at home, no free lunch at no one home. If you are losing to tags, just understand there are tech cards out there. This has no good synergy with our deck, but you can play it if you're losing to tags. Prepaid helps twinning, but we already have a lot of that. Yeah, it's good with twinning, but we already have a lot of that. So I put a 1x Maui and slap it down at the end of your deck. Okay. My best use case alarm clock is today was the bounce off HQ tattoo to turn off subliminals. Yes, or like to keep the tributary where it is. All right, and she has tech. Grid it up. All right. Anyways, hopefully that was somewhat approachable and you have an understanding of how we think about things, but like we've changed things around slightly and you have something that I think is quite functional. Let's try and move to a corp deck because I think corp decks are interesting and we'll move back and forward. I think corp decks are a bit harder to build well. This deck feels a bit light on draw, but it might have enough. Yeah, Changeling, how's it going? I think it might be a bit light on draw. I think there's a chance. We have Class X, we have the Zenith chip, woo, and in theory we have Masterwork and like Awaken Plant. This is the sort of deck where like if it's up, it's singing, but when it's struggling, it can struggle a bit. So as long as you're leaning into the hardware package, you are drawing once a turn consistently with Masterwork, and sometimes on the corpse turn too, but you are going to click to draw until you set up a bit. I think it's fine. We're not trying to win tier 1 events. I think this is playable. And if you think it's light on draw, you can just put a couple more draws on it. Are we going to do a test run? I wanted to see theory in action. Esteban, we probably will. And mind you, if you're watching the VOD, you find out. But currently, I'm waiting because they're working on my bathroom, and I might have to pop out for like 3 minutes, and I can't do that in the middle of a JNet game. So I think we're gonna like do 2 or 3 more games, deck builds. Then I'll check on the situation. Then we'll come back and then we'll put it into action. Does that sound good? Can you build a PE deck? I don't think Sam has a PE deck. This is the next one. And at Teia, Jinteki, Glacier, only using NSG cards. Had a bit of success on Jinteki with this one, but as always, welcome any thoughts or potential changes. Great. Okay. Teia is tricky. Teia is one of the interesting ones that wants you to have a creative card pool because this ability is only reasonable the more cards you have that work with this ability really well. So we got to keep that in mind that this is a tricky thing to work out. What does it say? The first time in each turn you install a card in the root or protecting a remote server, you can install a card in the root or protecting the next remote server for free. The second card cannot be scored this turn. So you generally want to go for double installs. So first thing I do when I look at a corp deck, one thing you want to look at is how much money the deck has. This deck does not have enough money. It just doesn't have enough money. Off-world offices are technically money, but that one's a bit dependent on the other money being okay. We have 2 regoliths, level load bearing regolith. We have hedge funds. Mindscaping is not an economy card. Whoever tells you it's an economy card is lying to you. Haul them in is one of the most expensive cards in the game. And then we have Vovo. That simply is not enough money. It's not enough money. That's going to be a problem for us. We have some expensive ice. In fact, we have some of the most expensive ice in the format, but I think money here is going to be a rate limiting factor. We even have like Snare. Snare is inherently a very, very expensive card. We need to talk about whether Snare makes sense for the deck or not. That's its own problem we'll get to, but just keep in mind, the first thing I'll look at is, do we have enough money? The answer is probably not. Second thing we look at is, what is our game plan? What's our scoring pattern? How are we going to win? We are having a good mix. 9 agenda points is nice, or 9 separate agendas, not agenda points. We're running 5 3s and then 4 2s and 3 2s. That means inherently in most games, we want to score out 2 4 2s. So like a Nisei and Off-World Office is good. So 2 2-pointer agendas and 1 5 3. Scoring out a Fuji can be a bit tricky, but it means we actually are incentivized to score this thing out. We have to keep that in mind. I don't think there's that many better 5 3s in the NSG card pool. I think maybe we want to look at Send a Message, but we just want to keep that in mind, that at least we have a pretty good game plan of scoring out 3 agendas that can work. Holo better than Lacosta seems too cute. I think I play Lacosta sooner than Holoman. I agree, but Holoman is kind of cool. Kind of? What do you mean, kind of? Is Timely Public Release? Oh, Timely Public Release. Yes, we could talk about Timely Public Release. It's kind of an NSG card. I think it's still for sale on their website, but it's sort of going to rotate soon, so I'm not sure Sam wants to get it. Mindscape is an econ. Whoever says that is lying to you. Also, Andre, yeah, Masterwork is econ. Yeah, it's a credit a turn. This is a credit. This is 1 credit more than clicking to draw. Masterwork is a credit a turn forever. Koga, you try and character assassinate me, but you cannot compare the two. Mindscape is terrible. I don't like this card. I really don't like this card. I don't think it's worth slots, but in the limited card pool, it's probably worth slots. I think you'd play Hansei sooner than this. There's a lot of other things you can play sooner than this, but we'll get to that. Now, this deck has upgrades. We have Adrian, we have Anoetic, we have Managarm, and we have a lot of upgrades. It looks like we're just trying to get upgrades in Remote Server as soon as possible and score behind it. Does that work? It kind of does work, but for that to be good, we need to have enough ice that keeps the runner out. We have Ivik. I like Boto. We can play Boto in that slot. It's about the same cost. We have 7 code gates, mind you. Eli 1.0 for 1 influence. Yeah, it's not bad. And then 3 Tatsubola, which of course you do. On the code gate slot, we have Enigma. We have 2 Tributary, Vampire Nasa. I actually like this code gate slot a lot. I think if there's one card you would consider splashing as maybe a Thimble Rig, but I don't think that's worth proxying. It's a good card, but it's not the first card to recommend for Jinteki. 2 Rhyme. I don't exactly know what Rhyme does, but it is an ice we have in the deck. We can have it. It's cheap. I don't think it fundamentally does a lot unless you're playing around Banhar consistently. And we have a single Anemone and we have a Cloud Eater. Cards like Anemone are really interesting. And I think this is a tricky thing when you're building your Jinteki deck, is you have to come to mind. The question is, how much does net damage matter? How much does damage matter for your deck? Because Anemone is somewhat expensive. You're paying 3 credits for a pretty mediocre ice, and for the later the game scales, like generally most runners break this for 1 credit, and you do guaranteed 2 net damage and maybe 1 net damage, but it costs you 3 credits and a card from hand and this install itself. That's not a great trade. So just understand like how good an enemy for the deck is basically how much do cards to hand matter, and Snare is the same idea. This only matters if the meta is like, you know, requiring this to matter because runners are running aggressively with less cards in hand than they should be. And that does happen from time to time. But putting expensive net damage into a deck as tempo net damage classically doesn't work out that much. Generally, for damage to be worth it in the deck, you need damage to be a big part of the game plan of the deck that you can capitalize on. So you're right. Maybe we set up an Anemone and then there's a Fuji in the remote server. That's just a really rare thing to set up in this deck, considering this is a 2 of, this is a 1 of, and like, who knows if that will exactly happen. But the sort of idea is that you can build decks where that matters. Right? Like if you're playing a Daniela deck that's using that as a defensive upgrade or an offensive upgrade, that is something I could see Anemone working a bit more in. If you're playing Personal Evolution, you want to just like get cards out of hand as quickly as possible because you want to run them out of hit points. That makes more sense. But the value in Anemone is something that's like doesn't often exist in most Jinteki decks, because inherently this is a lot of money for an effect that we're not actually swinging into. It's kind of like playing a card in your deck that gives the runner a tag when you don't have tag punishment. It's still annoying, and clearing a tag still costs a click and 2 credits if they respect it, or you can trash your resources, but generally you want to build a deck that swings into the tag that makes it actually a bit more functional part of the game plan. And damage is more of a sum of its parts type of thing. You need a bunch of it for it to make sense. Exactly. It's like, imagine this deck had a subroutine that just says do 1 core damage. Runner actually doesn't have to respect that. They don't know that. Mind you, I try to build decks that function for open deck lists more than closed deck lists. I like open deck list Netrunner. I think it's more interesting. I want the deck to function even if the opponent knows what you're playing, as opposed to be like, surprise, you died to Snare and HB or something like that. But yeah, sometimes you need the damage actually to matter in summation more than just like, oops, that's annoying. I think Mindscaping econ-wise is a worse screen level clearance, trading an extra credit for Scry effect and optional tag damage, and then you like lose a draw on the next turn. Oh, I don't like this thing. Changing the Hallman to Trank Grid is my first thought, though Trank doesn't work with Acosta. Yeah, okay. So this one's a bit tricky. We're going to arguably end up building a very similar Teia deck to that I want to build, but we're going to keep it on into NSG cards. So let's just copy this in. So we'll do copy into my decks and we'll go from there. Jinteki Glacier, I think is fine. I'm actually really interested in this. I haven't seen people play Anoetic Managarm in Jinteki in years. I don't think I've seen an Anoetic Managarm remote server in a really, really long time. And for what it's worth, the Teia is pretty good at getting upgrades on the table. Great Mindscaping is 100% not econ. Just found the Masswork line too funny next to this. I get it. All right, so let's try and move some of the stuff. We need more money. I think our game plan is good, but we need way more money in the deck for sure. So let's just change that. This is a very easy swap. So we'll go to edit. And let's look at some of our options. Collection standard. Wow, NSG only? Why don't we hit that button? I didn't know that was a button. Oh, look how small that list is. So let's start here. Our agenda suite. We don't have that many options. Fuji is cute, but it doesn't actually really work with our win condition. There is a big chance that we could go and play here something like a send a message, which allows us to res some of the more expensive ice in their deck for free. And that is a bigger catapult that pushes us forward. There's a chance that the 2 net damage from Fuji matters less than the send a message does. And so send a message is the other 5/3 you can play in the format. Mind you, if you're playing standard, you have access to this, which I don't think is going to show up because we've changed the collection. But this is the 5/3 you generally play in the slot, which is bacterial programming. And this agenda is just nonsense. It allows you to basically set up your next couple turns and don't lose on R&D, bring the cards to HQ. This card's very, very good. If I had to recommend one Jinteki card to proxy in the standard format, this is probably the one I would recommend from FFG out of a Jinteki card pool. I think by far this is the one I'd recommend. I don't know if I'm missing anything there. I'll put it on the list. But bacterial programming is probably the 5/3 you want to play in most generalist Jinteki lists. Okay, Charlotte and Cohort are great. Yeah, Charlotte and Cohort are great. I think Mindscape only makes sense if you care about both options. Yes. Which is a vanishingly small list of decks. So I think for now, let's cut the Fuji and we'll play 2 send messages and hopefully that's a soft econ card for the deck because it's really hard for us to capitalize on 2 net damage when the way that our stuff is going. Longevity, also for what it's worth, it's nice to have a 3/2 in the deck. I think Longevity's text is not as good as some 4/2s you could play. Now the question is, what 4/2s do we have in the NSG only card pool that are better than this? I would recommend this card. Oh, it's not in the card pool. Oh, so there is a card that NSG printed, which is like a reprint of an old FFG Magnum Opus card. It's called, I don't even know the name of it anymore, but that's the 4/2 I'd play in that slot, which is fine. Anansi is another good FFG card to proxy. I am so low on Anansi right now. I think it's definitely worth knowing, but like, I don't think I play Anansi in a lot of my Jinteki decks unless I'm playing Ag Infusion. Like I'd proxy Ag Infusion sooner than Anansi, right? Yeah, timely public release. This is one that I wouldn't recommend you to like proxy because it exists in like one deck and it's the Teia deck. In short, this allows you to clicklessly install a piece of ice, which means you can clicklessly install an agenda, which means you can fast advance agendas from hand. It's really, really quite cool. But this is the 1/4/2 I'd argue that should be better than Longevity Serum. But it's not FFG, and I don't think this card is that important. I think you can play the Longevity Serum and think it's fine. It's probably fine. It's one of your better options outside of that, for sure. So, assets. The question is, how do we let a Teia fire? We can let a Teia fire by installing a bunch of ice. That's fine. We can also install a bunch of assets. And luckily, a Teia right now has some really good assets. Charlotte is fantastic. Charlotte is just such a good card. Install advance in a remote server looks like an agenda. Install advance looks like an agenda, and the runner has to run it. Even if you do install in a naked server and advance it, the runner still has to run it and you still trash it to gain 3 credits. Charlotte's just one of the most powerful Jinteki Glacier like kind of cards in the whole set that it's hard not to run 3 of them. She's very, very, very good. Was Longevity Serum a reference to Alpha Centauri, the game? Longevity Vaccine, I think not. I'm not sure about that. I think just is like the font of life that Jinteki has figured out. So Charlotte's great. Another good card that we put on remote servers, it's just a good card right now, is Cohort Guidance Program. It's another econ card that you can put in your second remote server. It allows you to score agendas even faster using this text, but it's another like quintessential card to go in the remote server to make a Teia fire more consistently. It's very, 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 very good. Serum Vaccine could still be the intended reference. Yeah, it could be. I think the coolest TPR thing I've done with the runner, hitting Adrian, trashing him, and then when they run back using TPR and install Tattoo on the other server and install new Adrian, that's pretty sick. I've seen people use it to get Lacostas on the table to score out 5/3s and stuff. Some really wild stuff you can do with timely public release. So we're going to cut the snares because we're going to not worry about damage because generally we want damage to be in a deck that cares about damage. We don't like incidental damage, let alone incidental damage that anti-hedge funds us. That's very, very expensive. I think Regulus is another card we can cut. This is, again, unfortunately, where you probably want to consider playing Rashida. And I think if there's any card from the FFG card pool that you want to consider proxying, it's likely Rashida Yahim. She's just so good. There's no card you can put in the remote server turn 1 that matters more than Rashida. Rashida is just kind of, you know, above all else. We're going to do our hardest by playing Charlotte and going to play like Cohort, and together they kind of do what a Rashida does, but not exactly really. But just keep that in mind. This is definitely where you jam 3 Rashida into the deck because Rashida is something else. Operations, I don't like Mindscaping. It doesn't do enough. We definitely want more economy in the deck. There's other things we can maybe do with our influence, but the other stuff I would do is like Hansei Review is the other easy econ we can play. We have to discard cards. Sometimes it can be difficult. Sometimes it turns on the cohort. We can play 2 of them and see how it goes and go from there. Let's look at the upgrades. Anoetic, fantastic. Adrian, we're playing a lot of upgrades. I think Adrian actually plays a lot better with a Teia. It's a lot easier to use Adrian because you can install him in any server and then move him over. That's fantastic. We have Anoetic as well. Then we have a single Managarm. That's a really nice combination of these cards all together. Now, the Holoman is very, very expensive. If you want to score out anything, you're looking at a minimum 6 credits, and then this has to get trashed after that. It can still be difficult, but if you want to fire this twice, you have to spend, 10 credits to score out agendas. That's really difficult for this deck. But don't fret. There's cheaper ways to do it that make a lot of sense with our agenda suite, and that is, of course, Lacosta Grid. This is another quintessential 3x card in the deck, because any server this is in can do work for you. It either free advances your Charlotte, and then you can get the Charlotte economy firing without advancing it, but then it also just like means that any card in the remote server looks like a 4-2 threat. You just install next turn, you get the free advance, and the runner still has to trash this for 4 credits. This is just very good. It saves a lot of influence that we can work with in the deck, and we can go pretty far with influence in this deck. Lacosta is fantastic. When on Charlotte and Cohort, I found Rashida hard to actually play when you're limited to 2 remote servers. Well, generally the runner should be trashing your cohort, right? Like if the cohort's on the table all game, the runner has messed up. So I think you can find a window for that. Subliminal has synergy with Hansei and Anoetic. I think we can consider doing it. I wonder if it's hard to stop the runner from running all the time, but Subliminal is a card you want to consider when you're seeing Cohort and when you're seeing Hansei for sure. I play Sprint over Spin Doctor and Teia. Tyler, how's it going? I really like Spin Doctor because you can clicklessly install him on most board states, and you just like having enough things to put in a remote server on top of Lacosta to really scare the runner. I could see why I want to play Sprint, but the fact that we clicklessly install Spin Doctor makes it seem even better in a Teia than anything else. Yeah. All right. So I think we actually have a pretty good structure of upgrades to score. We have Lacosta through run agendas. We have some assets that give us economy, and we have an agenda suite that I think is going to work out a bit better for us. So the last thing we want to address is what to do with 6 influence and what to do with this here, which is our ice. So let's talk about our ice. NSG only ice suite. So we can look at all the options. I like the Codegate slot a lot. I think that's fantastic. I think having an end to run is really nice. The only other thing is we could consider spending some influence on an magnet. Maybe your meta requires this. This is the sort of card you want to keep in the back of your mind. I think for what it's worth, magnet is in a better position than Eli right now, just because there's more things that magnet goofs up than Eli is annoying. So I would probably do that swap and then just play 1 fewer Enigma. Tactical is amazing, very, very good, obviously for many reasons for the Teia. Ivik, though, I think has not scaled well in the game. This is just unfortunately one of the cards, the more that you play the game, the less you'll see it, and you'll realize people just don't like it. We are running a lot of code gates, it's true, so we can get a cheap Enigma relatively quickly, but still at the end of the day, I think just the fact that this thing is harder to break and gets to 6 strength pays for itself. So I would easily play like 2 Botu, and then Brawn is another really good one that we can put in this deck. It comes in at 6 strength. They can click through it. This subroutine fires a Teia, which is very, very good. It's just a hard thing to deal with. I think this is a fantastic barrier suite that we can't ask for more. I also said, I read that, excuse me. Other on Rhyme, we'll get to that if we need to get to that. We still have some influence to work with. And then the Sentry slot, we don't want to spend 10 credits on a piece of ice. We don't. We have to understand exactly where we are. Oh, give me 1 second. Hold on. Thank you for your patience. We're back. I think our bathroom's in a good spot for today. More work tomorrow, so we'll be able to play games, which is sick. Okay, so when you look at your deck, you need to figure out where on the threshold you're going to stand between Mega Glacier and Rush Midrange Glacier. Rush Midrange Glacier wants to close the game out on like turn 12 to turn 16. We actually want to constantly put things in the remote server. Mega Glacier wants to get some of the biggest, most annoying ice up, afford it, and then eventually push into remote server. It's a bit of a slower game plan, and I don't think a Teia actually serves you that well for that game plan compared to some of the other stuff in the standard card pool. Obviously, this is FFG stuff, but like Ag Infusion is the deck that can do as much as I feel like you do need to rush a bit in Ag Infusion. You can go for that late game where things really, really matter. So that puts us in a weird spot. We're like, we don't want to spend 10 credits on an taxing piece of ice, because not only is that going to be most of the money in the deck, but we need to keep our money into the remote server. We need to push into there faster. And generally, speed makes up for the fact that our ice is not as hard to break as Cloud Eater. It's just how do you deal with a Boto on turn 2? That's kind of more where we want to push the game out, is we want to put the game to be a bit faster. So I'd argue that we don't want the biggest, chunkiest ice in the format. Mind you, we don't even care about some of these subroutines. Like, that's just inherently an issue because we don't care about damage. Not that that's not a reason not to play Cloud Eater, but we want to play something that's a bit closer to the ground, that is easier to res, that is just as annoying to a runner. And I would argue we can look here at one of our friends here. There's a chance that Saisentan scares the runner enough that they can't run, and we res it for half the cost of the Cloud Eater. They only break it for 3 credits if they have their breakers up. Like, that is a problem for us. Another option, if you want to save 1 more credit, is you can play Karuna, which utilizes for 1 fewer. And some certain breaker suites actually break this for more because the strength matters. But both of these serve the purpose of it's going to hurt them a bit, and it's going to keep them out until they find their sentry breaker, and then it'll be medium taxing. And that's kind of all we want. We want medium taxing. It's also very important to understand when it comes to ice placement is where are you going to put the stuff? This is not an ice that I generally put on the remote server, because a lot of the times I don't care how many cards the runner in hand is accessing their remote server. Now, I understand we cut Fuji and Anemone and some other stuff from the deck, but a lot of times we just want to put this on central ice because it's annoying, it's taxing enough, and it's not the sort of thing where on the remote server I'm more likely to want to put like Brawn into a Boto because they keep people out and they're expensive to deal with. So I'd argue that these sort of slots, we're probably better off spending something a bit mid-range that is annoying, that can keep the runner out. Another one that you could consider is also Faunatria, which is very, very similar. As much as we don't care about the tag, the runner might care about the tag. They might just have to clear the tag themselves. So I think these are all very similar sentries. So much of the sentries are just by the same thing, plus or minus 1 number, which is frustrating. But I do think we can get away with just running like, say, 2 Karunas and just calling it a day. Karuna has weirdly felt better recently because the respect people have for Saisentan and Anansi. Yes, I don't like Anansi. Anansi is like the FFG card that would classically fit in the slot, the like proto Cloud Eater. And this is the sort of deck that cannot afford to play 8 credits for an Anansi. It's just way too much money for an Anansi. I think a lot of people would recommend Anansi as one of the like FFG cards to understand that exist in the card pool, because it does have a really gross on encounter or when you pass text. But at the end of the day, we don't want to spend 8 credits for this. We want to keep our 6 credit remote server ice and just push out into there. So I'd recommend that we can just get rid of the Cloud Eater, the Anemone, and play like 2 Karuna if we want to. We have Influence. Do you know what's another good card in the deck, but it's so frustrating? Drafter. This is such a good card for our deck, considering we have so many important things to install, and it fires our ability. But the problem with Jinteki is Jinteki has some of the worst sentry face checks. You die to Saisentan. You know, Anansi like really messes you up, that people just don't face check without a killer. So unfortunately, the sort of sentries that you want to fire incidentally just do not fire in faction, because if the drafter fires, they could have died to Saisentan. It's just a bummer that it feels like the mid-range sentries are too good, specifically Saisentan, that you can't play any sentry that is like incidental. I think the only argument is like Tithe could fit in the slot because it's super cheap, but is super annoying. Most decks will break Tithe for the same amount that they break, like give or take +1, -1 Saisentan or Karuna, which the fact that you pay of 20% of the price kind of makes Tithe look really good. I actually do like Tithe a lot better. We have Influence for Hammer. Yeah, Hammer's actually not a bad one. It's a meta call of whether they want to play Hammer or not, but Hammer's totally fine. You can put it there. That's a really good card right now. Tithe is great. Archives Ice. Love me some Archives Tithe. Yeah. Tithe is fine. How much ice do we have? We have currently 16, or without the rhymes. I don't have a really strong reason to play rhyme. Mind you, because we're a mid, like we're that sort of Glacier Rush deck, this is not a card that we ever want to draw. If I want to push an agenda in the remote server on top of Lacosta on the next turn, do I want to draw a rhyme, or do I want to draw an ice that the ice itself does something? Rhyme doesn't do something. It's a support card. So it only works if you're playing super slow that you can set this up, or you have some weird combo where rhyme really matters. Then I'd argue that we don't. So I think we want cards that immediately have some impact for the board state, because we're I'm immediately trying to win the game deck. So just keep that in mind. I don't like rhyme for that reason. I think we can just get rid of those. One rhyme can goof up some Breaker Suites hard. It can. But like, I think this is what's gonna goof up some Breaker Suites hard. You're not wrong. I just like, I want our ice to do something immediately. If we had Thimble Rig, it'd be easier to play rhyme because you can move it around and do something cute with it. But I think we can cut that. So we're currently playing 60 nice. That's probably enough. Mind you, Rashida does help because you're a bit more consistent at drawing into your stuff. And I think we have 2 influence to spend. So what can we do with our 2 influence? We could play another Vovo. I like Vovo. Vovo's nice. I think we play Seamless Launch. Seamless Launch is really quite good. It allows you to score at your 4-2s, your 5-3s a bit faster than your opponent thinks. That's quite nice. I think Corporate Hospitality is another really cool one because you draw 2 cards and get one from the bin. So it's really easy for you to set up a very like optimal Teia trigger. I've liked Corporate Hospitality a lot. I think whatever you want here, you can season to taste. I think Hospitality is like a fun option and it is a soft econ card, which is kind of nice. Seamless Launch is definitely not bad either. And what Manic Armadrian sounds like enough of Doom Remote. Yeah, exactly. We honestly didn't change the deck a lot. All we did is we focused it. We said we don't need incidental snares. We said we don't need anemones. We don't want the most expensive ice. And mind you, Vampire Nessa seems expensive, but a lot of times Vampire Nessa gets rezzed for 5 credits. That's a steal because you get this back. So just keep that in mind, is that we just made the deck a bit cheaper, a bit faster. We swung into the thing that we want to do. We didn't change a lot of this. And then we just dropped the very expensive slow card to La Costa. Well, actually, Holloman's not that slow. Hospitality is a good shot at Teia. Can still get the double install after playing it. Yeah. A lot of times with Hospitality, you'll get back like an Adrian or an Anoetic and then install that and then install, like you install the Adrian in the second server, you install the agenda in server 1. Like you set up some really nice stuff. Corporate Hospitality in Teia is pretty good. Nice. That's it. Minimal changes. Slightly tuned the ice suite. This is definitely playable. Install triggers could be a consideration when considering influence, yield, Bran, ablative, etc. Yes. Braun has that. That's nice. Ablative is something that you could consider. Ablative is actually really cool because it fires a Teia. We don't get to threat 3 that well. Not that, we get to threat 3 okay. Like 2 2-pointers will get there. This is also worth something, but I don't think we need more barriers. I think this seems okay. There's some flexibility here. Again, play Rashidas if you have it. If you have Rashidas, I think you'd end up cutting, I don't know what you cut. I think you actually eat into the Hanseis and the Vovo, maybe. Maybe not. Looks good. Sam, have fun. I don't grid it up. That's the term we use. That's so bad. Who's in charge here? Okay, we're gonna do one more and then we're gonna get some gameplay. We'll do one more. Do you want to do runner or you want to do corp? Our options are Seb, breakerless near breakerless Seb. This one's not that hard without an FFG. We have virus Hosh. So this one's hard error without FFG. It's not a Knob Curry deck, but like we're playing 2 simul chips, you know how it goes. We have Padma, Khusyuk Padma, kind of fun. And we have Prov Glacier. This one is tricky because this is mostly just make your ice good. And making your ice good is hard. Runner, I'm struggling more on that side of building. I find that strange. I think Corporation's a lot harder to build because like you can't accidentally win games as Corporation. That's cool to hear. Padma seems fun, yeah. Give us the captain. Okay, let's do the Padma. Okay. My attempt at building a breaker/hardware suite agenda geared up with the 2-cost cards to exploit Khusyuk. Seems to be good fun so far, especially with further HQ disruption using Burner. Cool, Burner's fun. So, for those who don't know, we're Padma. We're only using 12 influence so far, so we have a lot of like tarmac to run down. The first time each turn to run an R&D begins, you may charge one of your installed cards. Let's add a power counter to a card that already has one. Khusyuk is a need card. Khusyuk is a really neat card. A lot of text on it. Basically, it says run R&D, pick a number, then look how many installed cards you have of that number. 0 is not an option. And then look up to that many cards from the top of the deck, access one of them. It is not the most powerful card. Now, we talked about Moo Safecracker being like a really unsalvageable card. Oh, that was a bad idea. Unsalvageable card when it comes to the standard format. And Khusyuk is like kind of there. I would say Khusyuk is definitely way more player than Moo Safecracker because it actually does something more consistently. It's not incredibly expensive. The cost is generally in your deck building, and you could argue there's no cost if your deck is still good. But Khusyuk is not Moo Safecracker. It's like a tier above Moo Safecracker. I'd be surprised to see it in standard, but it's not unsalvageable. Moo Safecracker just has really bad numbers because it's very expensive, because this was before NSG said that criminals could run R&D. Mind you, this is super notable because criminals never had an R&D pressure card besides an accidental misprint that happened at one point in time. It's a really funny story. But this is why this was notable. But then after that, they were like, criminals just run all centrals, which was a wild change in how criminals existed. I like it, but keep that in mind. Khusyuk is like weird, but not terrible. You can't accidentally win games as a corporation. Tell that my opponent that killed me. I'm a bias. Like, they had to res it. They had to figure it out. JD, how's it going? Is a runner harder to build? Corpus focused on a game plan. Runners mainly generals and having tools for matchups. I feel like if you put a runner deck and like without any synergy, you just put like 40% econ, 25% card draw, and then just like 6 breakers, like you can win games. And then 2 multi-axis cards, like you can win games. I think as a corporation, if you just put ice, like you're not going to win a game. Okay, so this one's this one's harder to look at a distance because it has a bunch of like different engines. I think the overarching idea is if we go sort by cost. Wait, we can sort by cost, right? Yeah. Well, that's not even that many two costers. I think this is mostly events, but like just everything that fits in two ended up in here. So there's a lot of like interesting inclusions that are just there because I think they cost two. Yeah, I think fundamentals gets you far as a runner. It does much farther than corporation sometimes. So let's look at what we have here. Firstly, what's our win condition? Our win condition is Khusyuk. Is Khusyuk enough of a win condition? Probably not. I think it's very easy in Padma, even on top of other two costers, to have a bit more win condition in your deck. But 3 copies of Khusyuk is going to access you 3 cards. That's not enough to win the game, if you ask me. Burner kind of helps because you can use Burner as like soft multi-axis. But I just think that we need to work on the multi-axis because just seeing 3 cards potentially if we draw every single Khusyuk is not enough to win. So keep that in mind. We need more win condition in the deck. We don't have enough win condition in the deck. Corps ultimately have to find something unfair to win games. Yes, they have to put together a couple things to work. You can just play economy and breakers, you'll be fine. Oh, we have trick shot. Sorry, we do have trick shot. That's a bit of multi-axis. It's soft, but that's not the worst. I find trick shot hard to play sometimes in Padma because they ice up R&D really well. Because Padma, like you see the boat coming from a mile away, but that's actually not nothing. So what else do we have in terms of our econ packages? We have a really weird econ package. We have DZ because it's a 2-coster and it helps install some of our stuff. That's okay. We have Pantograph as well. That's cool. Pantograph and DZ are a neat combo because if it fires when the agenda is scored, you can install something -2. That's cute. We have Datacast and we have Telework. Okay. But we have Pawn Shop. But it doesn't seem like a Pawn Shop deck because we don't have that many Pawn Shop targets. We have 2 Coalescence, mind you, as a 2-coster. And then we have 2 copies of Muse. So we have like weird things that we can pawn shop, but we're not swinging heavily into the pawn shop engine. If we did, we'd probably play 3 Muse, 3 Coalescence. Daily Cast is not a bad pawn shop target, but it feels like we're like 75% into a pawn shop deck. I'm not 100% sure whether you can build 75% of a pawn shop economy and have it be smooth. I'd imagine if we're 75% pawn shop, we're probably better off playing spec work and have just a bit more tempo options, but we have like slightly pawn shop. You should go to 3 Muse, 2 SMC. Yeah, that's an option too, but it might be hard to play like that. We'll see. Muse has some cool synergy with the rest of the deck. The Breaker Suite's also really interesting. I think the Breaker Suite mostly exists because it says 2 on it, which I think is a trap. I don't think you need every card in your deck to say 2 on it to make a good Khusyuk deck. Now, that can still be a fun project, and I'm not saying this is bad, but just keep it in mind, it looks like a lot of the structural decisions on this deck were around 2, where a lot of times the Khusyuk decks will make like a reasonable shaper deck, and then incidentally have a lot of 2s that also work within it, as opposed to like having decisions like, what is your Breaker Suite? That's sometimes a harder thing. Making the decision on what your Breaker Suite is more attached to the meta and what works, less so because it makes Khusyuk slightly better. So we just need to keep that in mind. What's our Padma target here? I don't know. Nuka and Telework, I guess. Coalescence? Sort of, but not really. Not great Padma targets, but we'll get there. Hey, hurry. Quick rules question, if you don't mind. Can you stack triggers in such a way that you example, an Earthrise draws you cards the same turn you sack it to pawn shop? Yes. Yeah. Your starter turn triggers, you can trigger in any order you want. So Daily Cast is a big example. You just have to watch out. When your starter turn triggers, you can hit pawn shop or you can have Daily Cast first. That being said, if you take the last 2 credits off of a Daily Cast, it will trash itself because this text will fire, so you can't pawn shop an empty Daily Cast. That being said, that means if there's a Daily Cast with 2 credits on it, you can pawn it before it leaves, so you get 3 instead of 2. That's okay. Or if it has 4 credits on it, you can take the Daily Cast to go down to 2 and then pawn it to gain 5. So you're fully in control of the trigger. A very common one too is when something like Hoshiko. The backside of Hoshiko says when your turn begins, lose a credit to draw a card. If you're on 0 credits, trigger Hoshiko first, losing no credits, and then do your Daily Cast second. So you can trigger your orders totally. A lot of times you want to do your card draw ordering first before you make decisions. Not that you're making a decision there, but you generally want to do Earthrise first anyways, see what you've drawn into, and then respond with the information to handle what you want to pawn shop. It's a great question, but your starter turn triggers, you choose the order that they go. Environment testing's cast is good here. Yeah, even testing is good. Yeah. So the Breaker Suite, Euler. This breaker doesn't see a lot of play. It's cool. It's really, really cool. Now, it breaks code gates for free on some turns, and we technically have a turbine, so we can get a 4-string decoder that breaks everything for free. That's cool. Now, this text is really good if we're cycling a lot, which we can. We have 3 Simulchip and 2 Muse. There's a reason we want to play 3 Muse if we want to just like spam Oilers. That's kind of fun. This sort of like break all code gates for free is really good on a turn that we want to run a lot. And for what it's worth, Khusyuk is not a thing that we want to run a lot, right? Like something like a Conduit, if R&D is only code gates, we can run Conduit 4 times, and that's really, really sick. So keep that in mind. Sometimes your Breaker Suite benefits a certain playstyle or not. That's not a reason not to play Euler, but keep that in mind. Like if we're running a lot, that's a nice way to get Euler. Trigger your orders. Cost 2, therefore it makes a deck in first drive. Yeah, Lord, how's it going? Exactly. It probably made it because it costs 2. There's a chance that it's okay for the deck, but yeah, there's other ways we can play it. Gauss, very similar idea. And this is another thing that falls slightly in towards the camp of like, I get a bit worried when all of our cards are synergistic because they end up overlapping into the resources to support the synergistic engine. We talked about this in Stealth. If you have a stealth multi-access card that requires stealth, if you have a stealth decoder and you have a stealth fractor, killer, whatever, you can run out of stealth credits because everything requires stealth credits. It's a lot easier to build a stealth deck that has one good stealth payoff and enough stealth credits to support that, as opposed to 3 cards that require stealth credits. And Gauss is another breaker that is really good on the turn it installs, and on all other turns is bad or not great. And if that's the case, is Gauss, right? Like, is both Gauss and Euler, are they both going to be requiring the constant babysitting of Simulchipping and Muse, that it might be okay to run a different fractor and then just, you know, use Euler, right? Like, I'm not wording it too elegantly, but in short, if we're required Simulchip and Muse to make our breakers good, we probably can't get away with 2 breakers that both require that, because we're eventually going to run out of Simulchips and Muses. Mind you, there's some cool 2-cost fractors you can play. Like, Schroeder is totally serviceable. It's not lighting the world on fire, but we have Turbine. But like, you can just play a 2-cost Schroeder. We have Influence to burn. It's 2-cost if we really want to land that angle, which I'm going to try and land that angle because it seems like a fun challenge. And this thing is just fine. So just keep that in mind. Sometimes if everything requires, then nothing has enough to satisfy it. Revolver, similar idea too, but really cool. It's a 2-coster, but it's another card that constantly requires it to be reinstalled when it runs out of bullets. So it's another card that's taxing out our Simulchips and Muse. So now we have 3 breakers that all require Simulchips and Muses, and eventually we'll run out of Simulchips and Muses. So I think this card's a better payoff than any of the other cards, because breaking sentries for like 2 credits is sick, but you gotta watch out. We're gonna run out of charges eventually. You can recharge this with Captain Padma, but you're gonna run out of bullets, and then everything's gonna be taxed out. So I think it probably serves us well to like play a different code gate breaker. Maybe I think Euler's okay. We can play a different fractor, definitely. I think Revolver is a good enough payoff that we want to keep this around. Can consider Khusyuk 1 with Propeller, Pawn Shop, Nuka, Telework, and Simulchip. Yeah, we could, but then Coalescence Muse doesn't work. It's tricky. For what it's worth too, Coalescence is hard because it's a 2-coster, but it's not permanent. Like, we want to pawn shop it. So it's not a real 2-coster for the sake of Khusyuk. It's just like technically a 2-coster on some board states, but you want to get rid of it. We also have 3 Chesva. I've never seen this. I've never seen 3 Chesva. I've never even seen Chesva out of faction that commonly. I think there's a chance that Chesva out of faction is good, especially in Padma, who wants to be running R&D. Like, this is just free real estate. I don't think Chesva is terrible. I think there's comparably a lot of cards that give you 1 to 2 credits of value turn after turn after turn that are less influenced than this. Obviously, it's a 2-coster. I'm fascinated about this, but we'll see how it works out, because I think 3 Chesva is like super greedy. It's a lot of influence for something that's like not like, there's other ways to get comparable results, but it's kind of cool. Sounds like it's time to slot some tester and spa. I don't know about that. How's it going? We have Coalescence, we have Muse, we have SMCs, and we have Turbine. Turbine's obviously sick. It doesn't say 2 on it. So looking at this, influence, we have a lot of work to do. Padma's ability doesn't seem to be working too hard for us. We have Nuka, we have Telework, we have technically a Revolver, but we have very minimal things. There's other really cool 2-costers in the format. We can search by 2-costers to see what else makes sense. I think we have an idea for the deck, but the deck just inherently doesn't have enough multi-access because you can't win off 3 Khushuks, let alone you're not going to draw all 3 of your Khushuks, so it's a tricky spot. How much economy do we have? Let's check. 1, 2, 3, trick shots, sort of, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, overclock, Dzen, pantograph are soft. I'm not going to count them. Aesops, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Yeah, maybe we have enough economy. Chesva and Padma's Inspired don't need 3 though. Yeah, you don't need 3 because you can get 1 out consistently. But like Chesva as a splash, it's kind of sick. Kind of like it. Sometimes you get like where newer players are doing like interesting deck building and you see something that you haven't considered. And you're like, wait, that's actually kind of sick. This is actually kind of sick. But I don't think I'd spend 9 influence, but it is genuinely kind of sick. Turbine says 2 in the textbooks, just not the right spot. Do we need 3 overclock, 3 trick shot, and 3 Chesva? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know how consistently we're getting this down. I think trick shot's just very good for the deck. Overclock is arguably cuttable. We don't have very expensive installs anyways off of SMC, but it's like, it's an okay card. We have a lot of slots here. Can Gamble find a slot here? It might not need to, but it could. It's an easy card to put in the deck. We're at least playing Creative Commission, which is fantastic. We're not having enough card draw. I think that does jump out of the deck. Like, the card draw in the deck is just 2 Nuka. That's it. That's way too little card draw. And it's very easy in Shaper to just add 3 Diesel. 3 Nuka is fine. Stone Ship Chart Room is also a really nice card. We'll get to those in a second. Those don't say 2 on them all the time, but it's really easy to add card draw into Shaper. Shaper is the card draw faction. And currently we have 2 card draw cards. If I'm not missing anything, that's just simply not enough. So we'll fix that too. For playing Ace Ops, we have too many events. Not necessarily, but there's a chance Ace Ops should be spec work. I can't tell if they, like, the way that we looked at the last Corp deck and said, like, this deck is trying to do 2 things at once. This deck is also trying to do 2 things at once. There's a chance it can do 2 things at once, but there's also a chance that we can play like prepaid voice pad economy, which is another 2 coster cards, and build into that more. And then we don't need Ace Ops, we don't need Coalescence, and we'll probably do better for ourselves. That we focus ourselves on one lane as opposed to playing like a weird Khusyuk deck and a half of a pawn shop deck. I think for the sake of the argument, that'll be an easier deck to build. We'll just focus on that and probably build prepaid because prepaid makes sense. Does the influence work swapping 1 Chesva for a twinning? Influence definitely works, but I think we're gonna play Cataloger because it says 2 on it, and like that's on brand for the deck. Yeah, there's a lot of leftover influence, which like you don't have to use all your influence. You should consider doing it because generally every faction is not good at everything. Shaper's pretty good at most things though, but yeah, you know what I mean. Plus 3x Diesel, it's a good card. Yeah, Diesel's fine. I think once you're on prepaid, you should probably change ID to Lat. I don't think so. Like, I hear you, but I think we can keep it because it's fun. It's worth noting we're not trying to build the best deck, and I think there's arguments why Padma could be more fun than Lat. I think Lat is fun to focus on fundamentals. Like, I think a Lat is a good learning identity because you have to plan your turn, and forcing yourself to plan your turn is just a good way to get better in Netrunner. But Padma is also kind of fun. Like, we have to make it fun too. Is deck doctoring a regularly scheduled thing? Hurry, it's not. We should. I will do some more after this, but I just got a nice email from Sam. I was like, yeah, I can help you out. And then Sam sent a lot of deck lists. And I was like, I'll do this on stream. It's easier. But it's like a fun thing to do. We should do it more consistently. We probably should stream more or something. I don't know. Twinning works with the prepaid idea quite well, but a cataloger is also very strong. Yes. We build 1 twinning deck. Let's not build 2 twinning decks. We build 1. But cataloger is fine. Okay, first thing we're going to do. SMC is a lot better than Muse in this deck. It's on 3x overclock, 3x trick shot. Yes, I think Muse was in the deck because of but the fact that these breakers can come back over and over again, that's something. And because it says 2 on it. I agree that it doesn't scream like this deck needs Muse in it, and SMC gets you pretty far. It says 2 on it, right? But let's search for 2s to get inspiration, and then we'll like gut the thing if we need to gut the thing. We're gonna go NSG only. Mind you, I do not know if there's anything in standard that a Shaper deck needs. Too bad Khusyuk doesn't combo with twinning or cataloger though. It'd be pretty messed up, wouldn't it? Yeah, there's no synergy between those 2 packages, which is a bummer. Like, there's a chance that you should just do Khusyuk and then play like other multi-access cards, but that is inherently one of the problems with Khusyuk. Again, I said Khusyuk is not a great card, but it's a salvageable card. The problem is like all the other multi-access cards compared to this, like Cataloger, Trick Shot, Deep Dive, are so much better than Khusyuk. It's not unsalvageable. Like, it's not Moose Safecracker, but you can play it. The issue is like there's just nothing in the format that like synergizes with Khusyuk at all. And all the other cards you can build around a bit more. So it is what it is. So we're going to go to O, 2, and we're going to see which 2 costers we can play. We're going to do every single faction that makes sense in the format, and we're just going to start not on events, on hardware. We'll look at all those 2 costers. So anything that jumps out to us, we'll consider. Prepaid voice pad. Yep, seems fine. We're going to play more events. This is pretty good for us. It's a 2 coster that makes some sense. Pete, what's the brief? How's it going? We got some decks from a player who's playing only NSG stuff, and we received the deck list, and the question was like, do you got some feedback? This is the 3rd one we've doctored. We're going to play them in a second. Trying to play no FFG cards, which has been okay. I think Rashid has been the biggest problem so far. Had a weird bad idea, but deep dive with an extra click and fire Pretty Mary to access 3. No, because deep dive only is a single access, and Pretty Mary says only when you're allowed to access 2. Like, Pretty Mary only works with multi-access. Wait, hold on. No, because I think deep dive is not a breach, right? Yeah, deep dive is not a breach. Play only made successful run the court must set aside. Yeah, you don't breach. Pretty only works on breaches. I think there's a couple reasons why it doesn't work, but that's the first one. Yeah, we don't breach. Yeah. It's a cool idea though. Yeah, bummer. I hear you. I drew out to get my kids dinner. Didn't realize you'd already done a 20 deck. Padma and cataloger in a deck. Oh, it's gone. It's gone. Sorry. All right, other 2 costers we want to play. Mind you, if you have influence to burn, Hermes is never bad. Hermes is always like a card that you can consider putting in your deck. 3 spare influence for Julie. I am like so low on Julie. I think we can consider it, but it's like not the first card I put in the deck. We have Nuka, we have Telework, so like we could consider Julie, but I just feel like, I don't know. I don't like Julie that much. I need to play more with it though. This is the other card we want to play. It's Cataloger. It's good. We can always charge it, so we can always just use its ability to look at the top 4, and that's very, very powerful. This adds a bit more multi-access to the deck. I think you could argue you want 1. Hey there, Sam. Unfortunately, work is caught in the way of watching this live. Can't wait to watch the VOD later and read all the comments. Thanks for everyone who got involved. Yeah, it's been really fun, Sam. Thanks for sharing some deck lists. Mind you, is it okay if I share the original versions in the write-up, like in the description on YouTube, and then we'll do the versions next to it? Or, because they're on stream, I think they're not published deck lists, but I think are they published? Maybe they are. Just let me know what you want to do with it. Doesn't Julie cost 2? Yeah, she does. There's a chance that we can play a single Cataloger and then we can rely more on Khusyuk and like Trick Shot, but Cataloger is fine. We could play 1 maybe. I think Cataloger is a better multi-access card than Khusyuk, but that's kind of outside of the spec of this. That's it. Let's go to programs. What costs 2 that makes any sense? Shout out your favorite cards. I think we're going to go down to at least 1 Chesva. If we want to play more, we want to play more. It's a lot of influence. I think Corroder is a 2-cost Fractor. If we want to play 2-costers, I think it is just better than Gauss on most board states, and we're gonna have Turbine anyways, hopefully, so we don't need that. Monkey Wrench, oh sick. Tunnel Vision, Tranquilizer. There's no 2-cost Decoder that we want to play, right? Like, wow, we don't want to play Abasu. Pressure Spike is honestly better than you think in the world of Treeline and Logjam everywhere. Maybe. I think Hush we'd probably want to play sooner than that. Hush costs 2, doesn't it? No, Hush costs 1. Also, mind you, Euler, a very similar idea to Euler, and it's like unfortunate that or sorry, to Gauss. It's unfortunate there's so much design space that just seems similar to other design space. It's like what's it called? What's the decoder, the barrier that comes in with power counters, right? Like that's a very similar idea to Gauss. It doesn't cost 2 though. I don't think you want it to Treeline Logjam, but there's so many cards that's just like, oh, this is good if I reinstall it. Cat's Cradle is 2, Cat's Cradle is 2, but it's pretty bad. The numbers on it are like not even as good as Corroder, and this text doesn't really match that much in Shaper. Ooh, my stomach's rumbling. All right, what else do we want to play on here? Beatrice is not terrible. It breaches R&D. Some pressure there. Botchless and Imp both look fun. So the thing with Botchless and Imp, Botchless is its own thing, but Imp is a card that you need slots for it to make sense. Like there's a chance that this deck will not run Simulchip. And if you're not running Simulchip, Imp doesn't make that much sense, but Imp is a good card. It is a fun, flexible, interesting card. So it's a sort of card though that it's hard to put 1 of in the deck unless you're going to swing into it. And inherently in Shaper with Simulchip and Muse, maybe you can, but I think we're going to end up cutting a bunch of those. Botchless doesn't matter that much. I'd actually rather than Botchless play Physarum if we want to spend some influence. I know it doesn't cost 2, but this just seems to do what Botchless does, but a bit better. There's a huge barrier gap between strength 1 and 4 where Pressure Spike would be bad, but almost no barriers actually exist. Yeah, that one Eli we cut from the deck. Okay, anything else on 2 that we care about? Doesn't seem like Julie is whatever. Whatever. She seems slow. And is a good card. She's a very good card. Another good reason to play Deep Dive, and works with Julie pretty well. She's okay. She doesn't seem quintessential to the deck. Iro, mind you, all the 2-coster hit R&D cards make sense. Like Iro, technically, Beatriz are all 2-costers. So if you want to swing more into smashing R&D over and over again the hard way. Any Chameleon synergy? No. Problem with Chameleon is that it's just very slow. It's very, very, very slow. Now it comes in with 5 strength with Turbine once you're set up. But the issue with Chameleon is the click compression. Chameleon is a playable card if you have a way to install this from your hand clicklessly. Right? Like if we had a card that put something on top of your deck so you could pull this out with Prognostic Q Loop mid-run, that's okay. But at the end of the day, having a breaker that is just, flexible as much as the strength might be an issue immediately, you just don't have the clicks to install this over and over again. That's the problem with Chameleon. You just don't have the click compression to get this to do its thing, because installing this over and over again, like spending 6 clicks in a game to install your Chameleon 6 times, let alone 12 credits, does not make up for the fact of how not great of a breaker it is. Or how good a breaker it is, if you want to look at it like that, right? Like if this came in at 4 strength or 5 strength, would it be worth it? Maybe. But even installing a Chameleon 6 times to break 5 strength ice of 1 type, you probably are better off just installing a permanent breaker solution and spending about the same amount of money, but less clicks. Takobi is dull but helpful, cost 2. Yeah, Takobi's good. Takobi's a good shout. Oh, FFG. That's why. I'm trying to NSG this. 3 shadows is not good for Khusyuk. That's like Stargate Cataloger engine with 1 run per turn. I think we're going to be running more than one per turn with Khusyuk Spark, right? Like, we're still going to play Netrunner. We're just also going to have Khusyuk as our thing. What if Chameleon had 1 million strength, though? If Chameleon had no strength, yeah, it'd be pretty good, I guess. I honestly don't know. If you still had to call type and install Chameleon, it would be okay. And if it had infinite strength. It's like all these things that we're describing are like kind of Slap Vandal, right? And Slap Vandal you install clicklessly. I don't know. Chameleon also FFG? No, but it's an NSG card because it's in, like, I'm counting it because it's system update, right? Like, if you can buy it online right now from NSG store, it counts as NSG. Besides, for some reason, Magnum Opus cards. I know it doesn't cost 2, but could Kurapira be worth it over Crota for more charge targets? Or are we not worried about Padma ability? So the problem with Padma, and this kind of falls into the same camp as like playing 2 engines in the same deck or putting too many stealth cards in your same deck, is that you end up in a situation where, and I think we talked about this even on Thursday last week when we played Padma, is that if you have like 9 or 10 different charge targets in a deck, you always charge the best one. And what is the best one? How often is the best one Kurapira? I'd answer probably not very often. Like, it's probably better to charge Nuka or an environmental testing or a cataloger or a wake implant or a twinning. Like, it's more often that you're going to be charging your best thing. So you don't really, it doesn't behoove you to play too many charge targets. You just need to play a couple good ones. And then you just always charge the good ones. It's very hard to have a reactive Padma deck where it's like, on this turn, I really want to charge the Kurapira. You can imagine it, but then inherently like Kurapira is awkward because you can't charge unless it already has a counter on it. So you already have this like roadblock that's inherently very frustrating when it comes to Padma. Kurapira charge can be worth like 5 credits. Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes it can. But you can also just play like Cleaver and Turbine. So sometimes not. I hadn't been able to make Chameleon work since Haley. It really wants to be able to install 2 in a click. Yeah, you need some sort of click compression to install it from hand or top of deck or some sort of synergy there. In the parlance of the NRDB API, it's NSG printings. The NSG printed Magnum Opus. Right? NSG printed Magnum Opus. It has NSG art on it. Am I missing something? Kurapira charge is only worth 5 credits because Kurapira is expensive to use. Yeah, not that we're gonna get that much better with Corroder, but yeah, you're right. It's only worth 5 credits because it's not great breaker. I mentioned maybe Boomerang over Cheza. I agree. Cheza feels like it doesn't quite work here. It's cute. Boomerang is tricky because it's not a real 2-coster for Khusyuk, but I think we have enough 2-costers. Okay, I think we've played all the 2-costers we really want to play. You can play Cyber Trooper to loot, mind you, if you're installing Oilers and Gausses over and over again. They want NSG only, even FFG cards reprinted by NSG. Well, I'm not sure what Sam wants. I think Sam was playing system update cards, right? Were there any system update cards in any of the decks so far? Like, yeah, there's pawn shop. So we're fine. We're fine playing system update. Okay. Let's do something with this. So let's cut the weird stuff. Let's make it a prepaid deck so we can end up cutting all the weird pawn shop stuff that like doesn't exactly work. No gambles. We'll get there. We'll get there. So we're going to cut the stuff that doesn't exactly line up with the deck. And now we want to move away from ASOS pawn shop. And we just want to be able to like play straightforward economy, prepaid voice pad, just get some nice economy, push yourself forward constantly. So prepaid voice pad is great. We don't need Muse that much because we don't really need to install cards. I'd argue simul chips we can get rid of. We can play 1 or 2 if we really want to because it gives you flexibility with self-modifying code and overclocks and stuff like that. We also have revolvers. Maybe we do need at least 2 simul chips. Maybe we need 3 simul chips. Time will tell. And then we want to play more influence and we want to play a couple more events. So how many events do you need for prepaid voice pad? Oh man, I want to play not a 2-cost console. Okay. Let's just look at the events that we can play. So we want to just play the good stuff events. Diesel's really good. The deck does not have enough card draw, so this is definitely a start for that. Dirty Laundry, when you play cheaper with prepaid voice pad, is pretty good. It's pretty good. I could see this getting cut eventually. We're already at 46 cards. What happened? Oh no. The Arcation Trickshot Maker Dice Sure Gamble is definitely worth playing in a prepaid deck. This is a sort of deck that you can also play Pinhole Threading, which is pretty great. Not a 2-coster, but we'll get there. Diesel doesn't get discounted for PV. Yeah, but it's still great. It draws into the cards that do get discounted. Rigging Up is like technically a Padma card, but it doesn't actually work on a lot of things in the deck. It gets a cataloger in for cheaper with 1 more counter. I think that's the only target. Another bullet in the revolver. It doesn't make any sense how revolvers work, but hey, we're there. And I think that's fine. Like at this point, we'll spend influence out of faction. Our hardware, 2 DZs. How much MU do we actually need for the deck? Right? So we are not reinstalling our breakers. We need 1, 2, 3. We have the Chesba, 4. We have the Turbine, 5. Which means we actually don't need 2 DZs, I don't think. It helps us get down an SMC early, which is kind of key. But we probably don't need 2 DZs because we're not going to be using that much more MU. Yeah. Swift also costs 2 cost console. Cool with all that at our events. Yeah, I kind of like Swift. How many run events do we have? Trickshot, Overclock, Khusyuk is a run event, Dirty Laundry run event, Burn is a run event. I kind of like that. One in the chamber. Swift is fun. It's not on icon, but it costs 2. I think that's pretty fun. It's going to work out better for Pentagraph. We don't have that many cheap installables. So we're discussing Shaper Econ as packages, Pawn, environmental testing, Anacom, etc. Yeah, Thanos, I think that's a good way of looking at it. I think we glazed over it a bit, but the idea is that when you look at your econ package, it's generally like a bunch of cards together that make sense. In every game, you need to generate some modicum, some threshold of credits based off of what you expect the meta to be and also how expensive your breakers are. So that obviously changes the more you play the decks. Generally, I say that as a newer player, you should over economy more than under economy. Like that's just the thing you want to have. More cards in your deck that give you credits and card draw is better for you because you'll just be spending less time doing the basic actions, which are not a very exciting part of the game as much as they are good. But yeah, the economy engine we're playing right now is we're trying to get most of our value from prepaid voice pad, giving you credit a turn, and just playing a bunch of events. Events are interesting because they give you a lot of value, but sorry, they don't give you value, they give you tempo. This is probably outside of the discussion here, but like the idea is that when you play a Diesel, that gives you a lot right now, but compared to something like a Nuka that gives you more over a longer period of time, we probably want to win a bit quickly. Maybe Khusyuk will get us there. Can Padma reload the revolver as long as it has a bullet in it? Yeah, she can. I think the original direction 2 installables works better with the theme. Who? This event package goes away from who? I think we have enough 2-costers for Khusyuk to make some amount of sense. If event heavy, do we want Ashen? Maybe. Padma has a gun is Khusyuk value, but if Seb has a gun, it's weird lore. Julie's a 2-credit card, a click to install. She gives a 5th click on 4 turns at best, and that click will generally just be a draw or credit because it's the least valuable click of the turn. Spark, are you dunking on Julie? I'm there. Khusyuk for 2-credit equipment, yes. I don't like Julie that much. How many 2 credits? How did we? I think there's a chance we took out too many 2-costers. 2, 2, 2, 2. None of this is 2. I think telework you don't need. I think Nuke is better than telework. Technically a 2, a 2, a 2, a 2. If you're Julian Swift, we can probably deep dive. Yes, that's the thing. It's like if the deck wants to Khusyuk, we're set up way better to like deep dive. Which is where I would probably go with the deck. What if we charge Julie and play Liberated? Charging Julie is so goofy. Honestly, infinite value. I think you just play telework over Liberated. I think you would just play telework because you want to hit it once a turn and you don't want to spend influence. Like we've set up a pretty good deep dive deck. Let's be honest. Right? Like we could play different breaker suite. Oh man, what have we done? We've probably got off script too much. So Julie's just a really, really mid econ card unless you're specifically doing deep dive or something that makes the worst click of your turn just a basic action. Unless you're installing her in some weird way that saves stuff, like abstractly in Seb, I think she's just a weird economy card. Unless like having a certain amount of clicks a turn, like things like deep dive, matter, then the value she gives you is just basically the value you get from a click, barring the fact that you spent a card, influence, and 2 credits on her. So like, how does Julie compare to daily casts? And my imagination says not well. Because daily cast gives you a click each turn and that click gives you 2 credits. Right? Like that's a silly way to abstract things away, but like she needs to give you more value than daily cast does. And that only matters on turns in which you can use 6 clicks, which currently in the standard format is almost entirely deep dive. Now, do you need deep dive when you can play like DJ Fenris and Hannah and all that other stuff? You don't need Julie. And so far, Julie's seeing like no play. I think we've seen some like weird DAO decks that are using her as like a fundamental smoothing piece, and maybe she's fine in that. I don't know. It doesn't seem great to me. I'm not a fan of who in Modern Netrunner due to EDR effects, but trying to stay true to deck building. Yeah, no, I agree. I would not. Who is not Moo, but who is not Moo, but who is still something you could do. Oh, man, it all rhymes. That's sick. Okay, let's go. Okay. What do we have? 46 cards, 2 influence. We got to reprint APOC Encore for all the Julie fans. Yeah. Well, then she will be flipped, but no, I hear you. We need to put more 2-costers in the deck. I think that's the only option here. is we need more 2-costers for this deck to feel like it's doing something very cool. Probably hardware. We have 2 influence. That's not a good start. Why is airplay? Oh, I didn't search for 2. Okay, hold on. Oh, Andre submitting bars. Huh. Have we cornered ourselves? Single Docklands Pass is like salvageable. It's good to get some HQ pressure in this deck. It does have burner, and burner with Docklands Pass. Does it eat the trigger? The first time that you breach HQ, this says run HQ instead of breaching. So Docklands Pass does not get eaten by burner. I forget how this works. When you account siphon, does it eat your Docklands trigger? If Daily Cast C plays, why wouldn't Julie, since their value is so comparable and Julie could scale in value? Because Daily Cast is no influence and it always gives you a floor of 5 credits if the game is long enough. Julie is 1 influence. The turn that she comes down, she like pays off potentially next turn. I think it's just that she's influence and she only works with a subsection of other cards. Daily Cast works on most board states. And I'm saying that they're not comparable. I think Daily Cast looks better on most board states than Julie. Like there's a lot of board states where I have another click left. I just draw a card, right? Like, so is Earthrise better than Julie? It gets convoluted. I don't know. I need to do more testing. She doesn't seem good enough. She's also unique, so you don't want to play a lot of them. This is almost definitely better to... Oh, we're playing Swift. 2 cards for 4 clicks was wild on paper. I don't understand. Yeah, but do you look at Daily Cast and be like, wow, Daily Cast is 3 credits for 8 clicks? Like, is that how we evaluate this? 3 credits for 8 clicks? Because that's what it is. Sort of. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I don't know. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it do a thing. We've seen some Julie decks out there. This one's stumping me a bit because I think we've gone away from Khusyuk, but I struggle to build into Khusyuk because it's not like doing anything particularly compelling. How many cards can trigger Julie in that deck? In this deck, not a lot. Like she's gonna get cut. It's just Nuka. Like we should cut her sooner than later. Not sure how's it going, but there are decks like I'll show you decks that do it. We've seen some tournament results from these decks. Some Shaper deck. I think they're like Dow and Lat decks that are doing it. So if we say Julie Moreira, Lee. Okay, that one makes sense. Oh, XTG was even playing it. So this sort of like decks that people call girlfriend tribal decks, which is not exactly it. This is on 3 Julie. That to me seems buck wild. Like you have Telework, you have Liberated and Nuka. She's unique, so she gets a bit ugly in the hand. Like having multiple in the opening hand is not great. But like this deck's not even running Daily Casts. Red Team Julie, yeah, there's some combinations. For what it's worth, I think in Criminal, like especially in like As, it can make more sense. But you're splashing like, oh, and I think actually playing Nuka in As is definitely something. I'm building Girlfriend Travel, just as you mentioned. It's pretty good. I think Girlfriend Travel is fine. I don't like the name though. I feel like we have everything that reasonably can be included for Khusyuk. Yes. Unless you want to play more 2-costers. But like, I think at that point, if you want to play normal, that's unfortunately one of the issues that inherently we're going to run into when it comes to building a deck like this, is that when you're playing a card that requires you to run a very like weird subsection of cards, it's in your best interest to have a bigger card pool. So the fact that we're FFG walling us, like that has an impact on this card more than some other strategies, right? Like would this deck play Nyasha? Yeah, probably. It's a 2-coster that we want to get down that gives us some other value for other board state stuff. Like maybe not the first pick anyone would pick, but the bigger your deck pool is, or your card pool, obviously the bigger card like this that says very specifically pick a number. Did we solve stealth? Yeah, we unstealthed a bunch of it. It's not 4 clicks now, it's 5th click on 4 turns, which will be the worst click of those turns because you would have done the better action if you only had 4 clicks. The same reason Hannah's played just as a tech piece. Getting more than 4 clicks against a non-acid spam deck is hard, and 4 is where you start going paused off the install. Yes. Even Magic has stopped using the word tribal? Really? Didn't Magic use the word tribal because it actually showed up on cards? Is there a better word for tribal? I don't know if tribal particularly, like, I don't think it's offensive. Okay. They use typal? Oh, that's not a better word though. Typal. It can be for real. Interesting. Typal is not a nice word though. That's not a reason to say a word that people think is offensive, of course. Or kindred. Oh, kindred is cool. Kindred's a much better word. which is kind of bad. No, Kindred's sick. I like Kindred. I don't know. That's just a good word though. Self-synergistic? Yeah, but every deck should be self-synergistic, right? You're hoping that your deck is self-synergistic. For what it's worth, we don't say like a virus tribal deck. We say a virus deck. It's weird in which cards get tribed and which don't. Both? Yeah, both parts. I didn't like the girlfriend part better than the tribal part, for what it's worth. Okay. I think we ran out of steam on this one a bit. Sorry, Sam. I think this is probably playable. I just don't know if we have enough 2-costers. Like, let's just do test draws. We haven't been doing a lot of test draws on the other ones, but like, oh, okay, we have to reset it because it's still not reset. You have to do 1 reset usually. So this opening hand is like what we expect, which is not enough 2-costers for this Khusyuk to be a dead draw in our hand for a really long time. So it's... I think if we want a Khusyuk to be really good, we need to be playing a lot of 2-costers. For what it's worth, it's like there's a big chance that the other deck that we built with as is a better Khusyuk deck. Because a lot of the hardware is 2-coster and you need click compression because inherently you just need to install 6 cards for Khusyuk to do anything. And it's not that easy to install 6 cards. Is Botchless a reasonable 2 cards for a last influence? It's like okay, but with 2 simul chips, it's not the first place I'd spend 3 influence. Right? Like I'd rather play Boomerang, I think. But it's just like having the clicks to install that many 2-costers before your multi-axis does anything, it's going to be a bit hard. Or like if you ask me, I'd play less Khusyuks and more catalogers. Khusyuk Hermes as is good fun. Yeah, exactly. With Hermes too, right? Like maybe Swift is better as Hermes, but we need the click compression. Like we just need more clicks. Or like, what do we do with this hand? Okay, we would mulligan this for sure. This hand is sick. We could do Sure Gamble. If they just spam an acid or whatever. I guess we could do Nuka first, draw 3, hopefully get an SMC. We don't. We don't need a trick shot here. We could Dirty Laundry to run R&D. They probably ice it, charge Nuka maybe. Then we can install a cataloger. Next turn, we would probably Diesel before Nuka. No, we would Nuka. Yeah, so currently we're at like 2-costers installed. That's okay. Seb, sounds hilarious. A lot of Seb cards are 2. Yes, but like things like Aquaceres Crew don't stand around too long. And Khusyuk's like 3 influence. Oh, 2 influence. Okay. Yeah, Seb is kind of funny. We have a lot of card draw. We got Seb, we have a Chesvo, we have like... I don't know, we're just not drawing enough 2-costers. We cut a lot of 2-costers out the deck. There is a chance that playing like the weird Coalescence package was right. But if that's the case, like you can't pawn shop it. So I feel like we're between a rock and a hard spot. Oh man. How do we fix this? Diesel for 3. Okay. We're starting with some 2-costers here. We can get the cataloger down, or they probably won't leave R&D open. We'll Dirty Laundry HQ, then we don't install the cataloger, of course. We'd burn her first, then Dirty Laundry HQ, if anything. We need a bit of card draw. We'd probably have to draw once here. We can install whatever, a breaker. Install a cataloger, let them be afraid. Install a revolver first. We can face check a bit safer. Draw. Okay. Diesel. We can get down to daily casts. We probably can throw at the simul chip here. We're probably better off throwing at the turbine and then just using the simul chip to install it cheaper later. Unfortunately here, I don't know, overclock. Just play Coalescence with Flux and you've built your own Cubon. Oh, you can't even see those cards, excuse me. It's like a really awkward thing because like if you have a Coalescence and you want to Padma charge it or Flux charge it, you can't take the credits off of it. Or not all the credits, right? Because inherently charge says a card that has counters on it. So Coalescence is like really awkward with Padma. A card that already has one. So if you empty it, you're in no good spot. Sure Gamble, draw Nuka. I think the worst part of this deck is Khusyuk, unfortunately. I think we swung away too much from it. So, okay, really quickly, we'll just find all the tempo 2-costers that make any sense. Any sense we'll go for. And, okay, what about if we go Swift? We get rid of Swift. We play the one that draws cards. So let's just play spam as many 2-costers as we can. We do DZ, we'll play Lily Pad, and then we just play as many 2-cost programs as we can and get them on the table. This is where you definitely want like things like Nyasha and like value cards, because Coalescence 3x, install it, draw, whatever, fine. We're not going to challenge it too much. Egrets, whatever. Monkey Wrench, Enga. You thinking what I'm thinking? You thinking what I'm thinking? We're going to play one of it. He's really kind of gone off the rails right now. Imp is fine. Imp is fun. Tranquilizer is fun. Muse is like a really nice way to do a lot of 2-costers quickly, actually. We ended up back where we started. We're at 54 cards. Okay, so now we need more MU. We have Docklands. We have prepaid Lily Pad, Cataloger. This is getting nonsense. 2 simul chips, Daily Cast Nuka. Hannah to replace Swift? I don't think we need it, but we could. We definitely could. But I just want to just like get as many cheap stuff down. Like Prognostic. How much is influence? Is it 3? Bummer. So we could play 1 Prognostic, and then we have Chesva. Propose Clown Cars, replacement travel. Clown Car needs a lot. It means like one thing. A lot of things on one server. Andre, Sabotage only makes sense if you have multiples of them. This is not Sabotage. Oh, it does say Sabotage on it. Shit. Okay. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. So what about if we do cut the Docklands? We do Prognostic to set up a bit faster, and then we can do 2 Chesva. We have an influence issue, but of course we do. So Prognostic is a way to get click compression. Lilypad is pretty good. We have prepaid simulchip, Prognostic, DZ cataloger, seeming okay. Self-modifying Muse, Turbine, Coalescence, Chesva. So do we cut a Corroder and just play Gauss and say whatever? Yeah, maybe we can. 55 cards. Okay, so that means we're going to challenge the prepaid voice pad engine, I think. We're going to be cutting some of these cards that don't matter. So Trickshot's pretty good. Overclock works with Prognostic. We don't need it. How about 3 Chesva and the 2 mathematician breakers? Bah, there's a chance. There's a chance we should just go back to where we were. What can we do here? 52 cards. We're not super engine pilled. I guess Prognostic and Lilypad are engine cards. Yeah, we went back. We went back to where we were. Euler, Gauss. So we're going back. 3 Botulus, 2 Vial, 3 Muse, 3 Coalescence, 3 DZ. 3 Botulus, 2 Vial. Do we need 3 SMC and 3 Muse? There's a chance we don't need 3 SMC. The thing is, like, we want to use the Muse for Coalescence and other weird stuff. So, like, we probably should just be playing spec work. And then use the spec works to get rid of the Coalescences and just push ourselves forward. The idea is that we Muse for a Coalescence, and then we spec work just to get more value that we get off of something else. The 3 Botulus, 2 Vial, 3 Muse, 3 Coalescence, 3 DZ. So Viola is a 2-coster. Like, that's fine. Hear me out, Hannah and Julie. Okay, what influence do you want to spend on that? Okay, Sam said that he wants to play Burner. Khusyuk, Specwork, Sure Gamble, Trickshot, Cataloger, DZ, Lilypad, Prepaid, Prog. My experience is 3M, 2 SMCs, Comfy. Yeah, I think we can definitely cut one of those. Turbine is kind of necessary with these breakers. Keely, Padma, we're deep in the sauce of this one. Dirties, how's it going? We are doing some deck doctoring. This is a 2-coster NSG only. MTG is changing to Kindred this month on cards. I think Kindred's a cool word. I like Kindred. Do we cut daily casts? We had criticism about putting 2 engines into a deck, and now we have like a prognostic engine and an event engine. So I think we need to cut the events down, which means prepaid like probably is still worth playing, but we need to play fewer events. So creative Diesel's fine. Dirty Laundry is good for prognostic. Khusyuk is necessary. Specwork is necessary. Trickshots, they all seem necessary. I think Specwork may replace Diesel. Oh, you have to get lucky, but let's hope. Let's hope. Oh, it's hard to cut Diesel. Let's cut a Burner. We probably don't need Burner. We could play Stone Ship. Environmental testing is good if you're about to jam multiple. Yeah, environmental testing is a better econ card than a lot of the stuff we have. Cut down to a few 2-ofs. Yeah, we probably should. Environmental testing is just good. And we can set it up relatively quickly with like Muse, Coalescence, and stuff like that. It also can be charged from Padma. Maybe cut the Khushuks. Oh no. Trickshot goes Khusyuk is your R&D pressure, whether you like it or not. Yeah, but this is a very good card. It's a very good card. We have only 2 SMCs now, though. I could gamble on my Padma, but I'm not on prepaid voice pad. Yeah. We're 50. We have to cut 7 cards? Crap. That hurts a bit. No. Okay. 2 costs. Keep 2 cost minded. 2-coster. If it's a 2-coster, it doesn't go. I know I added another one. If it's a 2-coster, it doesn't go. We have Chesva, so we actually don't need money. Heated discussion. Rona, how's it going? We're trying to get a 2-cost Padma to work. We're almost there. I think we're 2 cards away. That's a good 2 Khusyuks. Coalescence Muse SMC. Simon Chips on 2 seems good enough. Nuke is good enough. Prepaid, we're on 19 events. We could play 2 prepaids, but we shouldn't. We should just cut more events. Let's cut a diesel, a gamble. Nailed it. 17 events is enough. Rip Trick Shot, such a good card in Padma. I know. We cut Overclock already though. Oh, I want to play the Trick Shots again. Why am I like this? Trick Shot and Burner is sick too. Is Trick Shot better than Gamble? Drop Laundries over Gambles? Yeah, I could see that. This seems good. 2x Trick Shot? Yeah, that's where I ended up. That's actually pretty good. 2 Diesel though? Who's in charge here? Who's in charge? Do we need 3 spec? Okay, let's do some test draws to see how like quickly spec work draws into something. This hand is fine. Draw. Okay. Install Nuka. Just install Coalescence, creative, I think. Let's go to 46 with a 3rd Diesel. Yeah, I want to try not to. But I hear you. Then we do that. Okay. So here we are. We are turn 2. We have 1 2-coster on the table. We have duh. And we actually could Khusyuk out and see 3-4 cards. It's not good, but that's something. So if we run R&D, which we should, we would get another Nuka charge. Next turn we draw in the catalog. We actually got to 2-costers pretty quickly. We drew all our Khushuks, which like was the worst part of this. You don't want to draw them. Worst draw is always Khusyuk. Yeah, Andrea, how's it going? In your early hand, like that's the problem with the Khusyuk, is you want 3 of, but it's inherently a card that you don't want a 3 of in your deck. But the problem is like if you build a Khusyuk deck and play 2, you feel like an absolute like fool. So you like it's just not a great thing. Single color should be fine. See previous known R&D pressure. Yes. And we can just charge it forever. I actually kind of like that better. I know we're on 46. We'll get there. Maybe 2 Khusyuk, you have Cataloger. Yeah, but it's a Khusyuk deck, right? Like you feel like such a fool to make all these decisions to, oh, that's a good hand. Oh, that's a good hand. What do we do? Sure Gamble, Diesel? Do we have a way to run? That's good. Oh, that's really good. Cheswa actually sick in this. Prognostic. Last click creative. Just pay 1. Okay, pay 1. We're going to go for the top row. What do you want to bet the next card's installable? We have only 21 whiffs. Boom, it's a Diesel. That's terrible. So then Khusyuk is a late game card. 2x is fine. Like you're okay, Sam, if you're watching this after, play 3 Khusyuk if you want to. We all agree that unfortunately Khusyuk isn't just not great. Luckily we have at least 1 cataloger and 3 trick shots, so we might go far enough. Deep dive stable runs 3x deep dive. No, most don't, unless they're really, really cheesy. But the difference with deep dive is playable on turn 1. Khusyuk is not playable on turn 1. Right? Like deep dive turn 1 technically is the easiest time to deep dive. Khusyuk is the worst time on turn 1. Gonna feel a bit like fool when you already know the top 3 of the deck from cataloger and play Khusyuk, only to see 3 more. Yeah, but it shuffles. You do in the other order. Okay, I think we've done it. I think we've solved it. Yeah, it does shuffle. It does shuffle, but it's still, yeah, a bit wild. We'll draw first. Okay, so here we can do Sure Gamble, we can do SMC, we can Trick Shot, charge R&D, and the remote server with no charge target. It is what it is, and we can charge 2 servers and see 2 reses, hopefully. Khusyuk is only for they spin dock to the cataloger stack? Yes. Okay, from here we need card draw. We have only 5 card draw cards. That's one of them. And we're good. We got all our breakers down. We're off to the races. The best version of a questionable deck? It's not like first order tier 1 optimal deck, but I have no doubt you could bring this to casuals and have fun, which is kind of the point, right? Like we're not trying to win tournaments with these decks. We're playing only FFG cards, and mind you, for the Shaper deck, it didn't feel that bad. That's a cool thing. Gridded up. I keep not liking that we've been using the word gridded as a verb. I'm worried that's one save. Screenshot. The problem with play as many 2-cost programs as you can is that you don't want to leave most of them installed. I don't think this deck is that bad because in the mid game, you actually have enough 2-cost hardware that it does make some amount of sense. Like you will have installed, you can leave a Coalescence around with a counter on it to charge with Padma. Like it's not the end of the world. You have 3 of these, you have a cataloger, you have a DZ, you'll have a prepaid, you'll be fine. What are some FFG cards we would have wanted for this deck? No joke, Nyasha. I would play Nyasha in this deck, just as like a charge target, and or you can like recycle it. But for Shaper, I'm not actually sure. Like this is the question is like for every faction, what are the 3 cards that you'd recommend people to proxy? And Criminal, I think it's like very clearly Miss Bones, Diversion, Amakua. This deck would play Miss Bones. I think this deck should play Miss Bones. It has not a lot besides Trick Shot into assets. That's just going to be difficult for you, but whatever. For Jinteki, I think it's just bacterial programming, and you could consider Anansi, but I don't think it matters. Then Thimble Rig, but I don't think those are worth proxying. So we building an Anarch loop deck next, or what? Let's play the Stealth Az deck. Let's give it a shot, actually, to see how it worked out. Oh, man. I'm actually kind of interested to see what the bathroom looks like right now. For those who are just tuning in, you have no idea what that means, but I think they just redid the floor in there. And I kind of needed the bathroom, so we'll see if that lines up. So this is the deck we built. This one could use, again, Amakua is playable in this deck. Diversion of Funds is definitely playable in this deck because you can Boomerang on turn 1 and go from there. Play Khusyuk to win the game and Specwork to set up, not the other way around. I also think Muse Coalescence, then Khusyuk, then Specwork isn't bad either. Yeah, the idea that you install a Muse that installs two costers is like abstractly cool for accelerating Khusyuks. The problem is like I don't want to pay 3 credits to run R&D and see like 3 cards on turn 3 or whatever. Right? Like you really need to build into it. Deck builder. Netrunner. Oh, that worked. Sam's NSG as. I mean, I'm with you, but it doesn't always draw the way. Yes, you're gonna have to play the. You're gonna have to play what you draw. Deep data mining would spend 3 cards to see 4 cards turn 1. Yeah, that felt really good, didn't it? Why? You can play Maker's Eye. For what it's worth, deep dating mining, I don't think I ever won a big event or anything. I don't actually think deep dating mining did well in tournaments. Did it? I don't think DDM did anything. Search. Search. Were there good DDM decks? Was great in Geist? Yeah, in Geist when you had Cloud Breakers, it was okay. But like DDM, I don't think actually had like good competitive placings. Oh, Pirate Haley, that made sense. And Pirate Haley decks where you didn't use your MU, yeah. But it was all like weird decks, which makes sense if you read the card. Like obviously the card's a build around. But I'd argue that these decks would rather play indexing, and they did. Oh, 3 DDM. Freedom through quality DDM too. Maybe I'm wrong about that. It's just like 1 card better than a Maker's Eye. Oh, additional cards. No, it sees 5. It sees 5, not 4. Joe, it's 5 cards. I get it. 5 cards make sense. That's 4 additional cards. Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah, that okay. It's not just 1 better than a Maker's Eye. It's considerably better than Maker's Eye. Runner. Man, I think DDM is such a cool way to use MU. I hope NSG finds cool uses for links like that. Yeah, the Cloud Breakers, mind you, is a subtype. That there were programs that said if you have at least 2 MU, these don't take up. If you have at least 2 link, these didn't take up MU because they were in the cloud, which like thematically makes a lot of sense. And I think it's up to NSG. I've seen questions on like, you know, on Reddit to be like, what's this number in the top left corner? It seems so big. What does it do? And everyone's like, it's link. It doesn't matter. Don't worry about it, which is like a really awkward spot to be in for NSG. Hey, it's Jason. Thanks, you too. Jason classically was playing Cohort Asa. I think he's tuned it in over the last couple of weeks. I think we're going to see less warm reception maybe. We are an engine deck. We have a masterwork, but we have no economy in our hand. This is where like the deck has 2 mutual favors, which I wouldn't do because again, we don't want mutual favor on turn 1. It's a weird thing in standard, but you don't want your breakers as soon as possible. They're actually useless because you're generally sinking credits into them and to sink more credits into breaking stuff. This is why 1 mutual favor is kind of where I sit. We're playing 2 because I think a lot of newer players are more comfortable with it, but like you generally don't want your breakers that soon because we can't afford to use them. Sid Mulligans. We have no Miss Bones, so Asa Group is kind of roll a bit of us, but that is what it is. That's a better opening. DDM Lilo is terrifying. I don't think I remember playing. I was way worried about like indexing Lilo more than DDM. Muse for Coalescence is not worth it unless you're playing super slow or Pawn Shop, since it's spending a Muse to lock up 2 MU for 2 credits. Yeah, so you need to be playing like draw a card with Lily Pad. You need to be playing like Simul Chip Recursion. It's not unsalvageable. Or like environmental testing. Or like you don't just do it for value. You do it because you have package. Pat, what's with the bathroom news? Our landlord had problems. The water was going from our bathroom into the bathroom below, which like you don't want that to happen, do you? How's it going, man? Love to see Link reintroduced with different rules once all FFG cards cycle out. Yeah, but then you have to wait for like Ashes to cycle out. Because unfortunately, they're link cards and ashes, and that's like such a weird thing to learn an entire mechanic just so trebuchet can be a thing. Do we face check into this? I think we start with the masterwork. Okay, so now we can boomerang run this. If it's a Rashida, we trash it. If it's nothing else, we don't trash it. So the idea is that we run it. We install the boomerang for literally 2, but we can do it clicklessly, and it costs us a credit. It's because we've installed this. So whenever a run begins, you may install a piece of hardware. So it actually probably is right to do Chesva, run R&D, run server 1. Was wondering, hey, how's it going? Do you know the one? Was wondering why do most runner decks omit one of the type of icebreakers? Is that a meta call or something else? You mean you're seeing runner decks that don't run all Fractor Decoder or Killer? I think that's rare. And I think that's actually exceedingly rare. If you have an example that you can like, not link to me because I don't think it'll let you, but if you can say like a deck list name, I can look it up and tell you exactly why, but it's not very common, no. The good old day of 3x rabbit hole. I think you only got 2 in your core set, Vanguard. How's it going? I'm going to do this. This is greedy. So now the idea is that we have Chesva Masterwork, is that we can now use 2 credits a turn to install stuff. The problem is, I don't think Sid's going to res this. And we're going to lose a boomerang here, which is fine. I'm a virus. We have no viruses in the deck. He has to double check because we built this deck a while ago. We have no viruses. That's a bad draw. So we let the corporation draw poorly. Treb and Winchester are still pretty relevant. Yes. Punitive and startup. I had to buy 3 courses when it came out. Yes. There's some good reason. We need this to be only Rashida. So wage workers. Okay, that's fine, I think. I don't think Sid has a good draw. We actually rather have the boomerang on HQ, but if that's a Rashida, it fixes the draw. In Turtle Hotline, we have all breakers and 2 Amakua. I'm new. I thought there were 4 types of ices and 4 types of icebreaker. Oh no, there's only 3 types of ice. There's barriers that end the run, code gates that usually end the run but do something weird, and then sentries that try to hurt you often. So that's it. They have all 3 types. AIs are notable because they generally break all types of ice, but there's only 3 main types. It goes back all the way to Netrunner in the 90s. They were wall instead of barrier, code gate, and sentries were often called killer, sometimes sentries. This is the dream hand. You have the recurring credits and compression. Yeah, but we wanted a sure gamble. So we don't know what this is. It could be a virus, but I doubt it. I think we're running HQ here. We can install the flip switch, the Dawkins, or the Wake Implant. I think the Wake Implant's more potent because there's agendas in hand and we want to force Sid to res. The only face check that would be bad here is a Gatekeeper, but I think we want to get this down and run HQ. We'll install the Wake Implant for free. Engine is ticking. We want to do the wake damage first because losing one of these is more important than losing like a card that we draw that we like. So we'll do the wake first. And then we don't want to lose the Penrose. This is where like stealth is tricky. We only have so many stealth cards and now we need to get the Penrose down to break something else, right? Like it's just a lot of work. Hagen. Oh no. Hagen hasn't seen a lot of play, but blows out a lot of things. We're going to lose our coffee, which is unfortunate. If we had the flip switch, we could jack out here, but we knew this was going to get rezzed. So it is going to fire. Is there any way we can use the Chesva credits? No. Jake, is this startup deck? No. How's it going? It is a standard deck, but it's only using NSG cards, which doesn't seem like a compromise, which is kind of cool. So now we run server 3. We have a credit. So if it's a Rashida on 2 credits, there's only ablative that can be rezzed here. We need trash wage workers. The one card we wish we would have in the deck is Miss Bones, so we could install and trash some stuff cheaply. It's a cohort. That actually we need to trash. I was not playing around cohort. We need to click for credit and run that back. We're in a bad spot. Oh, we're in a really bad spot. We should have died to Saisantan, just saying. It would be fitting. We're now bottomed out of money. This is not great for us. And we lost our like 2 credits a turn econ card. It's quite bad. I didn't respect the Hagen. We actually probably should have respected the Hagen with flip switch and then got down the wake implant once we're going to get in. Because we were pretty sure that Sid was going to res there. So we actually didn't have a huge incentive to install the wake. Well, installing the flip switch there is going to, I wouldn't say maybe cost us the early to mid game by a mile. Credit install is not very good. Oh, because we can't afford it. So whenever a run begins, you may install a piece of hardware paying 1 more. So we install this for 1, drawing a card. There's definitely agendas in HQ. We just need to get back into it. Yeah, getting the flip switch down there was, I think, a bit better. Because if it was an MIC, we would want to jack out, but Sid had to res there because there's agendas in hand. Now Spin Doctor will fix them. Triple draw. I think the answer is largely Khusyuk. If we weren't on that SMC, definitely feels better. You draw a Muse turn 1. You have nothing in the entire deck you want to play it over for SMC. Just really you need to see why we're running 3 Muse, but only 2 SMC subship. I think you want to use Muse to also recur your revolvers and stuff like that. Like, it's just more simul chips. 5 credits. We can run this. We can install the flip switch. We can force a res. I think that's okay. We're going to have 3 credits or 2 credits. So we'll install this. Continue movement. Now we have stealth credits, but no way to use them. So now any res, if it's bad for us, we can jack it. Now 5 credits means you can't res some of the worst stuff. Drafter's pretty bad. Prototype's on 3. No, that's annoying. So we let this fire. Cohort comes back. And or something from hand. But then we can deal with the working prototype. I think it's more important we deal with the prototype. Because that is 6 credits for a corporation that's clearly struggling. Unfortunately, the guidance might hit the table again here. It's probably the guidance. Which Sid at least will res here. But we, yeah, this is where Miss Bones is really quite good for this sort of pressure. So we can do credit, run the guidance. Again, Sid is if Sid draws into a fully operational, he's kind of back into the game. But we just want to keep his board down. At least for a bit. Just forcing him to res. Again, this is where like I don't like mutual favor. We don't need the breakers. That wage worker is fired 4 times now. Okay. Draw. Not great. We might not want to draw there. I think we actually credit class act is fine. Unfortunately, though, at that point, we have to draw into like credit dirty laundry to be back in the game. Another cohort. So there's definitely agendas and archives. It'll threaten a spin doctor. Man, losing the Cheswa. We put so much of our economy into the Cheswa. Okay, now he's cooking. Had a brutal game the other day playing 419 to fully up. It can be tricky, yeah. You really need to trash a lot of stuff for the fully up to be bad. So this is either cohort into a 4-2 or likely a Holloman into a 4-2. There's actually a chance that it's not a Holloman deck, that Sid classically plays cohort and like wage workers. So this is threatening a 4-2, this is threatening a 4-2. And we can't deal with both of them. At a minimum, we should run archives because that gets a cohort flip, so he can't use this for value. It also might pop the spin doctor, but if he scores on off-world office and nothing else on the turn, we're okay with it. So I think we just do credit, run archives. And then we install the class act. We'll not install hardware there. That's some virus. Okay, so that at least flips the cohort guidance, which is worth something. We could have face checked into this, but resing 2 ice, actually face checking into it would have been fine. I'm assuming we would eat a magnet or gatekeeper. There's the virus we knew. Acker, we're doing well. How are you doing? Class act for 3 is okay. We didn't draw, so we get some filtered there. Career fair, no targets. Dirty laundry is good. Double mantle, bio bands. Probably the double mantle. Imagine we had a Cheswa. We had so many good central runs there. Feels bad. We really goofed that. I was surprised by Hagen. Okay, good. So just an off-world office. He's not jamming something else. So we have a turn here. We can draw once. We're hoping for a career fair target. Okay, I think we should have to rip the Zenith chip. Ugh, no. No, we can't. What do we have to do here? Been iterating on your Moto Penguin deck. Came out really spacey. Oh, glad to hear. You playing more or less breakers? So the Cheswa was really important. Now if we dirty laundry archives, we can get an access. We will be on 0 credits, so we can't really use as masterwork. But we'll be on 5 credits after that. I think that's the best we have. We could commit to Trickster Taka. No breakers at all. There you go. I think we'll just do this. There might be an agenda in here. I'm pretty sure now Sid is in control and he can put his agendas in the remote server on top of a Managarm. So we have a lot of work to do, which means we have to install both of our breakers. We probably need a Kurapira because the deck's on multiple bladed barriers, but we have a lot of work to do. Now T400 is 4 credits for an ability that we don't really care about, but it cycles a card. That kind of feels okay. I think we just need to get Taka to work because we can deal with the drafter sooner than later. And then the question is, what do we install here? I want to keep our credits up. We already drew once. The career fair is holding. So we can install a mantle. It's not that great. We technically can install Penrose and charge our remote server on turn. We have more credits and it will deal with barriers, right? Like it breaks a blader for 1. Brawn is 4 credits though. That's not great. Only 1 has to be a stealth credit. I think we'll just do credit and we'll throw out the T400. You could buy the wage workers. Oh, that's true actually, yeah. We'll do it on a turn that matters. We'll buy a wage workers and we'll run archives. And then that means if there's a 4-2 in the agenda server, it stays there. Like I don't want him to have a whole turn to react to that fact. There's also a chance that like server one's an MIC and then like it gets a bit ugly. But if we do a last click, I think it's fine. Jackmate, how's it going? Hello. How you doing? I'm not sure if I can let Nanako out of prison. I think she still needs to be in here. Draw. Sid doesn't have it. Maybe looking for longevity. Maybe he only has 5 threes in hand. He does want to push them. Oh, wage workers. That makes more sense. So we'll see the double install. I don't think the deck's on Holloman. It could be. And discard. So now we have to deal with wage workers. We have to deal with cohort. So let's draw into a run event that makes sense. I think we'd either do Sure Gamble. Then we'll buy a band server 1 run archives. I'm good. I'm doing well. We're a bit hungry. We started a bit of a mess today. But we've been playing, this is Sam's decks as a newer player. That we're playing only FFG cards. It's a drafter. Okay, that's good. So now the boomerang goes back into cycling. Can we ran server 3? The game's over in 2 turns. So this we'll draw 2. We could also install something cheaper. We do want the card draw here. That's not great. So we'll trash this for free. So now we have to run archives or we have to run the cohort. We'll shuffle boomerang back. So we buy archives. We'll be down to 5 credits. We can draw 2, install 1. What are we trying to get down? We can also just install flip switch for 1 credit from hand. That's okay too. I think getting down the buy bands is fine. We just need as much click compression as we can get. Install a hardware. I'm going to hope that this makes sense. Okay. So at least we have career for daily cast, but it's going to be a turn slow. So there was agendas in there. We'll see what shuffling back, spin doctors going back is fully operational and unseen card. Okay. So we can draw 2. Okay. That's a really good draw. We're going to discard a card here. So we're going to install for 1 less. So we can get a mantle or we can get daily cast down. Obviously we have career fair into daily cast, which makes that a bit easier to swallow. So I think we'll put the mantle down. A virus. Great. We're going to discard a card here. Ooh, what card did we discard? That sucks. I don't think Sid can score this out unless it's specifically the luminal. We need our breakers, obviously. Career fair into daily cast seems good. But Sure Gamble, a Dirty Laundry seems better. Bummer. Because we need to do like credit, Sure Gamble, install after image, run cohort. We still haven't found our Kurapira yet. He talks about mutual favor, but we have 3 in 25 chance on getting a boomerang. Ah, shit, it is luminal. We played around that being a 4-2. Unfortunately, it's a 1-up in the deck, so now Sid can win next turn. The question is, can we deal with the remote server with 2 ice and a Managarm? And this is, you know, it's going to be a fast deck, yeah. So now we 100% lose unless we can deal with this server right now, which we are just too far behind, unfortunately. You just break the career fair. I think that was not the one. There's a chance career fair will draw into something, right? The game's over in 2 turns, so like daily cast is not it. But if we can survive this and top deck a class act, we'll still do it. This is the move Safecracker as pile. Yeah, it doesn't have a moo in it, but I think pile is a bit disrespectful. So we have to deal with this thinking. We're pretty sure this is a Managarm Skunkworks, which is 2 clicks or 5 credits. Unfortunately, we have a lot of installing to do. That being said, Penrose after image gets through all ice. I would argue that we don't need to do the after image because we've seen 2 drafters. The worst case, this is an unsell. And if it's an unsell, I think we're cooked no matter what. So then we do credit, Sure Gamble, install Penrose, run, and hope that we just have enough money to deal with everything. Because we're going to have to spend 5 credits to deal with a Brawn. And, oh, well, we can't steal. Shit. That might not be it, because now we can't steal Ikua. There are a lot of my buzzwords in a row right there, Monty. It's been a minute. How you doing? Thinking. Yeah, this is bad because then we can't deal with this. So unfortunately, we're 1 credit short on the Sure Gamble. So we have to figure out how to do this without the Sure Gamble. That's very difficult. Credit first over laundry is definitely not right. Oh yeah, we could have just laundried archives. That's not it. Do you mind? Why did we credit when we had laundry in hand? I don't know why. We definitely had to dirty laundry archives at a minimum. Yeah, then we can challenge this. But even then, I don't think we can. I think we just don't Sure Gamble. So we'll dirty laundry archives to start. We don't install a hardware. Remember watching Firebad doing these kind of things at Hearthstone? Yeah, I watched Firebad's deck doctors. They were really fun. I really like the deck doctor style. I miss Firebad's content. I'm glad you watched that stuff too. Firebad, mind you, was like a world champion at Hearthstone one year. And he just made like really good energy content where people on Twitter sent him decks and he worked on them. Okay, so now we're at 7. So now we just have to do Penrose run their mode server and hope that 7 credits is enough. It might be. But we were expecting Ikoa, which costs a click and 2 credits. But if it's a Managarm, we're cooked anyways. I think we're cooked no matter what. Yeah, I don't think there's a line here that works. The better line would be Sure Gamble, run this before we install the Penrose, and just assume. But like here we can't. Yeah, this is. Hold on. Yeah, this ain't it. We'd have to assume this is not an Ikoa, which we can't. So we have to win off Centrals, which we can't. I think we're just cornered. There's nothing we can do that can win off the sports day because we need to score 7 points. If it's Managarm, we can't pay for it. We're credit short. If it's Ikoa, we can't pay for it. We're credit short. So yeah, this is unfortunately a non-game. I really enjoy popping to the stream every now and then. Hey, cheers. Yeah, good game. So it's going to be Managarm too, yeah. We'll steal 2 points though, don't worry. We goofed the beginning. That's on us. Runner D for fun? HQ probably has it. Oh, and we get a wake charge. Yeah, that's not it. We'll do this again. I've been on hiatus from Online Runner for various reasons for like 4 months, and just I'm so excited to have Metroball streams back in my life. Mondi, that's very kind. Hey, good game. Definitely ate it hard into Hagen. Hagen sees like no play in a lot of these lists. I haven't seen Hagen in an HB deck in a long time, and I think it's so good. It's like one of the worst dice to face check if you're playing like a virus deck, or like any of the virus decks, excuse me. And it just does eat this. Maybe try startup instead of standard if you're only using startup cards. We're not only using startup cards, we're using NSG cards. So there's a big difference between startup and NSG. And I think this is the competitive standard deck. Unfortunately, this deck is really fast, and I should have played something less sweaty. Like, we didn't have the best start and we biffed it, and then even then we're only slightly behind. If we can crack the server, which unfortunately it's like we're 2 clicks behind, we have a chance of playing control here. That we could arguably do it. We were just 1 or 2 clicks behind, and we had to spend our whole turn clicking for credits. So mind you, startup and NSG are different. Like Masterwork is not a startup. Wake is not a startup. Almost none of these cards on the table are in startup. Literally none of these cards on the table are in startup, right? Yeah. Thanks for the game. All right, we'll run it back. It's called Neo. Yeah, Neo is a community run format that is like, has a ban list, but it's all NSG cards. That being said, I think there's a lot of Neo decks that can work in standard, for sure. Mondi, now that you're back on online Netrunner, what's like been exciting for you in the new set? Because you did pop out when the new set came out. Are we preparing an NWE version of a set review? Oh, we are preparing an NWE version of a set review on YouTube. Really excited for it, although we're a bit late for RWR. I think it's so fascinating to hear, like, well, now that the set's out, a lot is settled, and I think a lot of people have like stronger opinions on cards. Like even a week after we did our set review, I don't just agree where people like we put things, but I'm super excited to hear NWE's view on things. It's a weird set. It's definitely a very, very strange set. Can you spoil the section you spot? All right, Reality Plus. We have a bit of tech into it. Hillary Clinton. I'm assuming that's a Smurf. We're probably going to be playing into really strong stuff today. Sorry, Sam, if this doesn't look good. We might get bodied by some of the best stuff in standard. Not that Az is like seen a lot of play. What does After Image deal with in Reality Plus? If you can bypass heavily tagged. But if you're heavily tagged, 20 is going to be a problem. Sounds okay. We're doing it a little different. We won't cover every card. That much I can say. Oh, very cool. Hey, thanks, you too. I'm going to mulligan this, I think. Like, you don't want to go early resources unless, like, CTC reporting in. Oh, it's CTC. That makes sense. Okay, great. All right, that's a bit of a better start. Nobody cares about well-reasoned, well-thought-out opinions. Planogram. Okay, ice up. So we can just send essentials. We have to get the 20 down before Waken Plan's going to hit it, which is a bit obnoxious. Did CTZ mulligan? CTZ mulligan. So the big thing, Reality Plus, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. It's on 44. Is that there's going to be a lot of points at Bologna. Seraph, Hydra bypass? Yeah, it could be Hydra. Hydra's not super common. All right. I think we'll just install the Docklands to have threat next turn. Like, it gives us a credit turn with Az. I don't mind playing that. Hospitality? Uh-oh. God, I hate Hospitality. Spend the whole turn to play the same hedge fund he played last turn? Like, Why recursion? Why? Okay, flip switch is good. At a minimum, we can install that, so I think we don't have to do anything. We're gonna just try and contest the remote server. Flip switch is good for face checks into scary stuff. Clears tags clicklessly. Try my best to put my jank hat on qualified opinions. So here on the remote server, ping is an issue. Boomerang doesn't get through everything. There's a chance one of these ice just ends the run and doesn't just end the run. Semi-AMT shift and 1 and 2 IRL games, still cementing what's up in the set, but I may have formed a strong desire to play JCNU. Oh, I'm surprised. That's really cool. So I think you were better off running HQ with Boomerang and seeing how things go. This is where you need your masterwork. We would have drawn a couple cards here. We'll draw once. Okay. Do we get Crypto Crash really bad? I don't think it's too bad. We could get like Fly on the Wall into something. It doesn't look like an assets deck. It's on hospitality, so it cares about events, I imagine, a bit more. We're gonna run HQ. Obviously, we could gamble here first, but I want to have a click left over to clear tag if this is... Oh, it's a magnet. Boomerang beats magnet. Somehow. See 2 cards, planogram, self-growth. Oh, that's obviously bad. So we'll shuffle that for sure. So we could play gamble here. If we don't, next turn we'll be on 5 credits anyway, so I think we can afford to draw. But if this is like some tagging thing with a seamless launch into self-growth program, we also have to play around potentially public trail, which is a problem. Okay, that's scary. That is quite scary. Oh, good food. And his food spot is now right next to me. So this looks like something that's worth stewing. So either gives us a tag or we lose 7 credits. We don't know what server 2 is. Looks like a spin doctor. Could be a Mani Sanai. I think we can check this. We can get the prognostic down first. 12 credits should be enough. We needed like top deck a Boomerang, but I think we'll charge this and force some reses. Look at the top 2. It's a Chesva into a flip switch. So we can always pay for the Chesva off the top. Not that we're going to be using it here, but it's good to know to all you that we have a Chesva coming up into a flip switch. It's a wraparound. Okay, wraparound is hard to deal with. That's just going to fire. So we're not too weak to self-growth program here. Yeah, that does look like a crypto crash. I don't know what server 2 is. I don't want to check it this late in the turn. It's probably Spin Doctor. I can't tell what blows us out here. Like a Mani is fine. We have Link. So we draw this as a Chesva. And then what was the next card after Chesva? Flip Switch. So flip switch, is it worth paying 1 credit on his turn? It definitely is. So we'll just continue. We'll just play Sure Gamble. It's a Spin Doctor, okay. So he's just going to put back in Planogram and Hospitality. It's a remastered. Oh, sick. Okay, really, really cool. So this should be on his turn. If we had Masterwork, we'd been drawing a lot. So now he can score out from hand. So it looks like this might just be end the run ice and then like some amount of like fast public trail tag punishment. So we now need to do 20 into Chesva. We have no way of spending money from oh, we do. We do have to just like, we have to get lucky here. We can run last click. Look at the top 2. We need to find something to install. Trickster, Taka Career Fair. This is the cost of not playing enough hardware program. We can't charge the twinning. We have no way of charging the twinning. There will be hammers. I think I played against this. I believe it. We flip switch out. So ideally we can trash something here. That's good too. We can charge the twinning. But this is where like if the more hardware and programs you play, we have maybe a bit too many events. Things like Career Fair jump out. It's going to be hard for us to contest this. We know it's Career Fair into, what was the next one? Into Trickster Taka. So this could be a problem for us. You can steal Q-Lube mid-run for twinning. Oh yeah, we can just pay for it. You're right. We could have got a charge there. That's on us. Yeah, even we should have just paid 1. You're totally right. Draw. Okay, draw. So now we think, we don't know what this is. We need to make a run somewhere just to get the charge. I think we'll run R&D. The daily cast and class act, we're just whiffing. Just no hardware programs. It's a pink. We'll flip switch that. So I think we're just going to use Chesva to pay for this. So reveal a daily cast. Okay. Let him broken subroutines fire. So we can either clear the tag manually or flip switch it and get down Career Fair into daily casts. One of them is a bit worse than to self-growth program. I think we just need to draw deeper. Because what do we know the next card is? It's a class act. We definitely want that. So we'll draw once, and then we'll just flip switch to remove the tag. Not the best use of flip switch, but we can't use it on their turn. Draw. So Holloman might be server 1, or Sansan City Grid. Spin Doctor. So obviously that's an upgrade. I think it's probably a Holloman. San, okay. Maybe an Amaze Amusement, something like that. So we want to draw once to get the class act down. So we're definitely going to install that. So now we can run HQ. He has a lot of cards in hand. We want to check that. So we're just hoping from the top deck that we get something good. We have Taka, but it's not very useful. Notice that we have Icebreakers down. We have Wake Implant. So we can run HQ. We'll look at the top. It's a Career Fair and a Mantle. Oh man, we have too many events in the deck. Our engine is bricking. We need to change this. So we will prognostic. If this gets self-growth program, we're cooked. So we'll let that fire. And do we credit or we install a daily casts? I think we install a daily cast. There's too many good self-growth program targets. So we got a Masterwork finally. We got a Mutual Favor. So now we can start making some headroom. Spin Doctor, Shufflebacks, 2 Predictive Planogram. We need a Crack Server 1. We would love to have a lot of money to trash things in there. I think Trickster's okay, but we didn't get Breakers down yet. YDL? So now we have to run this. So the question is, what breakers do we want to get access to? We need to get our Crew Appear for sure. We're ideally getting a Boomerang. So I think we install Masterwork first. We get a Filter Draw. Okay. So now we can Dirty Laundry Archives. We'll do... I don't think we'll Masterwork. We'll Prognostic. It's a Boomerang into Crew Appear. Okay, this is important that we get the Boomerang out first because we're going to shuffle. So we're going to use... No. So we're going to do Prognostic using these credits. Install Boomerang on this. Wait, the Crew Appear is the next card, right? Crew Appear is the next card. So Mutual Favor is the same as Draw. But it also installs it. So that's better. Let me move my face. So then we Mutual Favor for the next card on the deck, unfortunately. And then we run the remote server. Pay 1 to install a piece of hardware. We could maybe get the Wake Implant down. I think with the 20, we have no big incentive to do it. Crew Break for 1. We still have the tag removal from Flip Switch. And we need to trash most of this server. We might get public trailed. We just need to keep over 8 credits. Now, this res is probably not bad for us unless it's a hammer. No further action. Okay. Bologna remastered. Okay. So we might get oppoed. This is a San. No surprise. I don't think we can afford to trash that. We need to keep around. That's a Holloman. We can keep over 8 credits when we Holloman. We might get like Economic Warfare. But if that's the case, like Economic Warfare, public trail into Holloman. Economic Warfare doesn't change the fact that Holloman needs to go. Actually, we could have left Holloman maybe. The version of fun seems like it'd be powerful into this. But we only keep 8 credits because of public trail. Now, if we get public trailed, we will bottom out. We'll go down to 8. Interesting, they did not score that. It's very expensive. We also can get 4-tag oppoed. No 4-tag oppo. Whoa. Wow, that seems good for us. Okay. So, we don't know anything about the deck. We want to run R&D. We want to force reses. We can see 3 cards. We can win by stealing Bologna. That seems good. So we'll do Prognostic first. Look at the top card of the stack. Class act into Bravado. That's useless. Install hardware. We don't need to. We'll break it with Chesva. F4. Like, so Sam, if you're watching this, Moose Safecracker would have been a burden for us. Obviously, we have slightly less stealth credits than the original version, but like trying to get, yeah, it is a hammer. Okay. So for hammer, we have 2 options. We can jack out, or we can break one of the subroutines. One of the subroutines, oh no, we can't break any of the subroutines. We should just jack out here. Seems like a good card. We can also just let it fire. We lose the Chesva, which is okay. Solid resource or piece of hardware, that's a problem. Get the runner tag is a problem. We're just gonna jack out. Okay, so now we know we have to go back. Would cost 13 credits to use THM NSSCG. It'd be incredibly expensive. But they also have this token. I don't know how that contributes to the math. We haven't done a filter draw yet. Now we need to find our, what's our killer? Oh, After Image. That's a nice way to break hammer. That's a really nice way to break hammer. So we'll draw. So we have Class Act into Bravado. I think the Class Act is much more important here. So we'll trash this, Career Fair this out for free. And then we either click for credit or get the Taka down. I think we can get the Taka down. We're just at the point that we're going to be running every turn. We did make a successful run, so we can't get public trail. This seems fine. Damn. Yeah, with the remastered counter, it's a bit cheaper, I think. You can also use the remastered counter instead of Sansan. Yes. I just think they need the remastered for some sort of like tag play. This is a hammer on server 1, I think. Okay, should we have paid 1 from the top rope? Maybe. So here, we can Dirty Laundry Archives. We're missing breakers. I think we just shuffled recently, so we don't know the order of much besides the one bottom card being a Bravado. So we can Dirty Laundry Archives as a start. That, we probably should buy a band's archives first, I think. I think it's more important that we buy a band's archives, just because we need to get the card draw down, because we just need breakers, because this loses to breakers. Prognostic first. Feels like we don't have enough hardware. T400 Memory Diamond and Dirty Laundry. Okay. So we're going to draw these. Would we rather install the Memory Diamond from Chesva credits? I think so. With Prognostic? I think we do. This draws a card. We'd rather draw the Dirty Laundry there. So now we draw 2 unknown cards. So we'll draw 2. We're looking for breakers. We got the after image. So we'll install the after image. Okay. So now we're getting there. We can't run the remote server. We're still weak to the public trail. You see, he threw out the public trail, so we need to keep up the 8 credits in hand. We could get like remastered, what's it called? Tomorrow's headline into self-growth program. That'd be a problem. So we want to use the twinning this turn. How many credits do we have? This cost us Taka. This costs us, we actually don't have enough stealth credits. Can run our Dia Claudia, we will. We just need to make sure we're getting in with 5 cards for Bologna, and or we need 2 stealth credits for Hammer. So we have 1 stealth credit currently with Taka. So I think we have to do like Dirty Laundry, install Mantle, go. If we just install Mantle, we're on 5. We're credit short. So I think we do Dirty Laundry Archives Mantle. We also could just like play it safe and not get public trailed. Oh, I hit yes. That's not right. Right? Like maybe there's the 3 1s. I don't think so. But the question is like, is this a fly on the wall? Because we can Dirty Laundry Archives. That'll put us at 11. We can install Mantle. I think we need to use the twinning before it gets bounced. I'm just pretty sure we're going to get, if we don't. Wait, how much is this? Puts us at 8. So if we run, we'll be on 7. So we just perfectly get, unless we Dirty Laundry the run. If we Dirty Laundry the run, yeah, then we'll be fine. If I'm elected president, I will campaign to ban thinking of the USA as toxic and dangerous. It's a platform. Yeah, Dirty Laundry it. Install hardware now. So this one we have to use non-stealth breaker. In fact, we would have considered bypassing it if we had another counter here. And then we need 2 stealth credits to bypass the hammer. Luckily, we have 2 stealth credits. 1, 2. So we exactly have 5 credits, and after this run, we should have enough. So we're going to see as much as we can with the twinning. So we want to steal Bologna. Planogram, fine. Beal, okay. Ping, okay. So we didn't win, and we can still get oppoed. So kind of the worst case in some ways, but at least we won't get public trail. There's a chance that this gets self-growthed if this is like a tagging agenda. We also now know that 1 card in hand. Oh. Oh, remastered. Okay, cool. Cool. So running HQ now is a bit valuable. We can sweep HQ. We just need to get access to our Penrose, which is somewhere. This deck is doing exactly what it wants to do. This is turn 11. Like, this is a board state for turn 11 for sure. We know the next 1 card in R&D, and this only costs us functionally 1 credit a turn to run. This is free if we get down our Penrose. There's no Bolognas. Oh, that kind of makes sense. Sort of. We don't know the top of the deck, right? So I think we buy a band's archives as a start. We just need to get our breaker. Only off-roads and Beals. Cool. So Prague first. Look at the top 2. It's a boomerang into Penrose. Okay. So we're going to draw these cards. We can also just install the boomerang. But what are we boomeranging? There's no good boomerang target. I think we're going to use the Ches for credits anyways. This is such a nice rig. Yeah, it's fun. It's actually really quite fun. Install hardware. I think we just draw these. We're going to use the Ches for credits anyways. Just keep it in hand. Yeah, I think so. So then we're going to bottom the second Chesva. I think with the second Mantle is more important than the Chesva. And then we'll keep the boomerang in hand. Install a card. We'll get the Penrose down. 1, 2. Okay. So we run HQ sweep, which we should. So currently we've gone through 24 cards. We've seen 5 agendas. That's actually what you expect. What a weird deck that isn't trying to tag the runner as much as possible. It definitely is. It's on Public Trail. But we've been like very, very carefully keeping above 8 credits. Because I think Public Trail is actually in a really good spot right now. Because Self-Growth Program is very, 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 very good. Q-Loop is an extra 2 clicks on each turn. It's so, yeah, Q-Loop is absurd. It's such a good card. It's fun too, though. So now we run HQ. We break it for Taka plus credit from pool, I guess. We can install the next mint. We might as well. We'll sweep HQ, and then we can lock 2 in R&D. We'd rather run HQ twice. Install hardware. We don't need to. So 1 stealth credit to boost. I think at this point we have 4 stealth credits, 3 stealth credits a turn that we don't need to be precious about. We can just use the second mental credit. We can just use this. Waking Plan off Masterwork. I don't think we need to with the twinning. Jeff, how's it going? I don't think we need to. Retribution. Okay. Planogram. We knew that. Self-growth. Okay. Public Trail. Oh, we're actually seeing the whole hand. Oh, okay. So the game is entirely in R&D. The next card on R&D is whatever we saw recently. Does anyone remember what it was? It's a ping is the next card. Couldn't install the Wake here. I don't think we need it. Yeah, Claudio. I don't think we need it. We have this huge twinning. We definitely could have. Losing one of these cards from hand isn't that important. Maybe we could have. I just don't think it's necessary. I think we missed 1 card. You're right. There's 5 in hand. So if we run R&D, we can see, I don't actually think we need to run R&D here. We don't want to install daily casts. There might be a, what's it called in hand? Could be worth saving a mental credit to get a cheeky twinning on a corp turn makes turn. Oh yeah, we should save the mental for the twinning charge. You're 100% right. Using the Taka sooner than mental is correct. Just chill, take a credit. Yeah, I don't think we have to do anything. We know he can't win next turn. Yeah. That was the card we missed. So we need to keep our credits up. He doesn't have a second one. So he just broke lock. So he has 1 unknown in hand. Top of R&D is entirely unknown. This is the second Public Trail. So we need to get our money up fast. We're not very good at getting our money up. That being said, we can run R&D C3. We don't think he's on Bologna. But Taka breaks all this for free. A Bravado would be nice, actually. If we could do draw for a Bravado. Sick. So we do credit Bravado. So none of this matters. Chesvin give you money for Bologna? Not enough because we bravadoed. If it's the case, we'll just run back, I think. But you're right, we could have. Masterwork, Unzini chip, we don't need any of those. It's fine. Okay. So ping? Yes. Bypass, we'll use the Taka credits. Breach. We'll see all that we can. Wrap. Beal. Hedge fund. Nice. Cool. 12 turns. Good game. That's a cool deck. Thanks, you too. Yeah, it's just Public Trail, which makes sense. Retribution and Self-Growth Program, just going fast enough that the runner's economy can't keep up. We were at 8 credits there, which is good. Yeah, that was clean. That was clean. That was clean. I think we missed 1 good trigger, but we were lucky that like we were playing around stuff in remote server that didn't show up. But it looks like it's a lot of gear check, which we're pretty good at. And then the taxing stuff is the hammer, which after image is very favorable into. This is what the deck is meant to be doing, right? Like we're flying through. We're getting through our deck. Card draw doesn't seem like an issue at this point. And then what's left is like 2 bravados, which we would have appreciated bravados early. We have another Chesva if we want the MU, but this is probably what our rig should look like. The T400 is the only thing we installed. It doesn't really matter as much as the MU is nice. Does this deck have any RWR cards in it? Lol, no. You can play 1 copy of Alarm Clock, but I'm not Alarm Clock. I don't think it, like you could play an Alarm Clock. I don't, but it doesn't. It does not. But RWR is a strange set. I love Alarm Clock. I think Alarm Clock is good. Is it better than Zenith chip? Maybe. Is it better than the second career fair? Most definitely. I think one thing that with this deck is we should definitely be playing as less events. Like I think it makes sense we cut career fair and then play another hardware just to make sure this fires much more. So I think cutting career fair for Alarm Clock makes sense. Let's just make that change real quickly. Because we're bricking on prognostic in the early game. Window's probably good. Yeah, window is not bad. We have a lot of cheap things installed. Actually, window of opportunity is probably pretty good. Generally, probably pretty good. Yeah, because we have a lot of stuff to install. It does make sense. I could see it. The only thing that I would, if we could play Diversion if we were playing NSG cards, but that's fine. I think that's the only other thing that I'd be missing. And Mistbones. We'd play a Mistbones in the 45th slot. Maybe 2, depending on the meta. Let's play 1 window of opportunity and say it's cute. I just be happy when we draw it. Sick. All right, let's try the Jinteki Glacier deck. So it started like this, for those who are tuning in late. Has a bit of damage, but doesn't really capitalize on damage, doesn't have enough money, has some very expensive cards. We just made the Ice Suite more rush-based. We added more economy to the deck. We are going to be missing Rashida. We're just going to feel bad about that. That's the one card that's hard to like not play with. I think Thimble Rig we'd also like, and we're going to go a bit faster. Did we add red team instead of a window? Yeah, I did. I wanted to play red team. I think you can play window there if you want. I decided to pivot at the last moment. New corp deck. Did NSG only at Teia? Corp. I do want to try the Khusyuk deck after this. It's probably going to be fun. Do you remember the OG window, like the card window? Yeah. Hardware cost either 1 or 2. I think 2, and it just says draw from the bottom of the deck. It's the reason why I don't like window opportunity being referred to as window, because it's like, it shouldn't be confusing, but whenever someone says, oh yeah, window, this is what I think about. This card's not good. It was never good. I think there was maybe some combos, the idea that you could bottom a card and then keep it there forever. Mind you, class act didn't exist forever, but Mr. Lee did, which is like a bad class act. So like, I never did anything cool. Was there any cool window combos? But yeah, when people say window, I think of this, unfortunately, which is awkward. All right, Hosh. Ooh, that's not a good hand. That's only a bit better. Thanks, you too. The thumbs down is like so demoralizing, but it's important that I'm glad that Rahi added something there because it's really important. But like that makes it look so much worse. Oh, cheers. Heinzer always told people when they complain that their best card was on the bottom, they should have played window. Yeah. What was the runner one where you could access from the bottom of the deck, which generally was worth something. So this is where like you can do a double install Charlotte Spin Doctor. I think it's our best double install. We can advance the Charlotte, hopefully ice it up with this. So we're just going to leave centrals open. Hoshika's going to go for a poke. Not much we can do about it. But this is where like playing assets you want to just spam on the table is good. Rashida, Charlotte. If we had, what's it called? We'd do it here, cohort. Okay. Very typical Heinzel joke. Are people not calling it whoop? And if not, why not? I think people are calling it whoop. I like whoop. I like whoop a bit better. Do we Adrian the Charlotte? How absurd is that? It's like pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I thought about it. Do we want to put all our eggs in one basket? I think we draw for ice. Karuna remote server. No, I'm Karunaing HQ. No, but we have to advance Charlotte. Let's just fix our hand. That can't be good. Whooping a bloop is now something I need to do. Showing off is a fun combo with medium demo run. For me, it was like the frustration about daily business show, right? Okay, checking R&D. This might be like an R&D spin doctor R&D. I don't know if you have time to do that. We only have 9 agendas, so it's like 8 and 40. 1 and 5 is exactly typical. Let's see what they're going to do. Can they trash stuff here without playing an econ card? Like, what do they find? Do they trash a cohort for 2? We try not to trash with Spin Doctor. And this is where, like, Charlotte's okay. We spent functionally 1 click on it, but at a minimum, it's 3 credits, and Cursor has to run it. We got to do that. If they run back on R&D, we're happy. Yeah. I think on the early turn, this sort of like pressure play, you need to set up a bit more, especially because it looks like we have a Charlotte. That like getting 2 shots on R&D, you need to build your board state a bit better. Oh, we got a Charlotte. Sick. So good. Obviously, Benhar is going to be interesting. The deck originally had Rhyme into it, which is good for that. But now we are going to build a remote server. So we'll do Adrian. We want the innermost to be more taxing. Assume that was an NGO is like a line. Mind you, we're not playing FFG cards. I don't know if Cursor knew that, but NGO, the first advancement is the one that's good. So not running the second advancement makes sense, but Charlotte is like the card that you're seeing more in Jinteki modernly over the other one. So we want this on the innermost. Teia is the first time, unfortunately, so we're gonna have to pay to get the second ice on it. I think if Cursor trades 3 net damage to go through our Brawn, we're happy with it, let alone we'll move the Adrian over. So we're going to get Enigma on the outside there. So apparently the game here is an R&D. So we're going to put this on R&D, and I'm going to advance this once. Then we'll res Adrian and slide him over, and we get a Fire Teia twice, 2 turns in a row in a meaningful way, which is obviously pretty sick. It's nice to have a second one of those bait advanced econ cards. Yes, yeah, it's really, really good. I haven't tried NGO and Teia, and I think it's probably fine. Especially if you're like, yeah, 3 Teia, NGO, 3 Charlotte. I should try that a bit more. Because like the runner doesn't know what to do. And then you still have Lacosta. Maybe that's good. Then you make it more about misdirection than just like great I tried to say Rush Glacier and it came out not good. Glacier Rusher. Labor Rights, Hannah, Buzz Up, Pinhole. So this looks just like good Hoshiko. Could be like a Technico deck. Why not put Locusta in there instead of the Advance? I think we want to get the Locusta next turn. Oh, arguably. Maybe not. But I think paying 3 credits now to get the Locusta res is worse for us than anything else. Oh, that's a really good Pinhole. That's a bummer. Like if they run it, I'd rather have the advancement. So we're going to lose the Adrian unless we lose the Charlotte. Do we need 3 more credits? Thinking. Or do we want them to pay 2? If we pay 2 on the Adrian, I think we're fine anyways. I think we should take the 3 credits off Charlotte. Because I think we need the money. But if they pay the Adrian and go down to 0, I think we're happy with it. No, I can't do that. It's illegal. Yeah, I don't know. Admittedly, like we don't have a good... If we had an acid for server 2, then keeping the Locusta is fine. But we generally would do the acid and ice and put the Locusta in there. So it doesn't exactly make sense. Oh, sick. Hold on. Do we hospitality here? We'll be on too many cards in hand. Like this is where you hospitality for Adrian and you just do the play again, right? I think we do hospitality for Adrian. And then we install Adrian and a wet. Oh, but then we can't advance Charlotte. So then the Costa would have been good. Good player draws well. It's okay. So I guess we have no trigger this turn. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I guess we have no trigger. Unless we install a Charlotte. I think we do install a Charlotte just on the table. Yeah, it's saved as a credit. I think we just cook the Locusta in there and we advance this and just say like, give too many things to do. That seems fine. And then with an empty hand, it's easier as much as we'll have 2 more cards with this Charlotte. Maybe we can do corporate hospitality to get Adrian back in there. Heart of the cards, all that Yu-Gi-Oh, Mambo Jumbo. You gotta shuffle good. Banhar in server 2, maybe forces 2 ice reses. Buzzsaw, mind you, into the Enigma's not great. We're just gonna get it there for the Banhar support. But Cursor has a credit problem. Got a credit problem here. A lot of these decks are not running Fermenter anymore, so it's actually hard to get your money up. Moshing is one of the very few 0 cost cards. Throwing out a Cleaver. Strike Fund. Oh, back in the money. And another Strike Fund. Oh, shit. Going from 0 to 7. Just Anarch things. Damn it. You think you have a window, and then Anarch just does the Anarch thing. Draws 3. DJ Steve. Yeah, it looked good. It's getting worse now. Either of these are key targets. Holy... What? Holy crap. What happened? Anoetic? If you trash that, Locusta stays. This got bad fast. Pinhole? They're checking the Rashida. I don't think we have to do anything with the Charlotte. They trash the Charlotte. We're happy with it. Yeah, Costa, fantastic. You really need to run this because we're going to advance it again, probably. And that's not good for you. Okay, so now we can set up a play. We need Ice Up HQ, which is a problem. So we do corporate hospitality and hopefully draw ice. Obviously, we'll get Banhard, but what else can we do? Okay, we're going to score out a Nisei Mark II, I guess. Change of plans, yeah. Change of plans. Just roll with it. Whoops, yeah, that'll happen. I think we actually have like 16 ice in the deck. This seems like a bit of a weird draw. I think even if you believe it's an NGO, it's worth the click to find out. Yes. I think with Charlotte, though, you just have to run it. And for what's worth, Cursor should just consider running this. Miss Bones first? Okay, cool. I guess Charlotte's coming down. That's cool. Plays around Hoshiko if you bottom out a bit. Draw? Oh, Run HQ is a draw, but a better draw for you. I think you Run HQ there and go double Strike Fund. Maybe you don't have the right breakers. We don't have to score this out, mind you. It's pretty safe. All the pinholes are out. They can never come back. If you would not do that, that'd be cool. They're definitely going to run because of Hosh. I don't think we just be cool. That's good. It won't fire exactly. Do we double install? No, just HQ ice. Feels bad. And Steve, yeah, exactly for Steve. Move Adrian. Honestly, moving Adrian over is okay. But scoring the Nisei and jamming the next agenda is more important. So we don't have to score it out this turn. It's pretty safe. If they actually put our money where our mouth is and force us to res ice, sometimes with Banhar, you have to be careful not die to Nancy, which is like a reality. But like you can face check HQ here, no problem. You have 6 cards in hand. And you're going to get a card back. What happened? Oh, price. Turbine, Ashen, Steelskin, and Maw. Whoa, those are some hard choices sometimes. Went for the Mystic. How is that an option? Wait, what happened? Oh, they resolved. Did not happen. The price is in. No, no worries. Yeah, it's hard to fix. Couldn't afford to install Maw, yeah. Yeah, once the turbine comes down, the tributary is still something because it plays around Steve or Banhar. Oh, no install. So it whiffs on all of them. Whoa, it whiffs on all of them. No run either. We're getting away with something here. Okay. Just got ganked into a res Cloud Eater. Brutal. Oh, Dan, I haven't seen it yet, but I know it's out there. So this will recover us. We've just drawn every agenda possible. We could actually get the cohort on the table, which might make them spend a click, which I'm fine with that. Obviously, it makes the HQ padding not as good, but we just need to keep them busy because they've been respecting this with the Miss Bones, and if they respect this, that's fine. They're not running HQ. They have an econ problem. Miss Bones is like the thing that they can obviously do here. Oof, yeah, it is a nightmare. David, how's it going, by the way? 4 clicks, 0 credits. You need Strike Fund, okay. So click, oh, with Mystic, yeah. Yeah, this is, we gotta keep them better. Now that off-off's not in there, HQ is way less problematic, yes. We need to score this and then obviously send a message to our last agenda. And with the Nisei, like, this is definitely hard, and we need the off-world money. Like, we will score out the off-off unless we top deck something ridiculous. And mind you, the other version of the deck, this is why Lacoste is as good as it is. So I think we can score this out, and then next turn, send a message, advance. I think we just score this out. We don't have much else to do. And we need the money for sure. Move Adrian to another server. Honestly, I want to keep him there because he's safer there. If we put him on HQ, he might fail, and we need him to stay there for another turn. As much as like Cursor has not been pressuring HQ. Gotta get a runner bones. Do they think they're doing it? Yes, yeah. Well, keeping the runner busy is just kind of nice. Like any card you put on the table is generally a click from the runner if they want to check in. And that's a good trade when a Teia does it clicklessly. I wonder without Rashida whether we need something like Sprint. Just to, like, to be able to get a bit more acceleration, as much as that's not acceleration. Adrian dies when he succeeds, though. Oh, it's true. But, like, it's hard to tell how players play around Adrian. Sometimes they don't play around, like, it just, like, shuts a server off and, like, just builds a barrier. Sometimes it doesn't. So here we can do Sam and Anoetic Advance. We'll have 4 cards in hand. That's probably enough. We don't want to install Twinning. Feels okay. We have to advance something. If we install the cohort, it gives us 1 fewer card in hand for Anoetic. I think we'd actually appreciate the Anoetic a bit more. If we had a Spin Doctor, that would be the best draw because it is something they have to deal with, plus. So if the Lacosta loses, we can't advance. If it goes down, they're on 2 pinhole though. So they have a bunch of work to do here because we still have a Nisei, so they have to run twice for sure. You could draw first. Oh, we need to advance it, don't we? Sprint? It's okay. I'm not happy about Sprint. Like, it's fine, but I think Sprint is more just we don't Rashida. But I do think a Spin Doctor was a much better draw than a Sprint. On most board states it is. Okay, Gamble. So that's going to charge the Twinning. We don't res the Tributary. Raindrops. Now we're definitely not resing the Tributary. Oh, sick. Banhar is on server 2. So thinking. So if we res the Enigma, it drops us down to 4 credits. And if they click through the Brawn, it's not good for them. Because we just Nisei. They could click through most of the Brawn. Fire all, okay. Saves the credit, gets you some card draw though. So the score out, we need 3 credits. Click through the Brawn is the game. Yeah, we Nisei it. I don't think you can afford to do it. Big old Brawn. A Botu here would be sick too. Like a Botu takes 2 cards out of hand. Admittedly, Raindrops is going to get a lot of value here. But there's no way around it. Raindrops seems really good right now into Tributary stuff. Okay. Money's going to be tight. But if you click through the Brawn, the game's over on the spot because of Nisei Mark II. Now, if you click through 2 of them, we could do Anoetic, and we're a credit short. Nisei plus Anoetic is looking pretty safe. No, we're a credit short. Because then it puts us on 2 credits. I think it pushes, you know, the problem down the road a bit. The main that's like sprinting to Teia that I can cycle while milking cohort to Charlotte. I do run 19 ice in my Teia though, so I can run dual Glacier. Dual Glacier is a thing I haven't done enough, Tyler. I do agree with that. I wonder if you want like a Bailey or something there, like something that gets card draw. Click maths. Yeah. Yeah, it's tricky. They just plain can't run back if you Nisei? No. You're right. Well, yeah, you're probably right. If they click through all besides Brawn, we can let the Brawn fire. We don't install anything. We just Nisei. They have 1 click left. Good song. Tattoo Bullet for Econ is nice, and you can extra ice if you feed the cohort. Yes. Yeah, we have Tattoo Bullets. We haven't drawn them. Yeah, I think our opponent just needed to pressure HQ a bit more. Not that we've won the game so far. Things are looking good. But like there's just many turns where Benhar and HQ just gives them so much more value, and we can barely afford to res our ice. Like I think the Nancy is the thing that you're afraid of, because Benharing into a Nancy is like 6 cards. But as long as you have like 6 enough cards, especially a Steel Skin, you're fine to do it. We just can't afford to res that much ice. Fire all? Nice. Nope. All right, so they have the win here. They have 3 clicks left. They also have an Adrian, so like a server ain't going down. It's unlikely. Now they need to win off centrals, which is not impossible. Twinning has charged this turn, I think. Cursor plays the price, finds a cleaver. You have to run right now, though, or the Nisei gets you. So this server cost what? 7, 8? Yeah, draw 5, I know. Draw 5 is nonsense. Absolutely nonsense. Draw 5 off of raindrops. So they can make this close. The thing is, like, if they don't run this run, they don't run a remote server immediately, and still we can count on Adrian if we don't want to count on Anoetic. Or we can just Nisei they can't run back. Quality time with upside. Just Nisei, yeah, they would have to like overclock this, which there's no overclock in the list. So I think Nisei's, the remote server is really safe. And if they run HQ, they can get 1 access and then we can Nisei them. So it's Echelon, yeah, okay, game's over with a Nisei mark counter. You have to just hope this is not the 5-3. Unfortunately, it's a 5-3. Cool. Hey, good game. Yeah, I had him. Yeah, I drew, thanks you too. I drew a lot of agendas. 3 more points in hand. Yeah, we just windmilled it. That's it. This is what I mean. Where like we don't want to play Glacier. We want to play somewhere like mid-range rush Glacier, because we have upgrades and we have reasonable ice. Eventually, the problem is in a lot of standard, once Turbine comes down, this ice gets broken for like 3 credits. So you need to have some midpoint between speed and ice. Where like again, our money wasn't great. We didn't draw some of our money. Rashida not having money in card draw is rough as well, but you can get there. It's just like you need to go a bit faster than spending 10 credits for a big old snake, I think. Let's run it back. Send a message. Get a free Karuna. 4 credit value. I wonder if he wants Isenton more than Karuna just because of Benhar. Maybe you do. Can you afford the extra credit? I think you can. This sort of deck is also like kind of fun to play. It's not always in your control. Like, yeah, you could brick sometimes. Another Hoshiko. Probably good stuff. Ooh, that's a good hand. Thanks, you too. Isenton's better into Echelon and worse into Orca. Yeah, Karuna is better. No, they're the same into Orca. Both Karuna and Ash. It's better into Carmen. Karuna's better into Carmen. 100% Isenton over Karuna. If you're seeing a lot of Carmen, I don't think it's 100%. It's somewhere in the middle. Okay, so I think we do Spin Doctor Charlotte. We ice up Charlotte. We advance Charlotte. We left HQ open, especially if we don't draw anything. Okay. Orca's base 3. Yeah, Orca is base 3. So confuse Aku maybe. Yeah, it's base 3. So it's the same. Carmen is base 2 though. Just checking. Okay, so we have Charlotte on the table we want. We can do double Charlotte. That's obviously nonsense. So I think we do Spin Doctor Charlotte because we need to ice up Charlotte. Having an early Tattoo Bowl is nice, as much as they probably don't break it. So we want to advance this once. Do we get the Tributary in front of it? I don't think we have a huge incentive to. I think actually Enigma is better than Tattoo Bola here because it might eat a face check. And I think Tattoo Bola will just be rezzed and it'll stay there for a while. Like there's a big chance they don't contest the Tattoo Bola for the next couple turns, where if we put the Tattoo Bola somewhere else. Teia is a fun style for Jiteki. I feel like it's still slightly short on card support, but it is very fun. I'm also interested for Teia damage decks. Like that fact that you can put on the table like Snare and Reaper function in the same click seems interesting. Enigma over Tributary. I like Enigma. I think Tributary you want to get on Centrals. Oh, their icon is Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2? Sick icon. I played so much Tony Hawk growing up. I think it's one of the video games I played the most out of any. Nice. So we get the Enigma value. They lose their turn. Yeah, I played so much Tony Hawk. It's actually a video game I'm very good at. Like if someone said pick a video game to challenge someone at and like there's huge consequences, just don't zoom in too much. Was there a bad? No, what is that? I would pick Tony Hawk. Virgin decking a new guy that would shuffle cards together and randomly pick one to put in remotes. Not even new. Yeah, people do that for asset decks. That's real. I play the Hello THPs. Oh, on Game Boy Advance. I played a bit of them on emulators when I was a kid. Okay, so we can do Charlotte. We should start with the Spin Doctor. Okay. I actually think we're incentivized to build this server as our scoring server. Aku didn't get the Hoshiko flip. You definitely want to get the Hoshiko flip 100% that turn. Like charging this, we're definitely going to res. You want to run just HQ or something because the Hoshiko flip is a card and a credit. It's very, very valuable. Or you want Daruma and Teia to be good, where your agenda moves from one remote to the other when they run it. You can do something like that with what's it called? The 3-2 that you have to over advance. It's probably okay. You can feed snares too. Would take Glacier be a place to consider Sisyphus protocol? I think if you're playing Sisyphus, it's so much better to play Ag Infusion because then you can force the issue. The problem with Sisyphus is the runner can play around it. Like they choose where they run to what they encounter. Ag Infusion says no. You ran, oops, you're into a Nancy or a Vampire Nasa, and you just can't beat that unless you play Turbine. It's super, super frustrating. I find it really frustrating that like Sisyphus is the sort of card that you almost 100% lose to unless you're playing Turbine, and then people get upset about Turbine. Did you watch the meme stream? I did. Yeah, I did. I didn't get to watch the gameplay. I watched the meme part. Yeah, you doesn't let you keep the agenda on the table? Doesn't it? Because you swap, and then so when you swap, you can install the agenda you just drew into the second server? Okay, we have to plan this turn out. This turn's tricky. So we want Charlotte to cook. We want Lacoste here, but we need to ice this up. If we put Lacoste on top of Charlotte, that's also fine. Are we actually doing 2 remotes? I think we are doing 2 remotes. No, this I 100% don't agree with this. I don't like 2 remotes. This can't be right. I think we install Charlotte over Spin Doctor. Then we can install Nisei. And then just advance this once and then Lacoste it later. I think that's fine. This looks like Rashida. 2 remote hype? It's hard. We don't have the card draw to support it without Rashida. It's much harder for us to play 2 remote. What are you gonna do, snare me? Yeah. Someone in chat said, what are you gonna do, Saisentan me? Person who dies in HP Saisentan or whatever, and that gets me really good. Still proud of how many likes my 2 memes, the goose and the Waiting for Godot got. I didn't recognize Waiting for Godot as the image. I know the play. The goose one's very funny. Well done. All right. Daruma lets you keep the same agenda on the table with its advancements. Yagi Uta requires you to have both second card and installable in HQ and gives you the Teia trigger and you lose advancements. I'm not 100% sure I know the text on Daruma. Okay, they got the flip. Good. Tributary on R&D seems fine. So we're just going to... Unfortunately, we don't have a good Teia install here. This is where like a cohort on the table would be totally cromulent. So we'll just do this. R&D. I don't think we need the Anoetic. I think we'd rather just have a bit more money. Obviously, this Tattoo Bullet doesn't anything, but it also does end the run. So that's a cool thing. The simplicity of what he can do snare me is very funny. There's some conversation in our local meta be like, when I get snared, I'm actually excited. They lost 4 credits. And like, it's actually correct in a lot of board states, except the games where it's all about snare. Speaking of, you can TBR and install and force and counter snare in a Teia. Yep, you can. You can. I died to snare in a Teia at Mansion Runner. Vincent was playing it. It wasn't a TPR combo, but he said it was in the deck because of that interaction. Once they say yes, you install an ice and you feed them a snare. I did die to snare though, just with 2 cards in hand. Want to install Tributary with the Teia trigger? Gelhar, how's it going? Because we want them to run it. And the only place we can install it is this server. It has to be the second server. And on the second server, it's not doing anything. Right? Like a Teia is only on 2 remotes. And it's very, very difficult for us to make them run it. It looks like this is a bit more ice destruction based. So we don't have to score this out. We can just let it stew. That's annoying. Dharma, trash on server, approach to swap a card in the server with any non-ice card on the table or an HQ. I'm pretty sure you lose the counters, though. I think with swap, you lose the counters. I know they ruled it like 2 different ways. So we want ice on HQ. That's good enough for HQ. The turn of trashing our spin and Charlotte felt very meh. It was amazing. We could have greeted the Charlotte. I wasn't expecting Aku to run this, but maybe having the Charlotte cooking for 1 more turn was good enough. But I think we had like, do we have the Lacosta by then? Like that was okay. Now the Vampire Nasa, we can decide not to res it. It's how quickly does this Tattoo Bola hold? I think we should. I don't want to void is a bit difficult. I think we'll just get more money. I know it puts us on a 2 on HQ. You don't lose advancement to Dharma because the card is never uninstalled. What the hell does Dharma do? I'm going to read the NSG text. When the runner approaches a server, you may trash this upgrade. If you do, choose 1 card in the root of another server or 1 agenda asset and upgrade an HQ swap. Oh, so it doesn't fire a Teia. It just moves him around. I thought it fired a Teia. It won't, right? Vamp down in case the Sam is stolen? Yes. And minimum 2 also we can draw with Vampire Nasa. Okay, now the remote server is a bit cooked because Banhar gets through Tattoo Bola. And Enigma obviously is botchelide. Swaps are installs. Swaps are only installs if one of the card comes into the table. If you just move 2 cards on the table, it's not considered an install. Oh, Tributary sick. I will res it because it messes the game up. I know that Aku draws 2 cards. It's worth it. You can swap with HQ, which will trigger a Teia. Yes, that will trigger, but then you lose the counters. I don't know. I have to read the ruling on that one. Draw a card, please. Install a piece of ice? No, but at least we have that now. This will actually play around. It's very easy to mess up and like put Banhar on server 2. You have to burn a click somewhere else and then run server 2. It doesn't fire Teia if used that way. Correct. Just thinking it goes with the 2 remote server idea. Yeah, very cool. How do you get the /n search function? It is inherent. I think a couple, Managarmy last. A couple browsers do it. Oh, Hermes. That's annoying. That's actually annoying. So it's a browser thing. So for me, oh, that's really annoying. It's okay. We'll just repair whatever happens. For me in Firefox, if I right click on any search box, I can basically, there's an option there that says like put a shortcut for there. And so I did put a shortcut for there and the shortcut was /n. So any search box I can do. I'm just going to hedge fund here. So for instance, /A does Arkham. If I search like knife, that'll come up. /R for me is Lord of the Rings, if I'm not mistaken. But if you can't see it because it doesn't capture it, but if I right click in here, it just says add keyword to the search. Firefox does it. I'm pretty sure Chrome will do it for you. Switch to Firefox, they'll set it up. Good to know. Yeah, super, super useful. I think /ND for me searches deck list by name. Like you can make as many as you want. All right, Banhar's on server 2. Aku doesn't have a lot of money, but I'm pretty sure we're going to get Chiseled and Aquaceres Crude and stuff like that. So this is going to be like what a Seb deck wants to be, but isn't. If that's the case, defensive upgrades are pretty good. Losing the Managarm is a bit of a bummer because this deck is going to struggle to deal with Managarm. Hannah slightly helps. Of note, Jategi has some of those options and settings. JNet does? What do you mean, Thanos? Take your time. This is annoying for us because dealing with Hermes is hard. And then the remote server ice is not particularly great with the botches. We have no Mavirus. You could play Mavirus in the deck. As a 1-of, it's fine. We have 1 Magnet, I think. For those not on Firefox? You mean Netrunner DB? Does? Miss Bones? Okay. I guess we're going to go server 2 and take down the Lacosta. I think that's fine. You might not want to flip here with Hoshika. Move Tributary. Oh. I guess we're taking 2 net damage. Now this opens up R&D. There's some downside to that, but it's very easy to forget this Tributary thing is going to be here. And that's just going to be 2 net damage. Hopefully it hits something good. We got a lot of cards in hand. Lost a Devil Charm. And a Hannah. Seems fine. Now R&D is wide open. It is what it is. Also, if you run last click, you don't have to break both Enigma subroutines, but like, it's fine. Click on settings, you can label cards, sort archives if you need Firefox plugin. Oh yeah, for the plugin. Yes. This is more so like the search features I have on Firefox, not like Cyberfeeder stuff. Raindrops. Okay, just value raindrops. We're going to discard a card anyways. The bounce here is annoying. Raindrops just got 3. Okay. So Aku knows we have a Brawn. If we res a Brawn, it'll probably get chiseled. That's not good. You can't hand a run last click, so value for us, I guess. Oh yeah, you're right. You can't. It's literally impossible. That's very funny. All right. So what do we want to do here? We can beat Banhar. We want a Lacosta. We want another asset. That's very good. The problem is it's hard to stick Nisei on the table with Adrian Sias. We probably want the tributary to fire once to get an ice here. I think we just have to bunker up a bit. Tattoo Bolo is like, okay. I don't know what to do here. Having a strong economy is good into these sort of pressure decks because Aku like can blow us open with plays, not with like fundamentals. It's going to be like a weird play that like does this, Devil Charm this ice, Hermes bounces, and that's trickier to play around when you have to like respect every server equally. You need money for that. Not that you don't need money for fundamentals, but like one bad click here, the game can change. So what do we want to do? We want to score Adrian, Nisei in the remote server. R&D is wide open. We have to fix it. But Tattoo Bola is a Tattoo Bola. That's okay. We don't want to get a Brawn on R&D. I don't think. We need Brawn on the remote server. If we draw once, we're going to discard a card. I think we just Brawn R&D, click for credit. Vampirnasa is either 4 damage. Eventually, we need to double ice this because this will get Chisel Charmed. We haven't seen a Chisel so far or a Simul Chip. But there's a chance that this is breakerless. It looks like it is. If you don't count Botchless as a breaker. His lack of economy is great. Maybe there's fermenters. We haven't seen strike funds. They're probably around. Steel skins are there. Banhar's there. There's some like cool tech ice that you can play in. Okay. In FFG world that helps you with this. Off-road. That's probably the next thing we want to score for econ reasons. The issue is I don't want to install an ice here because it's expensive. Now Botchless with 3 counters next turn will be beatable. So we need to put the 3rd ice on there. The problem is, can we afford it? Yeah, we can. It's free. So let's draw once. Then we hold a turn. So I during free install, yeah. Unfortunately, we still can't jam because we have no click compression. Seamless Launch, mind you, is a fine candidate for a deck with this many 4/2s. If you don't want to play Corporate Hospitality or Vovo. We haven't drawn Vovo yet. It's a 1-of. So maybe drawing like just 2... like 1 Vovo is difficult, admittedly, because you need to draw it early for it to be super relevant. And if you only have 1, you're not likely to draw it early to be relevant. So maybe cutting Vovo for Seamless makes sense. Like Seamless is sick because you can just jam. That being said, Hermes will open up HQ, and that's a problem for us. Like here we're in Spin Doctor waiting room. Badge? What are you going to trash? Karuna. Okay. So double ice HQ is okay. We could do install advance. It drops us to 11 credits. We have to res everything though. That's really, really hard. Trashing ice charges badge, yes. But like pretty slowly. There's definitely an ice destruction card in hand. The question is like, how do we get out of this? So remember having to play NR using Octagon Jaina so good? Yo, I loved Octagon. I remember my shortcuts. It's like what, F5 for R&D, F6 for HQ. I still got all the sound effects saved on my hard drive because they're so good. We're probably going to get pulled apart by Hermes this turn if we push it. I'm surprised how many people in chat played Octagon. IA Office lead on Adrian. I think that's the play. I'm just worried about Brown Run, Vampirnasa Run because it's going to put us on low credits. Let's just try it. Maybe it looks like a Charlotte. It's just like we have to get lucky here. It's not so much that I'm worried about Adrian. I'm more worried about running HQ and like getting the like double advance into Hermes is like kind of nonsense. They still need with side game. Yeah, but I'm not worried about this. I'm worried about the table, right? If they ever run HQ, we're very likely cooked. Banhar's on HQ. Yeah, this is what I don't want to do. I don't like IAA against Hermes because you're just like praying. Vampirnasa is 4 damage, but it also drops us to 4 credits, which is not something we want to do. So we actually might res the Vampirnasa and Nisei token. Aqua Ceres crew? Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. We thought 1 ice would do it. We should have second iced HQ. I think we will trade a Vampirnasa, though, for HQ ice. Oh, shit. Okay, I forgot about that. That's always good. That's a good surprise for both players. This is 2 net damage, unless you want to Aqua Stairs to Devil Charm this, which is totally fine. I remember being a tournament getting paired with 0. He destroyed me. Oh, you mean like DB0? With Exile? I don't think I played against DB0. All right, we lost a tributary. That's sick. Continue. Solidarity Badge got a charge. Yeah, no worries. So you can die to a bunch of things here. We have 11 credits. No breaker. That was a badge. Yeah, DB0. Yeah. Do you know DB0 has a Doomtown card? Continue the run. Okay. So we'll probably res the Vampire Nasa here and see what happens. Yeah, there's a Doomtown card that is just DB0's like, I think, well, eventually became his logo. I don't think it's called DB0. It might be. Trip saves you 2 credits on Vampy Res. Cool. Saves you 2 credits? Yes, because the separate team's going to fire? Yeah. Fire? Fire, okay. So we probably want to draw here. Lost a DJ and a privilege access. That's sick. Somehow that got worse. So here we could Nisei. If we Nisei, we're going to end up with an HQ with a lot of agendas in it. Next turn, we're going to do advance, score. But if we Nisei target here, Aku could go back. We can't really afford to draw, but it's going to like totally goof everything up. He has a pretty good chance of bouncing. I think we have to use the token. If we score the off, like we're back in the credits. And then we have 1 click to like maybe double install or patch R&D. Hermes means you got to take, yeah, I think we have to. You say gives up server 2? No, Aku has no way of breaking this. It's a Brawn. We'll res the Brawn. The Brawn will fire. We can install the tributary. Oh, Panda clicks. I didn't mess that up. Climactic Showdown, sick! When your trip begins, remove this research in the game. I do think one of Sam's decks had Climactic Showdown in it. Choose a server protected by ice. The court may trash a piece of ice. That's going to be annoying. That's fine. So do we score out here? Do we score out here? Hoshiko didn't access. 1 card in hand. What does Climactic say? When your turn begins, remove this resource from the game. Choose a server protected by ice. The core may trash a piece of ice protecting a server. If they do not, the first time the cards are indeed given to. Okay. So we probably do advance, ice up HQ. Hermes bounces one of these. We'd actually be fine with either of these. And then we just ice HQ. Okay. R&D, how many points? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's only 4 points and 25 in R&D. Might get Divide and Conquered. I have to be the 1 card in hand, and even then Aku can barely afford it. So I don't think we mind that much. Here we just need to protect HQ, because HQ is obviously a problem spot for us. So we want a lot of subroutines. Actually, a Tattoo Bullet is just fine. Karuna? Yeah, Karuna is fine. So we got to discard a bunch of stuff here. Anoetic, Adrian. I think another Vampire Nasa, maybe? The second Anoetic does seem like a liability for a cheap trashable, and with this hand we can't. Move Adrian to another server? Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, you go here now. Maybe we should just iced R&D with Adrian. Actually, that could have been correct. But now if Aku chooses any of these servers, we're okay trashing either the Enigma or the unresed Karuna. Solidarity gets a card. That's okay. For what it's worth, Hermes fires before send a message, so we can't res a Brawn. I honestly think there's a chance that running 3 tributary is right. The card is so good. That 3 tributary, just so you always get one, is good. Choose HQ to remove itself from the game. But then Benhar interrupted this? Is it on me or you? Yeah, it's waiting. It's waiting for Benhar. It shows me waiting for your Benhar. Let me say that I'll trash HQ, and then you can decide Benhar. Wait, sorry. Let me think. Just close prompt? Yeah, okay. Choose a piece of ice to trash. Okay. So if we don't trash, this is what happens. When your turn begins, a mandatory trigger, choose the server protected ice. The court may trash a piece of ice protecting that server. If they do not, the first time you access cards from either R&D, access 2 additional cards from that server.
I think we keep it around. Can you trash an existing tributary to res another one? Yes. Just like you can res a spin doctor, trash a spin doctor, res a spin doctor. It just, the game trashes it. You don't do the trashing. So anything that cares about you trashing doesn't fire. So like op doesn't fire if you do that. I think we trash nothing. Like how are you gonna get through Karuna Vampire NASA? No. Okay, no trash. Yeah, divide and conquer would be the one thing that blows us out. That'd be sick. We could lose to divide and conquer. So you see 2 additional cards. The divide and conquer is 3/3/3. Oh, technically all 3/3. That's kind of cool. All right, 3 card R&D axis. Not a lot of agendas in there. There's only 4 and 25. I think seeing 3 is fine. Trash the hospitality to get a badge. That's cheap. That's nice. Nice. This is where, like, do you play Solid at Climactic Showdown or you play Stargate, right? Like, it's just not a very strong multi-axis card because giving your opponent choices, they'll pick the worst one for you. This seemed like we picked the worst one for Aku. If we weren't flooded, we would have just trashed the Karuna. So it's tricky. It's a cool way to pressure single ice servers. So the big question is like how many Aquaceres crews and how soon do we have to ice up archives to not get praxised? That being said, Praxis and Hoshiko, like you are going to get tagged, and that means we can deal with Banhar, which is kind of good for us. Hosh just accessed, which is good. But we still have to figure out how to win the game, and that's like jam and send a message, which is tricky. Okay, Aku knows we're on a Botu. We have a Botu top deck. So if we do install advance, we get on to 8 credits. Banhar gets through Brawn, then Enigma, and then we don't have a Nisei counter. So we actually shouldn't have thrown out every single defensive upgrade. Do we count on Adrian? This is where having him a virus is really good, because Enigma can't get purged out with botches functionally. I think we just like do nothing, like draw Tattoo Bola. Would Climactic Showdown trigger op? If it's rezzed, yes, because the corp does the trashing. It would if it's rezzed. Fat Pingvin, how's it going by the way? The thing is, like, I'd rather res a Tattoo Bola than like get an immediately trashed Vampire Nas on R&D. Obviously, Vampire Nas is the more taxing ice. Let's draw once. Eee. That's fine. Move Adrian. No. Use a Teia to install a 3rd ice. But then we have to put something in this server, which doesn't do anything. Like, it's always 2 servers. So if we want to get a 3rd ice, we have to install something here. We have nothing to install there, unless it's an ice. So you're hiding something? No. I just don't want to get praxised. You can Banhar Praxis, but that makes it a bit worse. So I prefer dual Glacier. Yeah, but with what money do we res or dual Glacier ice? You're right, though. You have to build a deck into it. But like, we just need a defensive upgrade. We just need Adrian or Lacosta. If we have a Lacosta, we can never advance. All we need is the 3rd ice here, and then Braun does something. I always wanted Showdown to work with Divide and Conquer, but the Nombo is anti. Does it actually not work, Thanos? I thought it worked. Milk Charlotte to the end of the time. That's the thing. It's like your opponent shouldn't let you milk Charlotte. I don't understand how a Charlotte sticks for the whole game. That doesn't make sense to me. We were a bit blasé with our Charlottes, and Aku did like transition to get them down. Climactic is first time. Oh, so it doesn't actually work. I thought it would work, but it's only the first access. That's a bummer. We keep reinstalling the 2nd Glacier shouldn't be free to get into. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'd rather just play Jinja if I'm going to do it. Mixed cohorts and Charlottes and taxing 2nd server. Yeah, I just don't see us having the money to do it. And I feel like if I'm playing that game plan, I'd like to play Ag Infusion more. I don't know. You save a lot of money off the installs, that's for sure. It's nice. It's cool to also have an ability that technically scales into late game. 2. Some. How bad is Tributary? It's like pretty, we have a lot of ice in it. We'd appreciate it. But always the question is like, do you want to interact? And then Tributary gets res and the whole game is like different. Again, Rashida. It's the exact sort of thing we want for this situation. Something you put in a remote server that has an impact on the game that's not an agenda. The best we could draw here is a Charlotte. A Spin Doctor would be good too. Aquaceres crew, okay. Flipping back. Lacosta is something. The problem is the Devil Charm is going to eat our ice and we don't have money. That's good. Miss Bones is good. Tatubola getting Aquaceres crew is like kind of annoying. I feel like Jinteki needs to import card draw to make the double server playable. Yeah, you need like, well, Charlotte, if she sticks, is like great card draw. Tranquility home grid. The problem is like all you want is grids, right? Like there's Jinja decks, there's Tranquility decks, there's the Costa decks. They all just want money. Or sorry, they all just want the grid clause. The Botu gets trashed instantly. If there's a Devil Charm, we don't want to do that. If your server looks like this, you could play Front Company. Yeah, but they just, well, actually, if they run into any of these, we're upset. I think Front Company is on the cusp of being okay, but then you have to run like Spiky or Centralize. Tattoo Bola is probably not it. This is getting dodgy. Probably could have moved Adrian over to like sell the bit here. But the only thing that you worry about in server 2 is Rashida. 7 counter botchless. I don't think the deck's on breakers. So like we just have to hope that Aku overspends the limited resources. Front Company makes me miss Replicating Perfection. Yeah. Closest you have is Ag Infusion. But I honestly don't know if RP would actually be that good right now compared to Ag Infusion and Teia. It's weird. All right, server 2, targeting it. So we just want to play around a Devil Charm. If we res a Brawn, we get on to 3 credits. That's not good, but we have to res a Brawn at some point. We just don't want to get to Devil Charmed immediately. Like if it does 3 damage, maybe we'll be happy with that. Botchless on Tatubola, cursed. It might not be. Yeah, it might not be. I think if RP is asset spam. Like I think honestly, if RP existed today, you would not play Glacier, you'd play asset spam. Okay. So this is the trade deal I'm offering. We res a Brawn. It takes 3 cards out of your hand and replaces it with 3 cards. I think the assumption is Aku's hand is not good. Oh man, we just want him a virus. Yeah, right now we don't have the economy to support. We don't have the card draw to support our playstyle. Cohort goes down for free. Looks like a Rashida. I think if Aku had the Devil Charm, Aku would have played it. So I don't want to res the Brawn and then have a chance Aku draws into the Devil Charm. Funny enough, if Aku did that last click, you can let one of these subroutines on Enigma fire and actually get a card draw for it. Otherwise, you're trading a click for a card draw. Oshiko flipped. Unfortunately, we're behind the Fermenter. This feels way too slow. Thimble Rig is also good into this sort of deck. Like Thimble Rig into a breakerless deck is really, really good because then you just move Thimble Rig into Thimble Rig into Thimble Rig and they have to produce a breaker. So that's not great for us. Can we give Aku points? Let's draw for not that, anything but that. The deck has 2 more Spin Doctors and 18. Oh man. Enigma had net damage subs there, no? So they could have cycled with raindrops if they wanted to. Oh yeah, you're true. They could have even just taken it. Yeah. Yeah, that might have been better. It's easy with botchless just to do it, but we're cooked. This is bad. This is quite bad. Sorry, I just punched a microphone, but that might have sounded quite bad actually. Only 11 more cards in the deck. At some point, Aku runs out of threats. Maybe there's an Ashen Epilogue in this deck. Some of the decks are running on like Aquaceres Crew's Ashen Epilogue. That's fun. That's really fun when they trash all your ice and they do it again. This deck is built to your second server mostly for install tempo. Yes. Yeah. We can't afford anything else. I think we could have more money in the deck. We played 3 hedge funds somehow. Second Aquaceres Crew. Okay. 14 credits. We'll see how it gets spent. I don't think there's breakers. Dual Vovo, the savings sound good. We have 1 Vovo. It'd be an okay draw here. I like Vovo. Dual Vovo is okay. It's unique though. Okay. Tattoo Bola. So Praxis is coming back. We'll res a Tattoo Bola. It'll become a Vampranasa. Non-optional. And then Aquaceres comes back, I imagine. And a Fermenter. Just recursion. Early step trust Charlotte is haunting us. Yeah, we could have greeted it for a bit because Aku is just, I thought it would be on like, you know, breakers and stuff like that. But it looks like Aku's struggling to deal with stuff that remote super constantly. Fire? You have to. I wonder why. You can get wheels. Wheels in the bin. Just go get wheels. Probably get a DJ Fenris. That's problematic. Can I fire this? Their deck seems stressful to play. This is very much just like the sub decks we played on the channel before. It's just not playing sub and playing Hoshiko, and then not playing Friend of a Friend. It's not that stressful. You just need to pressure into everything. You just need to be confident and face check into stuff because we can res one more ice and then we're bankrupt, right? Loss of privilege access to net damage, sick. At the risk of getting locked out, you don't really get locked out with Devil Charm Aquaceres crew. It's very hard to get locked out. If the Corp goes fast enough, it can be tricky. But like with Hermes, you always have a way to, like Botulus. What came back? Hannah. So that was for a Fermenter and Hannah. I don't know if that was worth it. Would this deck be better with Seb in your opinion? Not necessarily. I'm not convinced the sub deck is phenomenal. It is a deck that preys on like corporations that are not well oiled. Because you end up in this like holding pattern where like they just feel paralyzed because you just kind of have to get lucky against Hermes. So it's tricky. I do think the card draw from Hosh is very comparable to what Seb's click compression gets you. The question is how often you're accessing. That's all good. No worries. Second Botulus. This is though what I don't like is the deck is just like ice and validation, the deck. So Brawn. If we res the Brawn, we have a res Brawn, which is good. Feel paralyzed with the potential? Heavens no. I mean as the corporation. Please don't. Thinking. I've been trying Seb's tag flow style. It's not awful, but it feels very, very clunky. So this ice, like, I don't know. If we don't go fast enough, your ice gets broken for free. It feels like we're going slow. This is like, we've taken a couple turns where we haven't developed board state, which is a problem. Luckily, Aku's like really getting stressed about what we put on the remote server, which is good for us. We have to res us sooner than later, I guess, but like it's getting brawned up. So it looks like one of the subroutines might fire or it might just end the run. Yeah, it's definitely ending the run. Maybe not a great res there. Do you click through the first one? I think you have to. Otherwise, do we get a Teia install? Okay. We won't. You can maybe push a couple turns ago, but it's like just too high risk. And it's not my favorite play style to be like, we get blown out by, oh, Hammer's good. Whoa, Hammer's really good. Like we just get blown out by certain things. Because like, how do we score in this remote server? Aku, I guess like triple clicks through Brawn. And then we have to hope Adrian holds. Like it's all just a bit of a coin flip. Maybe there's a chance that you think this is the last Charlotte. That would be like the best case for us. But it's like, do we draw for the 2 and 17 Spin Doctor? Because if we install this, we go down to 4. We have nothing to sacrifice in the remote server. So I think our play is like install off-world, move her over Adrian, credit. If you double click through Brawn, Botulus, Enigma, we just hope Adrian holds. And then if Adrian holds, you can't run back. Yeah, whatever. Tattoo the other remote to get Hammer onto the scoring remote. I don't know if we want to like strand a tattoo like that. Because like we can barely afford to res the Hammer. If we res the Hammer, what happens? Give the runner 1 tag. They'll probably just trash it immediately. It takes 2 tags though, which is like pretty good for us. The issue is like if Aku just rips a Devil Charm, this whole server falls apart. Like this is the problem. It's like, it's hard to tell where the windows are because it's going to come mostly from hand. But the question is like, we're playing around Devil Charm 2 and 3. If Devil Charm 2 comes down, the server doesn't exist. And how do you play around that? I don't know how. Like even if Adrian, yeah, if Adrian, like It's all about that last Devil Charm. If that Devil Charm comes down, Adrian can't do enough because Aku can run this like 4 clicks and it costs nothing. So we're just throwing away points. Admittedly, we just have to let the Brawn go. So if that's the case, we need the Tattoo Bola on. We need to end the run here. Let's draw first spin. Oh, that's good, actually. That's okay. F it. We just can't protect to res everything. We just had more money. Throwing away paints or draining the weapons you have to deal with at some point. Yes, but it can cascade. It can cascade really bad. Trib on 2 second remote would be good. Trib would be better than Tattoo Bola. I think you're right. Because there's a chance we can make Aku run it later on. I feel like it's probably better. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably better. Because I think we can put a Charlotte or Spin Doctor in there. Anoetic. Gotta hope that Aku thinks it's an Anoetic. I think Aku thinks it's an Anoetic. Running Archives. Oh, for respect? I am okay with respect. So he spends 6, gain 7. Draw, okay. It's not an Anoetic. Oh, Magnet's sick. Oh man, we're drawing the good ice that we want to win behind. Getting a Magnet res is really important. So we're just gonna get bounced. What's the worst bounce? I think the Karuna on HQ is the worst bounce. I'm pretty sure though Aku's gonna go R&D because we're gonna move Adrian. Again, it's all just about where the last Devil Charms are. Yeah, gonna go R&D. I'm fine with that. Can we res a Botu? 4 strength? No, dies immediately. Move Adrian? Yeah, I'll put him on HQ. So there's 3 agendas in 15. Tattoo Bola as a Botulus is actually kind of sick because it eats the Botulus, and then we'll get a Magnet there. And then we can never advance server 2. Like, we can barely res 1 ice. I could just need to be more aggressive here. We can barely res 1 ice. How many practices are at? All of them? So the question is the deck on... Oh, Stargate. Very good. Very cool. The Magnet's going to feel good here. That's okay. It's really hard to beat Stargate Hermes. We have to get lucky again. You can choose not to break this. You can bounce off of it. Oh, piss. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, that's the worst case. Oh, that's so bad. Oh, that's so bad. Oh, Nisei and Spin Doctor. Oh, we're cooked. We're cooked. So you trash the Spin Doctor here, and you just run back for the Nisei. You float a tag. Maybe that's worth something. I just don't think we have the money to trash Bonhar. And then we have to hope R&D holds. There's only 2 agendas and like 12 cards, so I think we can get away with it. But then it just comes down to the Stargate Connect or not, which is not a game I like to play. We can Magnet R&D. It doesn't really do much into Bonhar. It like solves server 2 slightly. Didn't steal it? Why? It was right there. You could have had it. Apparently the tag is important. So now jamming the Nisei in server 2, like that's obvious that's a Nisei. So the question is, do we slow down or not? We know the next card on server on R&D is a Volvo. So if we put Nisei in their remote server, can't afford to stay tagged for crew? You can. You definitely can. If we trash the crew, I think you're okay. Is that the last crew? Yeah, that's the last crew. I don't know. I think stealing 2 points and getting a bounce like this hammer is more important. What I could do with Climactic, run R&D. Tron, how's it going, by the way? Congratulations on the finish. You played an event recently, right? I think you did well. Playing that Ken deck and a PE deck. How do we get out of here? Magnet good, but you're going to get HQ poke this turn? I don't think so. With the Adrian, I don't think we are. It's like we have to do Magnet, but we have to do Magnet into Tributary. I just feel like the longer... Like, we put something into server 2, maybe that draws attention. Brawn will be fully loaded. Hammer is going to be fully loaded. The hammer might... Like, it's just a matter of time before the Devil Charm happens. A good time with some weird stuff. Hey, glad to hear. Like, I think we trashed this. Why did we keep the Enigma around? Oh, because the install was free. But we probably do trash. Do... No, we just need to get a Magnet from a Brawn. Got some brand new stuff for playing another game. We're currently playing only NSG decks. So how do we get out of this? Magnet on the remote server seems good, but then we need something in front of it. Keeping Enigma will be okay if we can get the Magnet stick. Yeah, but I think we would just eat the Botros. Oh, maybe actually Enigma's better. No, because Enigma gets Aquasair screwed. Brawn doesn't. So I think, well, they can click through that. So we can do Adrian move over, install the Nisei. Credit. That means we res the hammer. The hammer gets bun hard. That's not very good. Yeah, like I don't know what to do. We just don't have enough money to res stuff. And Anoetic is garbage with this hand. We have one more Spin Doctor in R&D. I think we do Magnet and R&D and assume that will fix the Brawn here. I think that's probably for the best. If we draw, we break lock, but it's a Vovo. We don't care about Vovo. I think we just have to do something like this. Move Adrian? No. If we lose Adrian, I think we've lost the remote server. The best play I've done? I'm not gonna res that ice. Why is that the best play I've done? You don't like my other plays? Aku, we made so many other cool plays. Best play I've done. Tattoo Blow is okay. Trading an Aquasair Screw for a Tattoo Bola. Is that good? Because you're going to lose the what's it called? The Botchless no matter what. With 2 Devil Charms left, I don't know if you do. Privilege is the reason? Yeah, but they still went through it. Like, it just randomly took a privilege out of their hand. If they Ashen, I think we concede. Yeah. The thing is, like, we can res 1 more ice. Like, that's the thing. We're on 7 credits. We res 1 more ice. Maybe there's some Sai Santan fear. Unfortunately, we're like on Team Karuna here. But R&D is the mark, so we're going to res the Magnet. It's going to eat... I think we have to eat the Brawn. So this is 1 damage and sees 2 cards. We want this to hit a Devil Charm. But if you have a Devil Charm, you install it here. It's a Fermenter. Yeah, good. That doesn't matter. Vovo, Charlotte, Botu. Okay, we could have pushed in their mode server, I think. Trash the Botu. I think the Vovo is a better trash here. Because we actually have to res ice, and Botu we cannot afford to res. Even Charlotte's a good install. We might draw, install Vovo, Charlotte, advance Charlotte. But we're just like hoping R&D holds. And like we need a second ice for R&D to hold. Because then I actually don't know how the deck beats Magnet besides Aquasair Screw into Devil Charm. The deck still has 2 agendas and 12. Very fun hearing you say Botu. You like that one? I like Botu. Botu's good. Okay. So Vovo reses the hammer a bit cheaper. So Aku knows we have the Nisei. So now if you want to run, you have to install the Devil Charm from hand. If you install the Devil Charm from hand, the Brawn goes down. The hammer we res for 4 if the Vovo is in there. And what does the hammer do? Give the runner 1 tag. So you have to Devil Charm that, but you don't Devil Charm that. So trash installed research trashes the Aquasaurus crew or the other thing. I think we probably have what looks like a window. I think we looks like a window, right? We do Nisei, Vovo, hope R&D holds. We just move all our friends around. It'll ask Adrian first because of timing. It always asks the one that's been rezzed sooner. Oops. No Trib? We don't have time. Yeah, so now the hammer reses. Immediately we will run out of money at some point. We also need money for Adrian, so it's like not bulletproof. But if the hammer fires, we have to count on Adrian to succeed. So there's a chance Aku will just ban her R&D and like hope that a Stargate hits. It's not likely because it only sees two new cards in R&D, and seeing there's only 2 agendas in 11. At this point in the game with 11 cards in R&D, right? Like you have to assume that HQ is the play, and HQ is the play here. HQ is definitely the play. This is where you'd rather have a Saisentan than a Karuna. Let's see where Banhar goes. Badge to draw. I think Badge has drawn like 4 cards. It's been okay. I think Badge makes more sense in this version than in Seb with Lagu. Lagu makes the deck faster. So we'll see where the Banhar goes. The cool thing is because Devil Charm is on the table, like if you install Devil Charm, run through this, like you can't. Actually, that's a problem for us. Yeah, it is a problem for us, isn't it? Just install Devil Charm, run. Take 3 Netrunner. Yeah, this is not good. I think we're trading. This is not Diesel. Okay, that's a good thing for us. I think the Devil Charm's in the bottom 4. So if you do Devil Charm, run. Well, Banhar's on R&D. Okay, so it's just like, does Hermes get there? And like, I don't think it's favored, but this is just kind of unfortunately, I think what this is coming down to. I think Akko needs to pressure HQ and server 2. This is just like the hope. Loses a hand. Okay, so we just have to get lucky here. Or not unlucky, right? Fuck. Good game. We're not cooked. Charm is for archives, yeah. But we can't res this. Ah, it's so frustrating. All right, well, there's only 1 agenda now and 10 cards. You have to bounce this, so at least our board state doesn't fall apart. Actually, our board state does fall apart, because now there's a Devil Charm on the table. So what are we drawing into? It was, I tilted when I saw the cards. It's Charlotte, Karuna. Okay. Choose a card in server 2. So notice there's a Charlotte. Do you ever put Charlotte? Do you ever put the Nisei in server 4? Do you ever put the Nisei in server 4? So we can install Nisei, install Charlotte. With Lacosta, is there any room for Trick of Lights? You generally don't need to. You'd rather play Seamless than Trick of Light because you're not playing any 3-2s, and Seamless Launch will work in the exact same cases. And with Lacosta, advancing yourself is like you failing, unfortunately, right? Like you'd rather play so many other things. So Charlotte on server 4. Tributary here. Install Nisei, advance Charlotte. Charlotte to server 4, trip on server 2, Nisei in server 2, advance Charlotte, yeah. You're saying this is not the plan? I think that's it. But I just don't know what the tributary does. Like, it means that the hammer fires consistently. Like, that's okay, I guess. We're holding only agendas. Oh, can't do new server. Very, very true. So true. Now, you might be wondering, does Run HQ win the game? 100%. 100% it does. I think Nisei in 4 is actually kind of a cool play. I wonder if Aku's going to... Like, Nisei in 4 is like the coolest play by a mile. I just don't think it's safe. I think Aku's typing this right now. They never run HQ? I know. They're tunneling. They have a Stargate. That's a fork if I've ever seen one. Yeah. But like, there's no way that we would not put this... Why would we put the Charlotte in here? I don't know. It's funny. So to res this, it costs us 4 credits. This costs us 1. So we need 5. Wait, we can't even res everything? Who did this math? Oh my god, we can't. Oh no, we have Charlotte. Never mind. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Let's see where Banhar goes. Deck is bottomed out. So 1 more Devil Charm in hand. Just need Rashida. Oh, Rashida is so good. So what's less in the deck? All botuls are accounted for. There might be 1 more Diesel. 1 sure gamble in hand. Just Stargate sending it. There's a chance they run HQ if Stargate doesn't show agendas. Yeah, I think so. But Banhar's on R&D, so I don't know if they do. So again, there's only one agenda and 9 cards. They're only seeing 2 new cards. If they find an agenda here, it's very unfortunate for us. Take out the sure gamble. Okay, money doesn't matter. Fuck. Are you serious? There's no agendas in R&D anymore. Maybe that's the best thing for us. That's incredible. So we could res Charlotte to fire the Vampire Nasa. We can't do that. Which one do you think they bounce? If we pop Charlotte, they bounce the Nisei. What do we do here? The thing is, if they pop, like they can't deal with the, oh, they can deal with the Brawn, they can deal with Enigma. It puts us on 4 credits, so Hammer fires. If Hammer fires, we trash the Botulus. I think we just let it fire. Just res the agenda to avoid the bounce. That's a good idea. They actually don't have to play around Spin Doctor. They've seen every single Spin Doctor. The next one's on R&D. Let's see what they bounce. Maybe we should have done Nisei. Nisei would have been so cool. I just don't know how we get out of this. The problem is like we were losing very, very slowly. A bit of it's at economy pressure. Like we just can't afford to get another Ice Res on R&D. That's not good for us. Shit, okay. Well, that doesn't lose them the game, so that's always good. Resing Tattoo Bowl here doesn't do anything. So Nisei wouldn't have worked. Actually, hold on. Wait, sorry. I want to res this so Tattoo Bowl gets eaten. I sold it improperly. If we res, snap resed. Yeah, I have to res this. It keeps the Charlotte around, but if you Aquaceris crew it, so you have to Aquaceris crew this. If they do, we're really, really happy. I should have res immediately. I can't believe they let them pass. With the War of Attrition, he probably has work tomorrow if we can just keep the game going. This has been a 54-minute game, yeah. And I haven't felt good about it for the last like 10 turns. It's just Aku is not closing the game very quickly. Please, Aquaceris crew this. Fire off shit. I should have resed that, snap resed it. I should have snap resed it. At least we'll get Charlotte money. We don't care about R&D anymore. So we need the Charlotte to stay. Okay. We drew the Spin Doctor. That's a cool thing that we have going for us. So we have to figure out how we do this. HQ is going to cost us the game. It's currently a Karuna into Vampire Nasa. Vampire Nasa will probably get trashed. So the Karuna, you can take 4 damage once. So there's one good run on HQ, which Spin Doctor can fix it. So the play might be Advanced Charlotte, install Spin Doctor, install Nisei Mark II in Server 2, and then just click for a credit. That's probably the play. And then we just have to hope R&D holds. Or there's a chance that like Aku will go HQ because Spin Doctor. I think this is the play. Could they be on Ashen? They could be. But if they do, I think we're happy with it. Because I feel like that's going to be slow. But like influence count, 4 on Hermes, 5, 6, 7, 8. So sorry, 4 on Hermes, 5, 6, 7, 8 on Diesel, 9 on Fenris, 10, 11 on Bones. Yeah, they're probably on Ashen. They've been taking some net damage though, so we might have hit it by now, but they're not on Labor. They might be on Ashen. 3 servers would be nice, eh? Fix it as going. You need overwrite. Yeah, I'm going to overwrite the Charlotte. I'm advancing it and trashing it. Like I'm doing this. And do we sell this on R&D? Do we sell this on R&D? I don't think we do. I think we have to make R&D look attractive. We need Aku to run R&D. So we'll see. Aku should know that we have a Spin Doctor in Server 4, so that's a reason not to do a Stargate. But we have no more agendas in R&D. Yeah, they're all on the table. Sick. Good start. So with the Spin Doctor, I don't know if you make this Stargate play. But we're happy with this. This can't be bad for us. So this is one click down and eats the Banhar. So we're actually totally safe here. If Aku goes HQ, that's where it gets a bit difficult. Didn't hit Ashen. Haven't seen all the influence. Could be on like a Nest abroad or something. We'd be upset about that. Cohort, Tattoo Bola. Okay. So Aku might go HQ here. If that's the case, we just res Spin Doctor. Res our ice. We have to watch out because Aquaceres Crew still like deals with server 2 with the Devil Charm. We just don't want to overextend. If that's the case, like Adrian might come into play. For the record, server 4 Nisei would have won the Tattoo Pump Fake. No, because we didn't have enough credits now, so we were credit short. I think if we were on 3 credits, Aku might have trashed it. But we were only on 2 credits, so we can't score it out. It actually did come down to 1 credit. I don't know if Aku made the decision based on that, but I know I couldn't have scored it out. Yeah, no worries. Like if the agendas aren't R&D, where are they? They have to be in HQ. So Aku just has to run HQ here. And we can make it a 50-50 at best. I don't want the game to come down to a coin flip. We've got pretty unlucky on R&D. But if Aku missed on R&D, they might have gone HQ sooner. So I don't know what would have happened. It's 5:20? Damn. We did start a bit late. This game's been an hour. Yeah, okay. So we got to think about this. If we res a Karuna, the Karuna gets trashed. Oh, it doesn't. It's 3 strength. Sick. Take that, Saisentan. But it's a Karuna. It drops us to 5 credits. To res the Tributary, it's 1 credit. To res the Hammer, it's 2 credits. It might still get trashed immediately. If the Devil Charm gets used here, we're relatively happy. But if this drops us to 4 credits, we need 3 credits to score out. This Hammer we res for 4 credits, which should be enough to buy us a turn. Yeah, we'll res it. Credit perfect? I don't think this is credit perfect. Just a Karuna. 3 strength actually matters. Saisentan would have gone immediately here. So this is potentially 6 damage, so you can't run through this. You have to trash one of these. This saves the most damage. This gives you more card draw though, and we want as much card draw as we can get. Because in theory, if Emperor Nasa fires, we're at 4, 5, 6, 8 cards in hand. It's a 3 and 8. So gambling odds we would take. Nice. If Vampy fires, you get +2 credits. Yeah, that's true. That's true. All right, we just gotta get lucky here. Just get lucky. Doesn't end the run, the Vampire Nasa. Doesn't end the run. I swear to God, if we lose on this axis, I'm gonna be so upset. Fire all. Lost. Missed Bones. Okay, so there still could be an Ashen in hand. We'll draw 2. We know it's entirely safe to continue drawing. 2-8 for not losing. It's 3 and 8. Oh yeah, we don't lose. You're right. It's 2 and 8 for lose. Go. Nice. Aku can go back once. Oh no, we can't fire Vampire Nasa again because we die. Aku just should send it back on HQ twice here. It's 100% aligned because we're going to deck out. Oh, we can Spin Doctor first. Actually, no, we don't deck out. We Spin Doctor back first. Every run to HQ, it gets harder. We can draw 1 card from Vamp. We can draw 2 cards. We'll just Spin Doctor before on approach. Credit. Oh, no. Oh, we got there. Tooth and Claw. Oh, man. Good game. That was wild. I think I could just need to be a bit more aggressive. Like, we can res 1 more ice. Even if you bounce off the Karuna and just run the remote server, we're on 4 credits after that res. We can res half of this stuff. But we just don't have money. Like, I know maybe you're scared of Anansi. You just got to force us to res more because there's so many games in which we can res anything. Oh, did I hit a charm? I don't realize I hit a charm. That seems important. I guess we did hit a charm at some point. That's good. Yeah. Are you on Ashen? I'm missing 2 influence, I think. Yeah, I think we hit 1 very early. It probably was off the Vampire Nasa the first time. I think that was the only net damage we did was with this. Only DJ. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. I was like really worried that Aku would like go and like the archives run, the privilege access didn't work out that well. I think if you pull DJ and just start spamming HQ, that's pretty good. We wanted on time 30 minutes ago. That is true. When time comes up, we were up like 6-0. So that's something. No, Hermes is 3 influence leads. Oh, it's 3, not 2. Yeah, okay. So we did the math right. We did the math right. Safely, Lipe. Yeah, good. Yeah, nice comeback after Hermes bounces. Yes, we got R&D did not hold out the way we wanted to. Hey, but we got there. Money is a bit tight there. Hey Sam, you might need to work a bit harder on the economy. I think this is like where Rashida definitely really helps you. Having something to put in the remote server that has a huge payoff is good. Card draw and economy means you're closer to getting your like inherently a Teia needs card draw, and then you find your spin doctors and stuff like that. So for those who are just tuning in, these were decks that I'm gonna post all of them that are relatively new players playing only NSG cards. And so we took those lists and we tuned them a bit. There's 3 lists that we haven't tuned yet. We haven't time, and this is what we come down to. Ashen would have been there. The draw 5 would have been clutch for more HQ runs. Yeah, Rahi, how's it going? Yeah, like refresh hand, run HQ, run HQ. It's just every time you do that, we draw 2 more cards, so your odds get worse, but you have to send it. Last click there, I think the play is 100% send it HQ, because either you lose in the remote server or you don't. That's it. Hey, Aku, how's it going? Sorry it took us so long. It's okay. It's a good game. I was getting a bit frustrated against Hermes, but I'll be okay. Yeah, I think last click you send it HQ. Because either like we have 5 3s and they were in hand, and the fact that you whiffed so much on it, well, you did whiff actually. You got agendas on every Stargate besides the last one. They have to be somewhere, so they're in HQ for sure. Whoever's holding 8 points at the end of the game. Okay, I think that's it for today. We were probably going to play the Padma deck. I'll post it obviously. I'll post everything below, but we just don't have time. It's currently 5:30 and I barely ate breakfast because of all the renovation stuff. So yeah. Maybe Hermes should have been more influence. I think Hermes on 4 influence. The problem is like Hermes is fun. I think Hermes is fun. And you actually see Shaper decks, you see Anarch decks to play Hermes. I think 3 influence is fair. 4 influence might have been more fair, arguably, but it's like, it's cool that it's a fun card you can play. It's just like, I think a lot of people don't like playing into Hermes. And for me, the bigger issue with Hermes, and this is something we're going to tune in on Thursday when we get to the deck list of the week. To me, the problem is a lot of these decks are feast or famine, right? Like the reason we're playing 3x Hermes and then you can just like Debrado Centrals and see like 3 cards, right? It's just like, it's such a difference if it whiffs or not. Like the whole game is entirely different if it whiffs. It's not only are you behind 2 points, but is the whole board state messed up? And that's the problem where like these sort of cheap bypass multi-axis bounce stuff gets me so bad. Renovation, you in Oaktown, we're gaining 2 credits per click. 2x Hermes, 2x Mixed Bones makes this deck. Yes, yeah. That's like, I think very, very close to what we were doing in Seb, right? And I'd argue that I could see Hoshiko being better than Seb. But I think that's exactly where we ended up here, right? Yeah, 2 Hermes, 2 Bisbones. As much as connections are good, so maybe Seb, but I don't know. Using multi-axis to hit an agenda in hand plus pull and install the agenda and score in the same run, yeah. The ability does bring up the skill level of both players, though. It does. But I would argue that Leela decks back in the day had to work harder for the multi-axis. And currently, burst multi-axis on Centrals can be attached to Estebrado, and that's what's like really tilting me a bit. It's just like inside job turn 1 with pretty C3 cards on R&D. It's like, I don't know. We'll probably talk about this on Thursday, but I've been trying to address this a lot. It's like always be running was the exact same sort of deck. It was like if it popped off early, it's because bad mulligan sometimes, and you can't stop this. But this card felt more fair because you could play around this. This was a downside to the runner, and I just feel like Mercury's just send it all the time. 3 friendos and 3 raindrops. Yeah, you definitely don't need friends in there. Okay. Hey, thanks so much for tuning in. Shout out to Sam for sending me some deck lists. We should do some deck doctor stuff more consistently. Did I update this? I think this is the updated one. We have a new patron. Thanks so much for tuning in. Really appreciate it. There's a bunch of folks, mind you, we're on Patreon that help support the channel financially, so we can do this sort of stuff and hang out for like 5 hours on a Tuesday afternoon. Greatly appreciate it. If you want to find out more information, we have a whole bunch of tiers. These are just the Sure Gamble and the Degree Mill tiers, but there's a bunch of other tiers. Oh, one other tier, the Daily Cast tier, which is super appreciated too. So you can find that below. Yeah. Hey, David, thanks so much for supporting the channel. That'll be coming up in a second. Otherwise, if you want to like the video, subscribe to the channel, that stuff really helps. It really quite does. So I really appreciate that. Share it with a friend. Make people excited for Netrunner. Oh man, I'm gonna say this after. We'll finish this. There's one more thing after this. I got a really nice email from Galehar I need to read. We'll get there. Confirm supporting the channel is good. Oh, thank you so much, Alex. Coming up. Did I refresh it? I know I did. Yeah, S&D works. Thanks so much for supporting. We'll be back on Thursday. I think Pat might be around for that. Probably should be. He's had some dental surgery. I think he's back to talking. Looks like Pat and I will be coming down to Boston for an NPC in a couple of weeks, which is sick. I haven't traveled with Pat in a long time, so that's gonna be really fun. Have a good one. Hey, Rungus, thanks for streaming. Mondi, awesome. Thanks for supporting the channel. One thing I want to read out really quickly. This is just a very cute email. I'm not going to show the email, but I'm just going to read it. Hey, Andre, let me tell you a little story. I live in Toulouse, in the south of France. It's a big city of about 500,000 people, but we never had any significant meta here, only a handful of runners. We have a big board game convention every year. A few years ago, I was a volunteer and was teaching board games. This year, I asked if I could have a Netrunner booth at the convention. They said yes. So NSG sent me a system gateway deck and flyers, and I asked the local runners to help me. 2 came from Bordeaux, which is about 250 kilometers away, and spent the whole weekend with me. My 14-year-old son volunteered too. 2 weeks before the start of the convention, the person in charge of the TCG/LCG space withdrew and asked me to take over. I was glad to be in charge of the space, but we would have to like to know earlier. Anyways, the convention was this weekend and it was awesome. About 23,000 people came. We taught a lot of people and quite a few were interested to try Jinteki.net or join our French Discord server. I put QR codes on all the tables. I also brought Arkham Horror and taught that to a few groups as well. It was really great. We had a lot of fun, but we had almost 10 new people joining our Discord. I'm now trying to set up a meeting every other weekend and we'll have a CO in 3 weeks. Let me open that up and another link. 1 second. It's here. I thought it might be the kind of thing you like to praise. I'll try to show up today's stream. Cheers. That's from Gailhar, who did drop by to say hi. Gailhar, that's fantastic. I think these are sort of messages like are definitely worth sharing, and like celebrating failures is where you learn. Celebrating successes, there's a lot to learn there too. Specifically, if you want to show off null signal games and you're at a convention or event, hit up NSG. They'll set you up with stuff with like promos and like teaching decks and all the other stuff that you need in posters. So like that's fantastic. Shout out to NSG for doing that. Obviously, shout out to Gailhard for putting the time in. It looks like in Toulouse, mind you, if you're in the French area, you can go down in Rancé du Piratage, as they say in French. So that's in the south of France. This is south of France. It's coming up in just a couple weeks on 5/25. That's really, really, really cool. So shout out to maybe some newer players who are getting involved. The game is fantastic. It's a really exciting time this year. Obviously, right now in the future. There's Gaylor. Thanks so much also for supporting the channel. You're doing a scene post-credit Marvel like? I'm from Toulouse as well, living in that UK now, so didn't go there. But it's been really nice to have a good scene going there. Oh, fantastic. Fingers crossed for Toulouse meta. That's really awesome. Yeah, a lot of work goes into like sharing enthusiasm for Netrunner, something we like to do on this channel as well. And I'm glad that like people want to do it as well. So if you're new to the channel, you found this, welcome, Seva. How's it going? And hopefully you're out there on 5/25, just in a couple days. That's the same day as Boston NPC. I'll be going to NPC though. It's a bit closer. That's all. Thanks so much for hanging out. We'll get all the deck lists linked below with the changes, and we'll be back on Thursday. We uploaded a video on Saturday. If you want to watch some 419, I have to do some more recording tomorrow. I'm actually going out to the store tomorrow to figure out when our upcoming date is for NPC stuff in September. I'll let you know as soon as I know. Take care, y'all.